He was just an ordinary guy, and nobody in the crowd. Then, fate ripped him from his reality and plunged him into the world of a superhero novel. Stardust. Trapped here, Jin Kim made a radical choice. He would become a villain named Egostic, not just to challenge the heroine Stardust and force her to grow stronger, but to actively prevent the tragedies he knew were written into her destiny. His resolve burned like a sacred vow etched into his very soul. He would protect this world, and above all, he would protect her. But destiny always has its own twisted plans. Stardust, the very heroine who once viewed him with suspicion, was now drawn in. She developed a strange obsession with Egostic, the mysterious villain she'd sworn to hunt down. One day, Jin Kim launched a bold new plan he called the Villain Hunt. Using his knowledge of the original story, he knew which low-level thugs would soon evolve into terrifying threats. To protect the city and Stardust, he decided to strike first, eliminating them before they could sow their seeds of chaos. At his side was Seo, a super genius who was his eyes and ears. Her voice, cool and precise, came through his wireless earpiece. The target is in sight. He's sitting motionless on the sofa. This is the perfect moment. Jin Kim tightened his grip on his weapon, his palms slick with sweat. He activated his first ability, teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the cold steel of his gun was pressed against the forehead of Reno, an A-rank villain. Then, his second ability, psychokinesis, erupted. Like a lord of shadows, Jin Kim's deep voice echoed, a greeting from the abyss. Welcome to hell. Before Reno could even process the words, in less than a second, Jin Kim ended him without a flicker of hesitation. The deed was done. Jin Kim coldly picked up the stack of papers the villain had been holding. Just as he predicted, it was a detailed terror plot, a plan ready to drown the city in a sea of blood. In the original story, Reno would have become an S-rank villain, a rhino-masked monster who claimed hundreds of lives. But now, thanks to Jin Kim, that future had been erased. Seo's voice crackled in his ear again. Police and heroes are on their way. Before leaving, Jin Kim left a message scrawled in blood on the doorframe, a message intended for Stardust alone. When the police and heroes stormed the scene, they quickly realized the perpetrator of this case and the last one were the same person. That bloody message was a direct challenge, and it made Stardust's blood boil with rage. The media erupted into a frenzy. In the comment sections, the public was buzzing, and surprisingly, many supported Jin Kim's actions. They criticized the heroes for being too slow. They praised Egostic as a dark knight delivering justice from the shadows. In his small room, Jin Kim read the comments, his heart a storm of conflict. He ran his hands through his hair, his mind a tangled mess. Seo, sitting nearby, glanced over at the frantic sound. The fire of determination within Jin Kim now burned fiercer than ever before. He couldn't let things continue down this path. If this kept up, he would be hailed as a hero. And Stardust, the true hero, would be abandoned by the very people she protected. To save her, he had to become an absolute villain. A shadow so dark it would make the entire world tremble in fear from this moment. Egostic was officially born. He prepared a time bomb hidden inside a backpack. In a crowded city square, people were mesmerized by the giant electronic billboards. They were all waiting for a dazzling display. At that exact moment, Jin Kim, as Egostic, hacked the system, seizing control of every screen in the city. His masked face appeared in a live feed, his voice deep and commanding. I am the one who eliminated Reno and Enoch, two A-rank villains. He arrogantly pointed towards Tower 127. Then, he gestured with his other hand towards the observation deck of Building 61. The crowds inside those buildings, and the millions watching on screen, froze in horror as he made his declaration. I have planted bombs in both of those buildings. Fear spread like a tidal wave. Some panicked, scrambling for an exit, while others stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Before hundreds of cameras, Jin Kim flashed a challenging smirk and called out her name. Stardust. I'm waiting for you, hero. He didn't have to wait long. Like a hurricane, Stardust appeared, landing with a force that shook the very ground. Jin Kim checked himself, cape, mask, everything was perfect, but his hands trembled. This was his first time face-to-face with his favorite character, Stardust. She was as radiant as a goddess, so beautiful it made his heart skip a beat. Whoa, he whispered, unable to contain his awe. In that instant, time itself seemed to stand still. Memories flooded back to him. The first day he was pulled into this world, his body broken, standing on the line between life and death. He had desperately wanted to return to his old world. Until the glow of a screen illuminated Stardust's face. That single moment changed everything. If he became a hero, he could stand by her side. But Jin Kim, who had memorized every line of the novel, knew that even being a hero wasn't enough. Not if he wanted to save her from the tragedies of her fate. And so, he chose the path of a villain not to destroy, but to become an unbreakable shield, protecting Stardust from all the dangers the world would throw at her. Let's rewind to when our main character, Jin Kim, was only 15. The sound of gut-wrenching, maniacal laughter from the TV seemed to never end. Ha ha ha. The face of the villain on screen was pure ecstasy as he laughed like a madman. Ha, ha, ha. For Jin Kim back then, life was a daily struggle. I get it now. Is this Jackie guy completely insane? Even for a villain, this is way too much. But now, finally understanding a villain's heart, a monstrous laugh tore from his throat. Ha ha ha, he cackled, even as the hero before him burned with a furious gaze, ready to tear him apart at a moment's notice. The world itself seemed to freeze. The chaotic crowds below faded into silence, leaving only a hero and a villain facing off on the skyscraper's roof. Rewind to just a few minutes before their fateful meeting. A smug Black Kim pointed directly at Stardust. I know exactly what you're thinking right now, but even my subordinate controlling the broadcast has a detonator, so don't even consider overpowering me. The hero's determined advance paused at his chilling words. He spread his arms wide, a swarm of drones hovering in the air behind him like mechanical vultures. I created this grand stage just for you, Stardust. What do you think? Her only answer was a furious scowl. You madmen, release the innocent people. We'll fight, you can capture me, and this will be over. But Black Kim simply maintained his relaxed, terrifying smile. He leaned forward, gesturing to the camera. Oh yes, I must release them. Those are the words of a true hero of justice. After all, Stardust, focus now. Everyone, please look at me. I will now activate the elevator on observation deck A. He snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. A chime echoed from the elevators in both buildings. Stardust's brow furrowed slightly. She knew the nature of villains like him all too well. It could never end this easily. Inside the buildings, the trapped citizens saw the elevators come to life and immediately rushed forward. Is it real? Let's hurry. But a voice cut through the air, stopping them in their tracks. Hold on. This is still part of Black Kim's plan. Where's the fun in releasing you right away? See that glowing down button? He asked them, his voice filled with sick excitement. Just press it, and a bomb on the other observation deck will detonate. Simple, right? His voice was a taunting song. Let's see. You have 30 minutes until the explosion. He was trembling with sheer ecstasy. So hurry up, press the button, and get down. Black Kim had become a demon, tempting the weakest of human hearts. Go on, they're complete strangers to you anyway, aren't they? On the massive screens, scenes of chaos erupted. Children cried and adults screamed at one another. Stardust gritted her teeth, whispering, that monster. Black Kim acted as if he didn't notice her fury. Here, today, I will show everyone the true depths of human selfishness. This is my game. Inside, the people were spiraling into a panic. If the other tower presses the button first, we'll all be killed. We have to survive, don't we? It'll explode when time runs out anyway. He said we only have 30 minutes. Does that mean you're willing to kill them with a single button press? Yeah. Whoa. They were all filled with anxiety, fear, and growing suspicion. I wonder if the other side will press it. There's no time to think like this. The bomb will go off in just a few dozen minutes. So what do? They're going to press the button. The situation was pure chaos, with people pacing frantically, unable to stay still. Damn it. What is the hero doing right now? But Stardust stood frozen, unable to make a single rash move. Even if she took him down in an instant, it would be useless if another detonator existed elsewhere. Damn it. At this rate, the hostages will. Her eyes turn as cold as ice, her voice a low growl. Is it fun, playing with people's lives like this? Across from her, Black Kim simply smiled, his eyes narrowed with delight. Ha ha, the fun isn't in that. Stardust, one of the few A-rank heroes in South Korea, a woman who believes in justice and her convictions, who never compromises with evil. Actually, I have a great deal of respect for you, Stardust. His words made her face flush red with anger. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? He just beamed, rubbing his nose proudly. I just wanted to praise you while the whole country is watching you on live television. Black Kim's voice rang out again, capturing everyone's attention. Seeing her standing there, completely helpless, a crazed look twisted his features as he caressed the bomb's switch. This is truly thrilling. His body began to flicker and fade. I'll even give you a chance to join the game. Right now, I will connect you to the people desperately waiting for a hero. Stardust's expression was a mix of confusion and alarm as she stared at him. What? Black Kim continued his dramatic performance. If you successfully persuade them, and no one presses the button in 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and gave a wicked grin. The bombs won't go off. Stardust, of course, didn't believe a word. You want me to trust a scumbag like you? He wasn't scared. Instead, he provoked her further. It's better than letting them stare helplessly at the sky, isn't it? She clenched her fists at her side, utterly powerless. Without waiting for her answer, Black Kim waved his hand. Now. A loud command echoed, and the entire swarm of cameras moved to surround her. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown finished, the real drama began. The hero's face appeared on the massive LED screens hanging from the city's buildings. The people below recognized her instantly. It's Stardust. Stardust. She took a deep breath against the crushing, invisible pressure and looked into the camera as if she were staring into each person's soul. Hello, everyone. I am the A-rank hero, Stardust. Everyone has their own beliefs deep in their heart. The villain's handsome face went slack with awe. That's right. This is exactly what I wanted. A world half real and half fake, just like a dream. In the eyes of the public, I will forever be the terrorist, the villain. His dream was becoming a reality, and she would shine. This is your stage. Stardust. Her entire being seemed to radiate light, so that later, all of you can be proud of the choice you make today. Please, a message for the villain watching. Her voice was a wave of warmth, washing over the hearts of the people. We are strong. Their gazes hardened with resolve. Our faith is unshakable, and we will never surrender to evil. Thank you, everyone. The villain in black smirked mysteriously. On the screen, the countdown hit 5. Trapped inside the building, the hostages held each other close, praying. Stardust watched the screen, her expression filled with dread. As the final number appeared, everyone shut their eyes, bracing for the inevitable. The air was thick with unbearable tension. Would the punishment rain down, or was the villain just bluffing? And in that moment, the man in black took center stage. Suddenly, all cameras focused on him as his disbelieving scream echoed out. Impossible. The cameras captured his face, a mask of confusion and pain. So, they didn't choose to save themselves? It can't be. Impossible. Surely. One of them pushed the button. There had to be one selfish soul just like me. The villain clutched his head, his voice a low, theatrical mutter. Humans can't possibly be this good. Why? Just then, Stardust's voice cut through. Egostic. Humans aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appeared on screen, shining like a radiant beacon. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the fundamental goodness of humanity. And you have Stardust to thank for that. His entire demeanor shifted, breaking into a low chuckle. How truly fascinating, Stardust. Before Stardust could charge, he gave a gentleman's bow. Until the next game. He gave her one final, lingering look. Ha! He was struck by her resilient blue eyes, such a look of pure justice. Then he vanished with a final declaration. Next time, I will win. A wave of relief and joy washed over the entire city. Cheers erupted as people embraced, celebrating their hero's victory. With one voice, they chanted her name, Stardust. But the hero herself remained silent, hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, the villain had already teleported far away. The moment his feet hit solid ground, he collapsed without strength. That was exhausting, he groaned in agony. Oh man, I think I'm actually dying. This was the price of his escape. The deadly side effect of his teleportation ability. The damage to his body was proportional to the distance traveled, leaving him too weak to even crawl. Ugh. I'll be stuck in bed for days after this. A girl's voice cut in. I told you not to wear that hat. The white-haired girl looked down on him with disdain. It's so ugly. The villain wheezed out a plea. I'm seriously dying here. Can I get some water? The girl heartlessly turned away. Get it yourself. She left him frozen on the floor. On a massive LED screen, breaking news flashed. The terrorist attack on the tower had 0 casualties. Stardust remained hovering in the sky. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. Does he think it's a game? Toying with people's hearts. Next time, I will catch you. She would burn that name into her memory until the day she brought him down. Egostic. Early the next morning at the Korean Hero Association, the central hub for Korea's superpowered individuals, countless online articles flashed across the main screen. The headlines were all about the recent incident. Broadcast hijacker captivates the nation. Who is the villain that called out Stardust by name? Egostic, a breakdown of the A-class villain's crimes. The hottest topic online. 0 casualties in terror attack. Incident broadcast hijacked, even overseas. Is Korea's broadcast security system truly safe? The meeting's presenter moved to the next slide. Next, we have our preliminary analysis of Egostic. The villain's profile appeared. Name, Egostic. Gender, male. Wears a mask. His power causes a cognitive impairment effect. Residence is currently unknown. A bald man with a potbelly spoke up. All right, let's begin the briefing. This was Park Jun-ho, the chairman of the Korean Hero Association. On the screen, images of a locked-room murder case appeared. He looked utterly bored by it. All right, I've seen this a dozen times. Next slide. Yes, sir. The presenter quickly moved on. I will now explain the details of yesterday's incident.
First, it appears the perpetrator used a teleportation ability to plant bombs on the building's exterior beforehand.
Upon disarming them, we confirmed they were powerful, homemade explosives. They had enough yield to destroy the entire observation deck. Our conclusion is that he crafted them himself. Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny, bald head in frustration. And we still have nothing on the broadcast hijacking. The secretary answered hesitantly, "Sir, how he bypassed our state-of-the-art security system remains a mystery. However, our analysts do have some theories. Since no one with broadcast-related powers has ever been documented, we believe he likely has a highly skilled tech expert backing him up. For now, that was their best guess. An accomplice, who is likely the bomb maker as well." The secretary's expression grew grim. "There's one more thing. He seems to have a fixation on Stardust." Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to the blonde hero. Based on evidence from a previous case, we can confirm he left a message at the crime scene specifically for Stardust. And in this latest incident, he directly called her out by name. He is clearly targeting the A-class hero in charge of this case. With Stardust present, Park Jun-ho cut right to the chase. "What did it feel like, facing him in person?" he asked, looking directly at her. "Stardust." She rose slowly, offering her professional opinion. "He's like a psychopath, one who enjoys playing games with people's hearts. What's more, he's capable of orchestrating massive terrorist attacks. He is, by every definition, a dangerous villain." 2 days after that terrorist incident, we find Kim Do in his room, groaning in bed. "Oh man, I think I'm dying." He forced himself to sit up, stumbling to the kitchen to find something to eat. But as he chugged a bottle of orange juice, a sudden voice rang out. "Are you doing that again?" Kim Do jumped, spitting out his drink as he frantically tried to explain. "Ah, no, it's not what it looks like. Seo-hee, I promise, it's not like that. Let me introduce you to this young lady. This is Han Seo-hee, a girl with the power of superintelligence." At first, he wasn't used to this genius hacker calling him Haon. In the original story, she was destined to grow up into an S-rank villain, a master hacker. Well, that was the original plot. But in this reality, he has managed to keep her by his side. The girl was throwing a fit. "This is my house. Don't you dare act like you own the place." Because in truth, the two of them were in Han Seo-hee's secret underground base. He just laughed it off. "Haha. Well, I'm the one paying for all the living expenses." Han Seo-hee immediately cut him off. "Whatever. Just shut up and drink it. Understand?" Kim Down just smiled at her adorable threat. He gently patted the girl's head. All right, I get it." The warm moment didn't last long before she shyly dragged him and the juice bottle away. "Hey, something else is happening. Hurry up." The sleek electronic door slid open, then closed behind them. Han Seo-hee sat before an advanced control monitor. "Remember that girl Lubin I mentioned before? She's a candidate to be our subordinate." It didn't take Kim Do a moment to recall. "Ah, the girl who operates on the deep web. I think she's a fan of mine." The girl typed a few commands, then pointed at the screen. "Look, she's right there, on the scene." A news anchor's voice filled the room. Egostic fanatics are carrying out a hostage-style terrorist attack in the middle of Inon's center. They've already planted bombs inside the building. Kim Do rushed toward the screen in shock. "What the hell is this? These maniacs. What if that girl is one of the hostages?" Han Seo-hee pointed to a figure holding a trembling gun. "No, she's the one in the mask." The news anchor's voice continued to report on the situation. The Egostic cultists have declared they will not negotiate, wanting only terror and death. Police have confirmed at least 3 fatalities so far, with about 300 hostages still trapped inside the building. His voice turned cold. "Seo-hee, what is our #1 rule?" The girl remembered her brother's warning perfectly. "Never, ever harm civilians." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "We have to clean this mess up. You with me, Seo-hee?" Han Seo-hee nodded firmly as he began planning to observe the site and then make his move. Meanwhile, at the scene of the copycat terror attack, Stardust stood before the furiously burning building. She bit her lip, standing in silence for a long moment before speaking into her comms. "HQ, I'm requesting permission to breach," but the response from the other side was a denial. "Stand by. Once the police have completed their final negotiations, you will be cleared for entry. With a kill order, if necessary." This whole incident only fueled her rage toward him. It was all because of that bastard. In the past, most acts of terrorism were the exclusive domain of superpowered villains. His little stunt had already sent shockwaves through the villain community, but this time, he didn't focus on superpowers. He used explosives and hostages as his main weapons to pressure the heroes. Clearly, the image of him cornering them had inspired other, ordinary people. She seethed in frustration. The very next day, Copycat crimes were already breaking out. Suddenly, a voice crackled through her radio. Stardust. Egostic has appeared at the scene. He's live streaming from inside on YouTube. Check it now. She was stunned. Stardust immediately pulled out her phone. It was true. The villain who just recently made a joke out of other people's deaths had appeared once again. Viewers were flooding into the stream. What is this? Is a villain really live streaming a terrorist attack? The #1 villain of this world. The chat was filled with absolute lunatics. This is a crime scene. Yeah, as long as it isn't me. Free Kim Sung-woo. Release Kim Sung-woo. Where are the moderators? Is he hijacking the broadcast again? The camera feed showed Egostic inside the building, confronting the group dressed exactly like him. They pointed their guns, shouting, "Who are you?" They quickly realized who he was, and their mood instantly turned to joy. Our hero has descended to this very place. Egostic? Egostic. They had no idea what he was truly planning. He's here. He's really here. Woo! He's going to kill all these ignorant fools for us. Kim Doon's expression was far from happy. Ugh, because of these guys, I had to teleport a long distance. My whole body is aching. No, damn it. The terrorists looked confused. Egostic. Suddenly, a booming laugh filled the air. Ha ha. Now this is interesting. Ha 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 ha. The fanatics, not understanding a thing, awkwardly laughed along. Ha ha. Just then, Han Seo-hee reported in. You're 3 o'clock. The guy next to the pillar is holding the detonation device. A single glance was all it took. In an instant, the man met his end. A donut-shaped hole blasted clean through his chest. The remaining terrorists screamed in shock. No, that can't be Egostic. He must be an undercover cop. They scrambled to aim their weapons at him, but before they could even pull the triggers, their guns were ripped from their grasp. The next thing they saw were the barrels of their own weapons pointed right at their faces. Egostic scoffed, raising his hand as his power flared. I've never had fools like you as my underlings. A storm of gunfire erupted, filling the building with smoke. The agonizing screams of the terrorists echoed through the live broadcast. The comments section exploded with confusion as viewers tried to make sense of the chaos. Wait, aren't they on the same side? Why did he just take them all out? He's just killing them all. This is so satisfying. Who is this Egostic guy? He's absolutely ruthless. Those psychos. Some of them are actually dead. Where are the heroes? A villain is doing their job for them. Ha ha ha. What's going to happen to everyone there? Is he some psycho trying to kill everyone? No way. You can tell he's hot even from the back. This chat is full of crazies. This was a real-time crisis. Just then, her superiors finally gave the order. The hero Stardust was cleared to enter. Her top priority was to secure the hostages from both the terrorists and Egostic. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged in to assess the scene. Only one terrorist remained alive. The very person he'd been looking for. Han Seo-eun's voice came through his earpiece. Sir, you need to save her. My intel confirms she was dragged into this against her will. She's not one of them. In a corner, the girl cowered, sobbing into her hands. Ah, help me, she cried. A sob caught in her throat as Egostic's hand reached for her. With one swift motion, he ripped her mask away. His voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Did you do anything wrong? Yes or no? Tears streamed down Lai Subin's face as she choked on her reply. Okay, I admit it. It was my fault. Her sobbing only grew louder. Okay, I was wrong. Wah. But Egostic had zero patience for tears. Keep crying, and you'll eat a bullet. Lai Subin immediately went silent, clamping her hands over her mouth. He then turned to face the terrified hostages. And to everyone's utter shock, he bowed his head deeply. I apologize. Although I did not cause this incident, I feel a great responsibility for these copycats who were inspired by my actions. His gesture sent the live chat into a frenzy. What the? Is this guy really a villain? Hold on, what is even happening right now? He continued with his sincere tone. To the hostages and anyone else affected by me, I will be sending compensation to your bank accounts. Please, check for the transfers. I offer my deepest apologies to the 3 victims who lost their lives. I will pay the highest possible compensation for their loss. Still, Egostic had his own doubts about the plan. Man, he thought, transferring from dummy accounts is still so damn traceable. Whatever. Seo-eun can handle it, right? Han Seo-eun sighed through the comms. Just get her out of there now, sir. He knew the tone meant she'd already agreed to handle the messy details. Okay. Egostic then effortlessly hoisted Lai Subin onto his shoulder. Hick. His body suddenly felt like it was being torn apart. Arg. The side effects of teleporting are making me shake. Just then, a powerful shockwave rocked the entire floor. Egostic instantly knew who was responsible. Stardust. She had just stormed the building before she could even get a clear read on the situation. A few days after that chaotic incident, we're at the Choo Choo Cafe near Yonhee University. A KPS news report flashed across a screen. Villain takes responsibility with monetary compensation, sending public into chaos. The villain Egostic bows at scene of terrorist attack. Confirming the hostages' bank accounts was no simple task. Just what kind of person is he? KPS is conducting a special investigation. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, her eyes glued to her smartphone. Her fingers scrolled through an endless stream of comments. Everyone was talking about him. Who is this Egostic? The name Egostic sounds totally legendary. Her mind flashed back to her reckless charge into the building. Luckily, Egostic's legs had given out at that exact moment, causing him to dodge her attack. Stardust had been too rash to react in time. Damn it. And just like that, she let the very villain she was meant to capture slip away. The more she replayed it, the more frustrated she became. Shinharu sighed in annoyance. Just then, another girl approached and pulled out a chair. She asked with gentle concern, "Shinharu, what's wrong? Is your homework too hard?" Kim Chae-hyun, Haru's sunbae, snapped her out of her brooding. Haru quickly looked up. "Oh, it's nothing, sunbae." Flustered, she turned back to her textbook. "I'm fine. Just spacing out a little." Stardust, Korea's A-rank hero. Her real name is Shinharu. While in her hero persona, she uses a perception filter to conceal her true identity. That's why everyone here just sees her as a normal college student. Well, maybe not completely normal. After all, she seemed to capture the gaze of every man in the room. Regardless, something had been weighing heavily on her mind lately. It was the name that Haru kept muttering to herself all day long. Egostic. She furiously circled the hated name in her notebook. Humans are all selfish. A massive question echoed in her mind. But why would a villain save the hostages? Suddenly, the person in front of her gently pinched her cheek. "Look at you, making that long face again." Kim Chae-hyun said cheerfully, "Let's put the homework aside for now. How about we go get some mango bingsu? It's your favorite." At the mere mention of mango, Haru's expression instantly brightened. But just as quickly, an image of Egostic's crazed face and twisted laugh invaded her thoughts. "Ha ha." Haru blinked, and her face darkened once more. Kim Chae-hyun, watching her closely, instantly read her expression. Even mangoes couldn't solve this. That's impossible. She heard the sharp snap of a pen. Haru muttered under her breath, "That mango was mine." Chae-hyun soothed her like a child. All right, the mango is yours. It's all yours." A fire raged within Haru, burning as hot as the pits of hell. "I'm completely obsessed with this guy. Egostic, I swear, I will force you out of the shadows." But despite her anger, she still looked adorable, eating the mango ice cream he offered. Meanwhile, in the heart of Seoul, a place haunted by both villains and heroes, stands a perfectly ordinary-looking house. But once you open the front door, you'll find a second, hidden door right next to the entrance. Behind this second door, surprisingly, is an elevator. After stepping inside and entering a passcode, the doors slide shut, and the descent begins, plunging dozens of stories underground. You arrive at the secret base of Egostic himself. Black Kim was lounging proudly in a glass chamber he dubbed the Ego Base. Seo looked on, completely annoyed. "Hey, why are you giving my house a ridiculous name?" He replied with infuriating confidence. What's the problem? There's no your house or my house between us, is there? Your home is my home, and my home is your home." She pouted with contempt but didn't actually deny it. "What is this nonsense? It makes no sense at all." But a sudden jolt from his knees shattered his relaxed posture. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to flail and cry out. Seo shot back, irritated. "Stop spouting nonsense and lie still if you want to heal. Don't be so dramatic." Black Kim whined pitifully. "Don't be so harsh. I had to teleport with an extra person, so I'm dealing with double the fatigue." Then, a sly grin spread across his face. Seo, the girl with a super intellect. His eyes landed on her, sitting on the sofa, with a look of pure craving. TSK. Now where was I? A look of pure satisfaction crossed his face. This might not be why I recruited her as my sidekick, but her fatigue recovery ability is absolutely the best. Seo glanced at him, then gave a sudden thumbs up with a bizarre expression. What was that about? Just then, the door slid open, and the person he'd risked his life to save walked through. "I'm back." Seeing the empty fridge, Lee Subin asked shyly. "I was wondering if anyone wanted some snacks." Black Kim shot up, practically screaming. "Wait, aren't you a wanted fugitive?" She beamed, explaining cheerfully. "It's fine. I covered my face completely before I went out." He stared back, utterly aghast. That's 1,000 times more suspicious. But to his surprise, Seo put down her book and trotted obediently over to Subin. Seeing this, a strange suspicion sparked in Black Kim's mind. "Don't tell me. She had me rescue a fugitive just to run errands for her. In a flash, he teleported right in front of Seo. Why did you have me bring her here? The young girl casually unwrapped her ice cream and answered, Oh, I just figured I could use her help with a few things. Black Kim practically sputtered. What? He leaned in and whispered furiously. That's something you ask before they become a known terrorist. He was dead set against having a terrorist in their base. Seo, can you guarantee she won't start shooting up the place? She sighed, dismissing his concern. That's not going to happen, she stated with absolute certainty. She never even wanted to be a terrorist. She was basically forced into it by your ex-followers. Then she pointed directly at the newcomer. You, miss. Wait, sir. No, miss. You're Lee Subin, right? The woman flinched. Wait, how do you know my name? Seo had a look that said she knew it all. I know everything. Miss Lee Subin. The girl even knew her family history. Your parents. They were both researchers for the Hanso group, correct? The color drained from Subin's face. How could you possibly know that? Seo explained casually. I read the articles you posted on the deep web. Your security programs are full of holes. So, do you want revenge? She stepped closer to the stunned Subin. Revenge on the Hansio group? Don't you want to make them pay for what they did to your parents? I'm currently hunting down the leaders of Hansio myself. They took a lot from me, too. Her invitation was crystal clear. I won't rest until I find those scumbags and grind them into dust. So, will you help me? In that instant, Black Kim understood everything. So that's it. This girl. She's another victim of the Hansio group, just like Seo. It's just like when I first recruited Seo. I convinced her to be my sidekick by promising I'd help her get her revenge. Of course, my real goal was to stop her from becoming an S-rank villain down the line. But still, this Lee Subin character. I don't remember her from the original story at all. She must be a minor side character. That might mean she's harmless. But first I need to see if she's even useful. He was snapped out of his thoughts by the sight of the two girls sobbing and hugging each other. Huh. Black Kim stared blankly at the emotional scene. Wah, sister. Hick. Seo? Wow, things are moving way too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up with this emotional roller coaster. And Seo, so much for your cool and stoic image. He watched the two of them have their moment for a little longer, then quietly returned to his recovery pod. Yeah, I'll just stay out of this. That evening, in a cozy restaurant, all eyes were on a young couple, filled with concern. The restaurant fell silent, broken only by the sound of the wife's sobs. Tears streamed endlessly down her cheeks, her voice filled with desperation as she demanded an answer. How? Hick. How could you do this to me? But the man across from her just glared with a dark expression, completely ruining her appetite. I'm pouring my heart out to you. Why do you look so miserable? The whole scene was so alarming, someone called the cops. An officer with a stone-cold expression approached their table. We've had a report of a possible assault. You need to come with me to the station. The man muttered a curse under his breath. Seriously? Damn it, just give me a bite. Get lost. The officer, having lost all patience, placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, that's it. You're coming with me. Suddenly, the man's body glowed with a crimson light. In a flash, the officer was teleported to the very edge of a skyscraper's rooftop. The man's twisted voice echoed from behind him. So, are we heading to the station together? He scoffed and delivered a swift kick. Sure, but let me send you off first. Caught completely off guard, the officer plummeted from the skyscraper. The man just smirked coldly. Who do you think you are to defy me, you foolish cop? This is the A-rank villain, Kim Ha-chun, a master of spatial teleportation. The world around him seemed desolate and ruined. A voice screamed out, Did you think killing me would change anything? Hanso. It was the 5th-ranked villain, the White Witch, looking entirely different from her present self. Before Stardust could see the hero's face, a voice shattered the memory. Hey, snap out of it. Back in the present, 16-year-old Hansio, a huge fan of orange juice, screamed, You drank my orange juice again, didn't you? Lai Subin, who was washing dishes, spoke up awkwardly. Seo Wu? I'm sorry. That was me. I'll buy you another one. Seo Wu, who'd been glaring at her brother, instantly ran over to hug Subin. Her mood flipped in an instant, her smile radiant. It's okay, sis. Kim Da-eun watched this unfold with a grimace. She acts so differently with me. He then spoke up. By the way, Seo Wu, you finally stopped pretending to be a boy? The girl immediately flew into a rage. Finding her weak spot, Kim Da-eun just cackled with glee. Their life together was peaceful and happy, but it was a stark contrast to the tragedy mentioned in the original story. A story about Hansio and her superintelligence. She was the sole survivor of the Blossom Project, an initiative run by the Hansio Corporation. Hundreds of children were used in their illegal experiments. One day, a child developed an unforeseen complication. Everyone involved died, except for Seo Woo. The entire building collapsed that day. Afterward, covered in wounds, she escaped the facility. She hid in a basement, building the shelter they now lived in. She lived in solitude for years, until he found her. Kim Da-eun's sudden appearance shattered her peaceful isolation. A chair crashed to the floor, making a loud noise. Seo Woo bristled like a cornered animal, on high alert. Kim Da-eun calmly made his offer. Don't you want revenge on them? I need your help, too. Seo Woo. Facing the girl's terrified gaze, he extended a hand as a sign of peace. I'm not here to hurt you. And that was the moment that led to their present. I'm here to save you. This was different from the original story. In that timeline, consumed by hatred, Seo Woo became an S-class villain and lost her life. Such a pitiful fate. He promised himself he would never let her walk that dark path again. Still, a question lingered in his mind. Since Seo Woo is my accomplice now, does that technically make her a villain? Well, no matter. We have to walk the right path. Failing his intense stare, Seo Woo turned and snapped. What are you looking at? You wouldn't get it anyway. Kim Da-eun's gaze shifted to the other person in the room. Subin's parents were researchers, but both had passed away. She was self-taught and got into a prestigious university. He knew her background well, a computer engineering major. She would likely handle technical support for Seo Woo. He calmly took a sip of water. Even if she was a character he'd never known and seemed a bit suspicious, her cooking skills were undeniably top tier. Suddenly, Seo Woo held out a tiny spider. This is an external location sensor. Kim Da-eun looked completely clueless. Why would I need a tracker? She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Sec. Did you already forget what our job is? She pointed to a man on the screen. It's for the target you picked from the villain list. He looked on in shock. The instant teleporter. It's him. Kim Da-eun knew him all too well. This guy could teleport infinitely over short distances with absolutely no penalty. He was impossible to pin down with physical attacks. An incredibly tough opponent. But the girl just grinned with excitement. The harder the target, the sooner we take them out. He rubbed his head in agony. Do you have any idea how exhausting constant teleportation is for me? Seo Woo just cheered him on. Get to work, Egostic. They quickly departed, heading for a small, secluded apartment. Kim Da-eun crept along the building's rooftop, his heart pounding. Seo Woo, you sure it's okay for me to go in? The girl urged him on. What is it? You're not in yet? Hurry up and go. But he was still paralyzed by anxiety. Was it really wise to teleport directly into the living room? What if he's right there? Seo Woo sighed and repeated herself. I've told you so many times. You just fire the bullet with the tracking device attached. Even if he teleports to dodge the shot, the device will still hit him. Kim Da-eun stared at the shiny pistol. What? But how? She was starting to get angry now. Because I made the device faster than the bullet itself. You were a liberal arts major, you wouldn't understand the physics anyway. Just go. Still, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster to just take him out on the street? Seo Woo wanted to flip a table over her brother's cowardice. He never goes outside, he only uses teleportation. I've already investigated and planned for this entire scenario. Gosh, this is so frustrating. The girl was losing her mind, chugging a bottle of water. Beside her, Subin nervously cheered. You can do it. Egostic. Hearing that, Seo Woo shyly echoed her support. Go, Egostic. A surge of power coursed through Kim Da-eun. All right, let's begin. In a flash, he teleported straight into the criminal's home. The target had just stepped out of the shower. He froze, shocked by the sudden intrusion. Instantly, Seo's voice screamed over the comms, now, take the shot. He raised his weapon and fired without hesitation. But it wasn't a bullet. 2 micro-drones launched out at impossible speeds. But just as predicted, Hak-chun vanished into thin air. Kim Da-eun tossed the weapon aside. Damn it, Seo-ah, report. Did the tracker hit? Seo-ah's voice crackled with confirmation. It's a lock. We got him. Subin, give us the coordinates, now. She instantly pinpointed his new location. Target is 500 meters east. No time to think. He just followed her lead. Got it. He materialized in the middle of a bustling street. Huh. Who's that? What the? The surrounding crowd immediately recognized him. Hey, isn't that Egostic? What? It's really him. He scowled, scanning the chaos around him. Damn it, this wasn't part of the plan. And just like that, his appearance went viral, flooding every social media feed. In a lecture hall at Jeonhee University, Shin Haru was deep in her studies, completely unaware of the chaos. Suddenly, an urgent alert blared from her comms. Egostic has appeared downtown. Hero Stardust, deploy immediately by order of the association. She shot up from her seat in shock. What? Every head in the lecture hall swiveled towards her. Ah, my apologies. Haru frantically gathered her belongings to make a run for it. "Excuse me," she yelled, dashing out the door. "What is he up to this time?" Meanwhile, Egostic was focused. COA rescanned that location. There, at the intersection just ahead. Kim Dae-in's eyes locked onto Hak Chun, who was stumbling away. Wait, did the tracker actually hit him? Just then, the light turned red. He didn't care. He leaped into the street to block the villain's path. "Screw it. I'm ending this now." COA's panicked scream echoed in his ear. In his desperate rush to capture the A-class villain, Dae-in hadn't looked both ways. A massive truck was barreling towards him at full speed. There was no way he could get out of its path in time. As he fled, Kim Hak-chun's mind flashed back to that fateful day. "Hey, Kim Hak-chun, did you have fun stealing our money and running away, huh?" Back then, he was weak and helpless, his voice a pathetic whimper. "I'll pay it back. I swear. Just please. Let me go." His pleas weren't enough. He started screaming desperately, "I'll pay it back." His cries only annoyed the ringleader. "I've had enough of this." He pressed his lit cigarette against the rope binding Kim Hak-chun. "I don't need your damn money." Seeing the rope begin to smolder, he thrashed wildly. "No, please, don't. I was wrong. Just spare me this one time." But his words were useless. The rope snapped, and he plunged toward the ocean below. In that moment, all hope was lost. Kim Hak-chun screamed a final curse. "You bastards, you worthless scumbags." As the water rushed up to meet him, he roared with all the fury in his soul, "I curse you. I hope you all die." And in that very instant, Kim Hak-chun vanished. Just as his tormentors were about to leave, he reappeared out of nowhere, a short distance away. The bizarre sight drained the color from their faces. What the hell? Kim Hak-chun himself was just as confused, staring at his own unharmed body. Huh, what was that? Once the initial shock wore off, his attackers charged. Get him. In moments, he was surrounded, yet he didn't move an inch. After standing completely still, Kim Hak-chun slowly clenched his fist. A wicked smile spread across his face. "So, this means no one in the world can ever catch me again." With that thought, he vanished, letting his attackers slam into each other as he escaped. Back in the present, the truck screeched to a halt, but Kim Dae-in was already gone. He reappeared inside the truck's cab, terrifying the driver. Seeing his opponent was perfectly fine, Hak-chun seethed with rage. Son of a bitch. Realizing the tables had turned, he warped away again. The timing was perfect. How did he still dodge it? Damn it. By the time Kim Dae-in stepped out of the truck, Hak-chun was already on a nearby rooftop. Watching from above, he gritted his teeth in fury. Wait, is it possible he took out those other two villains? For no personal reason at all. The more Hak-chun thought about it, the angrier he became. We have no history. I've never even met this guy. Down on the street, a crowd of civilians had now swarmed around Egostic. Yes, thank you. I'm a bit busy right now, so I can't talk. Oh, my. Please don't be afraid, everyone. I'm not here to hurt you. Now then, it's time for you to go to hell. You A-class villain with the teleportation ability. As those words reached his ears, a chilling thought entered Hak-chun's mind. Is he a villain hunter? Does he just kill people like me? Before he could even process the thought, Egostic appeared right beside him. From that moment on, wherever Hak-chun warped, Egostic was right there with him. Trash belongs in the trash can. And scum like you needs to be erased from this world. Come on now. Time to take out today's garbage. This psycho. Hounded relentlessly, he finally snapped, grabbing the nearest civilian. How can I still hear his voice right next to me? Hak-chun shoved the hostage aside and made a run for it. But before the young woman could even fall, Egostic was there, catching her in his arms. Whoa there, easy now. As the stunned girl looked up at him, he asked gently, Are you all right, miss? Model. The gesture made the girl's face flush bright red. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, that villain Kim Hak-chun, after teleporting nonstop, had finally burned through all his stamina. He couldn't hold on any longer. He officially collapsed, his mind screaming, Why me? Letting the girl rest, Egostic turned his focus to his original target, the A-class villain, the one who could teleport. When the man said nothing, he pulled out a handgun, pressing it right against his head. You've already admitted to your crimes. Suddenly being berated like that, the unconscious Kim Hak-chun somehow managed to argue back. Egostic just scoffed. Damn it, you're a villain too, you know. Yeah, but at least I'm not a pathetic coward like you. With that, he turned and shouted to the gawking crowd. Everyone, this piece of trash stole tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those people were someone's husband, father, friend, and son. Are you willing to forgive a cold-blooded killer like this? Faced with the question, the crowd didn't hesitate. Finish him. That's right, finish him off. Kill him. Kill him. Hearing their cries, Kim Hatchin trembled uncontrollably. You sons of bitches. How does screaming for my death make you any different from me? Egostic heard the crowd's verdict, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Hatchin, your biggest crime is actually what you become later. An A-class villain who slaughters hundreds and torments Stardust countless times. Snapping out of his thoughts, his expression hardened, his voice dripping with menace. Are you saying our crimes are the same? Sorry, but it looks like your story ends right here. In the next instant, a scream of agony tore through the air. Egostic cautiously glanced around, only to be met with the sight of the crowd cheering with absolute delight. Their reaction left him completely stunned. What the? They just watched a man get shot dead. They should be screaming in terror. With his task complete, he stood there dazed, observing the joyful faces in the crowd. This world may have superpowers, but it's not so different from my old one. But it's in moments like these that I truly realize I'm in another world entirely. The people here were just impossible to understand. Shaking the thoughts away, Egostic set it aside, taking off his hat as a greeting. But I'm a villain, you know. Aren't you all afraid of me? Seeing his expression, the crowd finally showed a bit of apprehension. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Egostic knew exactly who it was, and his head snapped towards the sky. Stardust. Damn it. I've been grandstanding for way too long. Stardust landed swiftly, pointing right at his face. You scoundrel. Egostic paid her no mind, choosing instead to admire the newcomer. Normally, she was just a slightly cold college student, but when she becomes a hero, her tone changes completely, like something out of a historical drama. At that thought, his inner fanboy mode activated. It was just too adorable. However, Stardust completely misinterpreted his dazed look. What have you done? But no matter how mesmerized he was, Egostic slipped right back into his villain persona. What do you mean, what have I done? I just took care of a vicious A-class villain, a murderer and bank robber. I was just handling the work a hero is supposed to do. Faced with those words, Stardust was left utterly speechless. Seeing her reaction, he pressed his advantage. Oh, did I do something wrong? An A-class villain can be judged on the spot by a hero, after all. Unable to argue, she changed the subject entirely. Egostic, do you think you're some kind of hero? Her words successfully broke through his act, leaving him stunned. Huh? I'm a villain. As he said it, a sudden realization dawned on him. In a situation like this, tons of people must be filming and praising Stardust, right? This crowd is huge. It's perfect. Snapping out of it, he smiled and began to clap sarcastically. Truly, as expected of Stardust. For a villain like me to punish the wicked is, admittedly, against the rules. But I simply cannot stand her unwavering, ironclad sense of justice. I suppose I should make my retreat for today. These words once again sent the crowd into a frenzy of discussion. He's right. Our villain's only allowed to fight heroes. He sounds so cool when he says that. And you did arrive late, after all. You couldn't even take down the teleporter. To be honest, Egostic didn't really do anything wrong. The comments left Stardust feeling completely bewildered and heartbroken. It wasn't just her. Egostic also felt like the world had gone insane. What is this? Something is definitely wrong here. Just then, Hansel's voice buzzed in his earpiece. Boss, stop messing around and let's go. The urgent plea, combined with the bizarre situation, sent him into a panic. No. That's not what I meant. I'm not right. I'm going to keep doing evil things, and Stardust will just have to stop me. Pausing for a moment, he switched back to his cool persona. In that case, this is where we part ways for today. After speaking, he immediately used his power and vanished. With nothing left to see, the crowd began to disperse, leaving a pensive Stardust standing alone. We should get going too, right? Yeah, let's go. After everyone was gone, she walked over to the now dead Kim Hae-chun. Dejectedly returning to the base, Egostic collapsed the moment he got through the door. Hansel saw him and cried out, Subin, over here, quickly. A girl named Lee Subin rushed over in a panic. What's wrong? She knelt down to check on him, explaining, it's the side effect of his teleportation ability. After a quick assessment, the two girls began to drag him back to his room. All right, on 3, 1, 2. Just then, the phone in Egostic's pocket buzzed to life. A new post had just exploded onto the community forums. It was a popularity poll. Who's cooler, the awesome Egostic or that old-fashioned hero, Stardust? My vote's obvious. That evening, perched atop a skyscraper, Stardust silently scrolled through the post. As she finished, a wave of sadness washed over her, leaving her alone with the city lights. Her mind drifted back to a dark chapter from her past. Back when she was just Shinharu, a 17-year-old student, and tragedy struck. No. Mom. Dad. Seeing her broken form, the robber sneered, clutching the wallet he'd just stolen. You should have just handed this over quietly. He admired his handiwork for a moment, then pocketed the wallet and drew a pistol. Go on, blame your stupid parents. But with a gun to her head, Shinharu felt no fear. She had nothing left to lose. Disappointed by her lack of terror, the robber let out a bored chuckle and holstered his weapon. Guess this is your lucky day, huh? With that, he flicked his cigarette away and walked off into the night. Watching her parents' murderer simply walk away, Shinharu was powerless, collapsing to the ground in a flood of helpless tears. If only I'd had the strength to protect them. But no amount of regret could change what had happened. Mom, Dad, I swear I'll make that monster pay. After making that vow, Shinharu could only kneel beside her parents' bodies, her heart shattering with every sob. In that moment, a single streak of light tore through the dark sky. A shooting star, plummeting straight into the narrow alley. The weeping student, Shinharu, looked up at the strange glow. As her eyes met the light, she was blinded by its incredible brilliance. The alley was engulfed in an ethereal radiance. When the light finally faded, Shinharu lay unconscious, her black hair now a brilliant gold. The next day, back at the secret base, a fully rested Kim Egostic finally opened his eyes. Han Seo-woo was waiting eagerly by the glass panel, practically vibrating with excitement. You're awake. Before he could say a word, he tiredly asked his question. Seo-woo, think I can get a hot meal? Suddenly, Han Seo-woo held out her phone. You can eat while you listen to this. Without missing a beat, she began reading an article from the screen. A compilation of the truth about the Class A villain, Egostic. Just the facts about the Class A villain, Egostic. Reading carefully, Han Seo-woo recounted his long list of achievements. Eliminated the Class A villain known as Lie. Also eliminated the Class A villain, Zodiac. For the weary citizens of Korea, he even orchestrated and resolved the special situation at the Space Dome Observatory. Just when the articles seemed to be over, she continued. He also suppressed a cult of his own fanatical followers who were causing a disturbance and taking hostages, and then he paid compensation to the victims. Pausing for effect, Han Seo-woo read the final parts of the article. This Class A villain, a teleporter who has evaded capture for ages, is considered nearly impossible to catch, despite the massive bounty on his head. Honestly, he doesn't sound much like a villain at all. As if that wasn't shocking enough, the girl added with a grin, it has 7,842 likes and only 12 dislikes. What do you think of that? Hearing this, a confused Egostic quickly asked, what about Stardust? At the mention of her name, Han Seo-woo couldn't hide her annoyance. Oh, Stardust? Just look at the comments right below. Before he could grab his phone, she read them aloud. Honestly, Egostic is way better than Stardust. What has she even done lately? Hearing those words, Egostic, who had been eating, nearly choked on his food. But she wasn't done yet. The great Egostic has already taken down 3 Class A villains. After regaining his composure, Egostic stammered out a question. So why are people hating on Stardust? After thinking for a moment, Han Seo-woo replied, probably because out of the 3 Class A heroes, she's the least active. Shadow Walker and Iceman have saved dozens, even hundreds of people on their own, while Stardust's record isn't as impressive. After reading everything, she nervously glanced over to see his reaction. So, that's how people feel. Hearing these comments, Kim Egostic couldn't hide his despair. Is that what most people think? But the shocks kept coming. Han Seo-woo showed him her screen with this strange-looking mango icon. Yep, and Egostic even has his own official fan club. That final piece of information completely shattered Egostic's world. He dropped to his knees, grabbing his head in agony. No, this can't be happening. What kind of crazy people make a fan club for a villain? Unable to accept this reality, he shot to his feet, a new plan already forming in his mind. All right, I can't let this continue. After some quick thinking, Kim Egostic decided to start preparing his next major terrorist plot. Seo-woo, Subin, you two are with me, right? Suddenly put on the spot, the two girls looked at each other in stunned panic. Hey, why me again? Ignoring their dejected faces, he was filled with a renewed sense of excitement and purpose. We have to show the people of Korea what a real villain is, and who a real hero is. Just you wait, Stardust. I'm going to put you back on top. Meanwhile, the very hero he was thinking of was blissfully enjoying a delicious mango frap. While sipping her drink, Shinharu's eyes caught something beautiful. Outside, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, creating a breathtakingly romantic scene. But even in such a beautiful, poetic moment, her mind was filled with the public's harsh criticism. Being a great hero is so much harder than it looks. So, you only show up after the job is done? At this rate, we'll never catch that teleporter. Remembering those words, Shinharu let out a heavy sigh. A tide of dark thoughts threatened to drag her under. The public was more obsessed with Egostic, a villain who actually slaughtered his enemies, than heroes who only put them on probation. I did my best, so why am I still taking all the heat? Refusing to sink any further, Shinharu slapped her cheeks hard, forcing herself to wake up. Just then, a familiar voice called out to her. Haru, why are you hitting yourself? At the sound of that voice, she looked up to see Kim Jae-hyun sitting beside her with a gentle smile. Seeing Shinharu's distress, her senior offered a bright smile. The weather is beautiful. Let's take a little break, you and I. Hearing the invitation, Shinharu immediately agreed. You're right. When did the cherry blossoms start blooming like this? Kim Jae-hyun excitedly pulled out her phone. Oh, that's right. Do you want to see something? This is all the rage lately, but I bet you haven't seen it. Haru. She showed her a picture of a dancing mango. So, isn't it hilarious? I find it really charming these days. Staring at the image, Shinharu gritted her teeth in frustration. Even Jae-hyun is a fan of his. As she scrolled through her phone, something suddenly caught her eye. Huh? What's this? Kim Jae-hyun held out her screen. Haru, Egostic is doing a live stream. Hearing this, she froze. What? The moment she took out her phone, that all too familiar voice rang out. Egostic was targeting Stardust again. She immediately raced back to the association and deployed to the scene. The moment the announcement ended, Shinharu slammed the table and shot to her feet. Jae-hyun, something urgent came up. I have to go. I'm sorry. With that, she turned and sprinted out of the cafe, leaving Kim Jae-hyun speechless. Haru. As she ran, Shinharu made a vow. Just you wait, Egostic. This time, I will definitely catch you. Meanwhile, on a cliff somewhere, a familiar screen appeared, followed by the sound of Egostic's voice. It's been a while. Hello, everyone. I am the villain, Egostic. After his introduction, he eagerly watched the comments roll in. How will they react? Seriously, are they treating this like some kind of surprise pop-up event? Shaking off the thought, Egostic turned on his phone and spoke playfully. There's been a lot of news about me lately, hasn't there? I'm not a hero. I'm a villain, and yet I even have a fan club. At this, he let out a sinister smile. He angled the phone to show a set of train tracks below. It seems you've all got the wrong idea. I am a villain. Pointing to the hostages tied to the tracks, he then gestured to a distant train. Ah, and it looks like the train is about to arrive. Are you watching, Stardust? As he posed the question, a comment immediately popped up. He's still a die-hard Stardust fanboy. Ignoring it, he began to explain his game. The rules are simple, so make your choice. Egostic aimed the camera at the tracks, cranking up the pressure. Will you leave the lever untouched, saving one person at the cost of 5, or will you sacrifice one for the many? Pull the lever, and one person dies. As he said this, he thought of Lee Subin conducting the train, continuing to apply pressure. And don't get any funny ideas. If you try to pull those people off the tracks, I'll derail the train myself. Got it? With the rules laid out, Egostic made his invitation. There is only one choice you can make. Pull the lever. Just as he finished speaking, Stardust appeared. You bastard, Egostic. Without a second thought, the girl dove straight down. From his perch above, he watched with satisfaction. So you've arrived, Stardust. Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate her options. If I try to save them, the passengers on that train will be in danger. Think, Stardust, how can I possibly save everyone? Witnessing her hesitation, Egostic's voice dripped with false urgency. Come on now, the Pentakin train is entering the station. What will our dear Stardust choose to do? Before she could even act, the viewers began to speculate. Reading the comments, Egostic was pleased. Just as I thought, everyone expects Stardust to pull the lever. But I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. Just then, a panicked Lee Subin screamed through his earpiece. Sir, she's running towards me. What do I do? Seeing her speeding figure, he calmly reassured her. We're live, so I'm muting the broadcast mic for a sec. Don't worry, she's not coming to hurt you. Lee Subin nodded, regaining a bit of confidence, and continued forward. Yes, sir. With his accomplice soothed, Egostic resumed his villainous performance. Okay, mic back on. Oh my, is this allowed? What on earth is Stardust doing? Is that even possible? She's going to be torn to pieces. Stardust, why are you on a suicide run? Stop. But no matter what he said, Stardust and the train collided head-on. He watched the hero below. What choice would the righteous girl make? The one he'd been waiting for was trapped in a torment of indecision. Then she made her choice. Stardust gritted her teeth and shot toward the speeding train. Seeing this, a smirk played on Egostic's lips as he tipped his hat down. Perfect. Everything was falling right into place. Pleased with the unfolding chaos, he picked up a terrified, struggling woman. He carried her closer to the railroad. Reaching the tracks, Egostic gently placed the pale-faced hostage down, then used tape to bind her to the cold steel. But even as he played the villain, his inner voice was whining. Man, This is exhausting. If it weren't for Shadow Walker, a nighttime gig would have been so much easier. Daylight terror attacks have way too many variables, but despite his internal grumbling, he expertly finished the final restraint. With the hostage secured, Egostic teleported in a flash, taking his place on a cliffside perch to watch the show unfold. He glanced down at the 5 people tied to the tracks below, a deep satisfaction washing over him. He couldn't help but feel a little proud of his handiwork. As he gazed at the scene, his mind drifted. He recalled a crucial piece of information from the original story. In that timeline, Stardust grew weaker after clashing with villains, but those trials were what forced her to mature. If he simply eliminated all the threats for her, she would never reach her true potential. Snapping back to reality, he traced a few familiar words into the dirt. When he was done, a confident smirk spread across his face as he thought, "Consider this your own private training ground." Back in the present, he watched as the hero slammed into the train with all her might, but her method was more reckless than he'd anticipated. He flinched, instinctively wanting to stop her. What is she thinking? Going head-on like that will get her killed. The dramatic scene sent the online viewers into a frenzy. As he scrolled through the live comments, he feigned despair. This wasn't what I intended, but inside, he was bursting with satisfaction. Hey, it's exactly what I intended. Meanwhile, Stardust's impact had completely shattered the front of the locomotive. From his perch, Egostic coolly analyzed the situation. Her raw strength and flight power were both lacking by about 2%. She was still just a hair's breadth away from being an A-rank hero, which meant stopping a train of this magnitude should have been impossible. But he knew something about her that no one else did. He watched her strained face, etched with pure determination. The greater the danger, the more her power would explosively grow. And just as he thought that, the train began to push her back. Yet, his confidence in her never wavered. She can do this. I know she can. Fueled by his unwavering faith, the train's engine began to sputter and grind. But instead of stopping, it surged forward with even more force. A wave of anxiety hit Egostic. Wait, is it actually speeding up? Realizing his miscalculation, he frantically called for his partner. But Lee Subin had fainted from the stress long ago. Subin. Hey, Subin, wake up. There was no response. A genuine panic seized him. This wasn't part of the plan. I didn't account for this. The worst-case scenario flashed through his mind like a horror film. If those people tied to the tracks actually died, then Stardust's heroic journey would be shattered before it even began. The thought made Egostic grab his head in desperation. Ag, what do I do? At that very moment, the train was closing in on the helpless hostage. Seeing this, Stardust grit her teeth and unleashed a power beyond her limits. The train still wasn't stopping. She poured every last ounce of her being into holding it back. The front of the locomotive was a twisted wreck, but its momentum was unbroken. From the cliff, Egostic watched with desperate hope. Come on. Please, you have to do this. The distance between the train and the hostage was shrinking fast. All he could do was pray. Please, please. But then, something shifted. After all her struggle, something had finally given way. The train was stopped. Stardust had done it. And the whole thing was caught on camera. Witnessing the impossible, Egostic was flooded with pure elation. She actually did it. We're out of the woods, for now. Amid the chaotic aftermath, a new sense of anticipation filled him. All right, come on out. Show everyone you're okay. Stardust. Is she all right? That train was moving so fast. Staring at the live stream, his mind began to race again. Could she have died in the impact? But just then, through the smoke and debris, a familiar silhouette emerged. Seeing that she was safe, he couldn't contain his excitement. He cheered for a solid moment before remembering. He was supposed to be the villain. He quickly composed himself. You actually stopped it. You withstood that. He stammered. This isn't how my plan was supposed to go. His gaze fell upon the stunned hero below as he began to spin the narrative. She found her own way. A third option to solve an impossible choice. Yes, that's it. His declaration made the comment section explode. Reading through the reactions, his face lit up with excitement. Yes, this is the reaction I wanted. See, with his pride soaring, he began to shower the hero below with praise. This is the hero known as Stardust. Witness how her power awakens. Born from a pure desire to save others, having exhausted every bit of her strength, Stardust finally collapsed. Seeing this, his eyes filled with genuine worry, his villainous persona completely forgotten. He leapt down from the cliff to check on her. As he got closer, he heard her whisper a curse, and it tugged at his heart. You damn villain. All right, Stardust. You did well. Far better than I ever could have imagined. This is your victory. With those words, he gently closed her eyes. I'll be going now. Rest well, he whispered. Another hero will be here to help you soon. Letting her rest, he stood up and removed his hat in a sign of respect. And with that, my reign of terror comes to an end. Thank you. Thanks for watching. After the line, the screen cuts to black. Then a shocking comment ignites the chat. What's with the tense atmosphere between those two? The next morning, at the secret base, Ha-eun is a bundle of energy, zipping around. Wake up, you sleepyheads, Kim Dane and Lee Subin. After yesterday's chaos, the other girl was completely drained. Oh my god, I think I'm dying. Morning, So-eun. Seeing her condition, the little girl judged them. Just one terrorist attack and they're already this wiped out. Without a word of complaint, Han Seo-eun simply pointed to a table full of food, a silent invitation. At the sight of the hot meal, both of their eyes lit up. Seo-eun, did you prepare all this? A fully awake Dane ruffled Han Seo-eun's hair in praise. Thanks a lot, Seo-eun. Ah, it was nothing. Embarrassed, she pinched his side. While Dane doubled over, Ha-eun sat at the table and urged them, hurry and eat before it gets cold. The throne of them sat down together and started their breakfast. Enjoy the meal, everyone. After that, they all focused on the delicious food. While eating, Han Seo-eun noticed the remote nearby and grabbed it. She scarfed down her food and dashed to the sofa to watch TV. Let's see the latest news. The news broadcast started. Han Seo-eun excitedly pointed at the screen. Let's see how they reported on yesterday's masterpiece. Next on the news. Hearing that, Dane couldn't hide a smug grin while he ate. His image as a villain must be deeply etched in the public's mind now. And of course, Stardust's fame would skyrocket. It was two birds with one stone. A perfect win. Just as Han Seo-eun burst out laughing, her strange reaction caught him off guard. Huh? What is it? She pointed at the screen, completely agitated. They're saying you two are dating. The news anchor's commentary rang out. This is about the aftermath of the A-rank hero, Stardust, stopping the train yesterday. First, please direct your attention to this photo. The moment he gently closed her eyes to let her rest appeared on screen. The anchor continued. Looking at this, you can see the villain and the hero look just like a couple in love. In another location, Shin Haru was watching the same report. She couldn't contain her fury, crushing the glass in her hand. As one of the parties involved, Kim Dane was horrified. What the hell is this? The host explained that in Korea, the most popular villain is Egostic, and the rising rookie superhero is Stardust. The dating rumors between them are really heating up lately. Reporter Park, what's the reason for this sudden explosion of romance rumors? Reporter Park pointed to the screen and replied, Look here, do you recognize this? The host answered, Huh? Ah, yes. It's a line of text with Stardust's name. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the desk, stood up, and shouted, Wrong. It's not just a simple line of text. To my Stardust. This is my gift to you. That's the real meaning behind it. Next, the screen showed the clip of Kim Dane kneeling beside an unconscious Shin Haru. He said, All right, Stardust, you did a great job, in a way I never even thought of. This is your victory. Reporter Park pointed right at this scene. His voice boomed with conviction. Look closely. If this isn't love, then what is it? When Egostic said those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust also quietly drifted off. Reporter Park said, If they're not dating, what else could you call this? Elsewhere, Shin Haru sat alone in a classroom watching the segment. Her mood was grim as she rested her chin on her hand. She thought to herself, has everyone lost their minds? Dating rumors with that crazy villain? There is absolutely no way that's happening. Shin Haru fell silent for a moment, then she wondered, what is this? Clearly, I should feel nothing but hatred and disgust for that guy. But mixed in with it all is this other, confusing feeling. While Shin Haru was gloomily muttering to herself, a girl walked up to her. Kim Chae-hyun looked at Shin Haru with a sympathetic face. Haru, your spirit has been crushed by your studies. Then Kim Chae-hyun pulled out a flyer for an ice cream festival, smiling brightly at Shin Haru. Today, let me be the one to heal you. After that, Kim Chae-hyun tossed the flyer aside. With shining, emotional eyes, she said, Just trust me today. Let's go have some fun together. In another place, incessant whining could be heard coming from the house. Please, please. Ha-eun was throwing a tantrum, kicking and screaming on the floor. I really want to go. Lee Subin was at a loss. Seo-eun, don't be such a baby. Han Seo-eun refused to back down. We've already committed 2 acts of terror. Now I want to go play. At that moment, Kim Dane also spoke up. Miss Subin, Seo-eun, how about we all go out for a while? As soon as Han Seo-eun heard that, she immediately shot up from the floor, her tantrum forgotten. She shouted with joy, celebrating her win. Subin also smiled. Kim Dane was holding the same ice cream festival flyer that Kim Chae-hyun had. He smiled, thinking this event wasn't in the original story. But it shouldn't be a problem, right? Meanwhile, on Shinharu's side, her mood had also improved, and she thought with anticipation an ice cream festival. At the festival, it was packed with people, the scene bursting with energy. Kim Dane exclaimed, "Wow, it's crowded, even for a weekday afternoon." Han Seo-eun walked beside him holding an ice cream cone. She asked Kim Dane, confused, "Big brother, you're wearing all black again." Kim Dane laughed and replied, "Seo-eun, real men have to wear black." Han Seo-eun found that hilarious. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Kim Dane seemed a bit surprised. "Wow," she's smiling so brightly. "She even called me Big Brother." Kim Dane thought with a slight smile. It seems she's in a really good mood. Han Seo-eun gasped, pointing towards something. "Look, over there, rice cream." Han Seo-eun lit up and immediately dashed toward the stand. Kim Dane chuckled to Lee Subin. "Totally worth coming out, right?" Subin smiled brightly in reply. "Yeah, it is. Look how happy she is." Lee Subin then quietly activated her perception dampening filter. She had only made one public appearance since Kim Dane recruited her. Kim Dane took a spoonful of the ice cream and his eyes widened. "Whoa, this is amazing." He scooped up another spoonful and offered it, saying, "Subin, you have to try this." A deep blush spread across Lee Subin's face as she stared at the spoon Kim Dane held out. Han Seo-eun, oblivious, asked from the side, "What's wrong, sis? Hurry up and eat." Lee Subin stammered, "Just a second." As she shyly opened her mouth, inching closer to the spoon, she thought, "Isn't this basically an indirect kiss?" Subin finally tasted the ice cream, and her face instantly melted into a blissful expression. "It's so good." Han Seo-eun had already devoured her own ice cream cone and was already running happily towards another stall. "Over there, mango ice cream." Kim Dane quickly called out, "Hey, wait for me." Han Seo-eun stared at the tubs of ice cream through the glass, her eyes sparkling. With unrestrained excitement, she quickly told the employee, "One ice cream cone, please." The employee smiled at Kim Dane as he scooped the ice cream. "Wow, she takes right after her parents. What a cutie." Kim Dane was at a loss for words. "What?" Then he just closed his eyes and accepted it. Yes, that's right." Standing beside them, Lee Subin's face turned completely red. Han Seo-eun turned back and whispered a playful jab at Kim Dane. "This guy looks older than he actually is, doesn't he?" Kim Dane, not one to lose, retorted, "Maybe that's just because of how short you are." Unable to argue, Han Seo-eun just huffed. The employee brought out the order. "Here you go. 1 cone and 2 cups." Everyone took their ice cream. Kim Dane smiled and asked Han Seo-eun, "Did you order for us, too?" She replied, "You're the leader of the Pentakill Guild, so of course you have to eat mango ice cream." Kim Dane was once again baffled by one of his strange new titles. The Pentakill Guild? Catching the employee's knowing smile, Kim Dane felt his face heat up in embarrassment. It's nothing." Suddenly, Kim Dane's eyes flew wide open. The employee was proudly showing off the back of his shirt, which featured none other than his alter ego, Egostic. The vendor grinned. "I made it myself." "Pretty cool, right?" Kim Dane couldn't even form a response. Han Seo-eun, however, generously gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." A little while later, the three of them were relaxing on a bench, enjoying their ice cream. Suddenly, Kim Dane spotted something and turned to Han Seo-eun. "Seo-eun, did you know I used to be a master at darts?" Kim Dane prepared to show off his skills. "I'm about to show you what I can do." But Han Seo-eun saw right through him. "Hey, you're not planning on cheating with your telekinesis, are you?" Kim Dane froze on the spot. "We're having a special event," the dart booth employee explained. "If you hit the target all 10 times, you win a 10-layer ice cream cone." Han Seo-eun shook her head. "I like the second-place prize more. That teddy bear is way cuter." Kim Dane asked the employee, "But the first-place winner can choose any prize, right?" The employee nodded. Yes. With total confidence, Kim Dane promised Han Seo-eun, "You hear that, Seo-eun? I'm going to win it for you." "I'll just pretend to focus," he thought, "then discreetly add a little power to my throw. Easy." Just then, Kim Chi-hyun walked up to the dart counter and asked the employee, "How much is it for 1 game?" She immediately caught Kim Dane's attention. He thought to himself, that person looks really familiar." A moment later, it hit him, and he jolted with recognition. Kim Chi-hyun, Shinharu's senior from college. Kim Chi-hyun exclaimed, "Whoa, Haru, look. They have a 10-layer ice cream cone as a prize." Another female voice replied, "Should I try and win one for you, senior?" Han Seo-eun noticed Kim Dane had been frozen for a while and got impatient. "What are you doing? Hurry up and throw." And that's when Lee Subin and Han Seo-eun finally noticed Shinharu's arrival. The entire group of 3 instantly broke into a cold sweat, not daring to make a single sound. Then Shinharu glanced over at the three of them. Her eyes landed on Kim Dane, who was still frozen in his dart-throwing stance. Kim Chi-hyun, however, was beaming with a bright, enthusiastic smile. She pointed ahead. Haru, they have rice cream over there. The two of them headed to the ice cream shop, where Kim Chae-hyun took a bite and swooned. This is unbelievably good. In her cheerful mood, she looked at Shinharu. Haru, here, you have to try this. Shinharu leaned down, tasting the ice cream from the spoon. After one taste, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Kim Chae-hyun held the ice cream box, smiling with pure satisfaction. Finally, you're smiling, Haru. Just then, something seemed to catch their attention, and they both turned their heads at the same time. Kim Chae-hyun grabbed Shinharu's hand, her heart fluttering with excitement. Let's go. They have your favorite flavor over there. Her eyes were fixed on a food stall. It's mango. Let's get some. At the mention of mango, Shinharu's eyes sparkled with absolute delight. But just as quickly, her expression turned dark and gloomy, and her head drooped down. The employee from before proudly turned around, revealing a chibi design on his back. I drew it myself, he said. Kim Chi-hyun praised him enthusiastically. Oh my gosh, that's adorable. Later, the two young women rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Chae-hyun stretched comfortably. This is so nice. She tilted her head slightly, glancing at Shinharu. You're enjoying this too, right, Haru? Shinharu's mood instantly brightened, a warm smile spreading across her face. Yeah, of course I am. Shinharu closed her eyes, savoring the peaceful moment. Petals drifted down from the massive cherry blossom tree above them. How long has it been, she thought, since I could just relax and enjoy a view like this? A gentle smile touched her lips as she kept her eyes closed. This was perfect. A moment later, Kim Chae-hyun pointed towards a stall up ahead. Haru, after we finish these, let's go try that game over there. Shinharu watched her friend's excited expression. Darts. Huh? A grin spread across her face. That actually sounds pretty fun. Rows of brightly colored balloons were neatly arranged at the back of the stall. A friendly staff member handed them a set of darts. We're having a special event today, the staffer said. Hit all 10 balloons, and you win a 10-scoop ice cream cone. I see. Shinharu's unique blue eyes glanced around and landed on a group of 3 nearby who seemed to be sweating bullets. They looked like a young couple. But why does the little girl have silver hair? She wondered. No, maybe she's their niece. Shinharu stared at the anxious-looking man, Jin Kim. A strange feeling washed over her. Why? Does he seem so familiar? But before she could dwell on it, Kim Chae-hyun was cheering her on. Haru, give it a shot. Snapping out of her thoughts, Shinharu quickly agreed. All right. Shinharu threw the dart, and it flew true, trailing a brilliant orange light. Kim Chae-hyun's eyes lit up. A perfect bullseye on the first try. Watching her, Jin Kim broke into a nervous sweat. Stardust powers are monstrous strength and flight, he thought anxiously. His gaze lingered on her, his worry growing. But monstrous strength doesn't even begin to cover it. Just then, Shinharu threw another dart with breathtaking precision, a feat that showcased her superhuman physical prowess. An excited shout came from the side. That's 2 in a row. Jinwoo lowered his head, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He knew that right now, her power only flared up in moments of crisis. But eventually, she would evolve into a being that transcended all human limits. Shinharu, however, was just having fun, throwing dart after dart. Her 5 senses were already sharp, but her 6th sense was growing even stronger. In other words, her instincts would scream the moment something felt wrong, which is why Jinwoo's gloomy expression seemed so out of place to her. Jinwoo racked his brain for a way to prove it. He just needed to do something subtle, something to make her wonder who he truly was. But if I reveal myself here? An image of a fully powered, superhuman Shinharu flashed in his mind. She'd throw me in a high-security prison without a second thought. Just then, Shinharu and Kim Chae-hyun hugged each other, jumping for joy. The sight nearly made Jinwoo fall over in shock. The final dart shot from Shinharu's hand like a bullet, popping the last balloon. Kim Chae-hyun was beside herself, praising her friend endlessly. Haru, you're amazing. You hit all 10 of them. Hearing the praise, Shinharu suddenly became shy and bashful. Oh, it was nothing, really. The delighted staff member presented them with their prize. Here you go. 1 10-scoop ice cream cone. The staffer then turned to Jinwoo. Sir, aren't you going to play? Startled, he stammered out a reply. Oh, the player next to me was so incredible. I got completely distracted watching her. I'll take my turn now. He turned to Han Seo-woo with a strained smile. He hesitated for a moment. Seo-woo, watch this. I'm about to show you the technique of a master. The little girl cheered for him, though her eyes held a hint of doubt. Come on, hurry up. Jinwoo grabbed all 10 darts at once, his mind racing. I can't use my powers. I'll just throw a few randomly and get out of here. He flung them forward in a single, rapid motion. But to his absolute horror, all 10 darts perfectly struck all 10 balloons. Everyone was stunned, their jaws on the floor. But Jinwoo was the most shocked of all. How in the world did that happen? Kim Chae-yoon, holding the towering ice cream cone, stared at him in amazement. Wow, the guy next to us is amazing too. The staff member brought out a large teddy bear. You mentioned you'd rather have the bear than the top prize, right? Well, here you go. But Jinwoo just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. The staffer tried to stop him. Hey, wait a minute. The three of them just laughed awkwardly and hurried away. It's fine, really. We've got to go. Saowoo quickly chimed in. Yeah, we're leaving. Holding the massive ice cream cone, Kim Chae-yoon called out with a bright smile. Hey, let us bring that over to your friend for you. Shin Haru turned around, clutching the teddy bear. Oh, sure. But halfway there, the towering cone became unstable and toppled over. An avalanche of colorful ice cream flew right towards Jinwoo. His eyes went wide with terror. If even a drop of that stuff touches me, I'll dissolve, he thought. I have to dodge this, no matter what. Jinwoo's mind calculated in an instant. He threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the sticky mess, and collapsed to the ground. Onlookers gasped and rushed toward him. Han Seowoo cried out in panic. Big brother. Shin Haru rushed over, filled with guilt. Are you all right? Kim Chae-yoon's eyes were filled with concern, her hand covering her mouth. Jinwoo quickly scrambled to his feet. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He slowly, carefully got up, rubbing the back of his neck. It's nothing. I just overreacted a little. A small dodge was all it took. Now, let's get going. Lubin watched, his expression hardening with irritation. What do you think you're doing? He muttered. Hurry up. If we stay here, we're all going to die. Sweat beaded on Jinwoo's forehead. But before he could finish his sentence, an ominous dark smoke began to billow up behind them. We need to go, now. Shin Haru and Jinwoo whipped around to face the bizarre phenomenon. The sky was bleeding into a hellish red, choked with black and gray smoke, sending the festival goers into a panicked stampede. The razor-sharp fangs of the green-furred crocodile were bared. It loomed over the street, roaring a single name. Stardust. Stardust, get out here now. The system panel flashed. Crocodile, A-rank villain. Kim Den pulled Hansel and Lizubin close, making Lizubin blush. Both of you, stay right here. A sharp, suspicious glint entered Kim Den's eyes. According to the original story, that thing wasn't supposed to show up yet. Why is it suddenly making a move now? Shin Haru seemed to grasp the situation, suddenly dashing towards Kim Chae-hun. Haru. Kim Den gritted his teeth, a pang of agony hitting him. There's no time to rush back to the association for a perception filter. If this is like the original story, the moment Stardust reveals her face, it marks the beginning of her path to misery and ruin. An image flashed in his mind. A woman with golden hair, desperately hiding her face. This can't happen. In the novel, disaster strikes the moment she appears. A sharp pain shot through Kim Den's body. He clenched his jaw. Even if the heavens themselves were to fall, I will never let that happen. Kim Den let out a roar. Purple sparks of light suddenly erupted, wrapping around his entire body, growing brighter and more intense with every second. His casual clothes disintegrated, scattering into the wind. In their place, he stood in a stylish suit and hat, a completely different man. I'll clean this up later. Seo, the girl behind him, stammered. What? What are you planning to do? A moment later, Kim Den ordered Hansel to help him set up a broadcast. Hansel just sat there, hugging his teddy bear and muttering to himself. Brother Den. The crazed crocodile tore through everything with its claws. Stardust. If you don't show yourself, I'll destroy it all. A golden light blazed in its eyes. Suddenly, a voice boomed from above. Greetings, viewers. The sound echoed from massive black speakers, the one true villain of this generation. Kim Den held a microphone, a wide grin revealing his teeth. The public enemy of the Republic of Korea, Egostic. His voice thundered through the speakers. You dare trespass on my territory, you little lizard? Down below, the creature seethed, ready to lash out. What? Online forums instantly exploded. Egostic. It's Egostic. Someone typed, oh my god, is he making a comeback? Another user posted, he's admitting he's the public enemy himself. Someone else wondered, wait, wasn't he a hero before? The confusion was electrifying. Everyone was hyped. A user broke the tension with a laugh. Why does this feel like a rock festival? The camera zoomed in on Kim Den's terrifying face as he glanced down and whispered, and now, you will die here. At a major corporation's headquarters 3 years ago, inside an association lecture hall, A voice rang out. The device before you is an indispensable tool for any hero. A middle-aged man stood before a crowd of neatly seated recruits. He pointed to a modern machine beside him. This is what we call a perception reduction filter, or just filter for short, he explained. After stepping into the device for a limited time, a filter will be applied to your face. Only faces with this filter applied will cause a cognitive disruption in viewers, he continued. However, if you reveal your face to someone who already knows you, the filter will be useless. Does everyone understand? The crowd below answered in unison. Yes. The instructor's expression then turned deadly serious. He gripped the microphone tightly. Even a fool knows how dangerous it is for a hero's identity to be exposed. It won't just end your career. It will destroy your entire life. Remember that. Seated in the audience, a young Shin Haru replied with unwavering conviction. Yes. Back in the present, the streets were a wasteland of smoke and debris. Kim Chae-hun and Shin Haru were desperately taking cover on the roadside. Shin Haru looked around, her face etched with worry. It's too late to get the filter from headquarters, she thought. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Shin Haru clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resolve. She looked at the panicking crowd and thought, did I become a hero just to run away in a situation like this? Shin Haru pulled the band from her hair. Her brilliant golden locks flowed freely in the wind, her expression firm as steel. She balled her hands into fists, took a step forward, and thought. No. Seeing this, Kim Chae-hun screamed in horror. Haru! But then, a crowd of people stared at their phones with glee, shouting, It's Egostic! Egostic is here! Shin Haru froze, turning back with a bewildered look. What? She muttered in disbelief. The one true villain of this generation. The public enemy of the entire Republic of Korea. Egostic. There he was. Kim Den, standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper. Beside him, two colossal speakers blasted music at full volume. Below them, the massive green crocodile monster stared up in shock. Kim Den shouted, You dare trespass on my territory, you little lizard. The crocodile monster could only stammer. Wow, what? Kim Den flashed a savage grin, pointing down at the beast. And now, you will die here. Then, holding the mic, Kim Den's inner voice was a desperate plea. No, this absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Stardust, from the original story. After her face was revealed, she suffered so much. A hero's normal life is truly precious. With genuine fury in his voice, Kim Den screamed at the monster. Do you have any idea what you've done, you overgrown reptile? The crocodile monster roared back in defiance. You bastard. You're that Egostic guy, the one who's always acting so chummy with Stardust. But suddenly, the crocodile monster launched itself toward Egostic like a missile. Egostic sighed, Hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? The live comments popped up. Look, Stardust's #1 fan has arrived. Go get him, Mr. Crocodile. The beast charged at Egostic, its face contorted in pure rage. It roared, I will kill you. In an instant, it was scaling the side of the building, its powerful claws digging into the concrete. It scrambled onto the rooftop where Egostic stood. Locking eyes with him, it let out a ferocious, bloodthirsty shriek. Come and get me. Seeing this, Egostic teleported backward. The crocodile monster immediately lunged for him again. In a flash, Egostic teleported once more, appearing right above the monster's head. He smirked. What do you think you're doing, buddy? Egostic slammed his weapon down on the monster's head with a triumphant look. You knew my name, but you didn't know I could teleport. The crocodile beast, stunned by the surprise attack, flailed its limbs wildly, trying to strike Egostic. But no matter how close it got, Egostic would simply vanish. The monster roared in frustration. You damn fly. Fight me face to face. Egostic calmly replied. Hey, I'm the villain, remember? As he said it, a new comment appeared. The villain. Still trying hard to prove he's the villain today. Egostic stared blankly at the comments as they continued to flood in. But why did Egostic even go there? He thought to himself, wait, I need to clear this up. If I just ignore this, everyone will misunderstand and think I came here for Stardust. Abruptly, Egostic stopped and shouted at the crocodile monster. Hold on, listen to me for a second. The beast actually stopped and replied, Fine, make it quick. Egostic yelled back, his voice full of accusation. Yeah, but first, I have to ask you something. Why did you suddenly attack me? The crocodile monster answered without a moment's hesitation. It's obvious. My target is Stardust, and you seem obsessed with her, so that makes you my enemy. Egostic was floored, stunned into silence. He thought, what the hell? What kind of logic is that? The comments flew by. Even that dumb villain knows Egostic likes Stardust. He didn't know about the teleporting, though. But he knew about his crush on Stardust. Haha, the comments kept coming. Are these two fighting over a girl? Didn't Egostic come here to fight in Stardust's place? What is this? Why is she caught between these two weirdos? Ha 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 ha. How did it come to this? Suddenly, the crocodile monster pointed a claw at the bewildered Egostic and roared. Besides, you're the one who said you'd kill me first. A new comment. Haha, he's got a point. Egostic was stunned and shot back. When did I ever say that? Hearing this, the crocodile monster's rage exploded, its aura blazing like an inferno. It screamed, "You said, how dare you touch my territory? You threatened me, you little lizard. And now you're going to die here. That's what you said, isn't it?" Egostic stammered, trying to defend himself. No way. I never said anything like that. A comment popped up. Wow, the crocodile suddenly sounds so articulate. How did he threaten him? At that moment, the monster seemed to snap. It shrieked madly at Egostic. I've really had enough of you. Then, it opened its long, gaping jaws. A sphere of pure fire began to form inside its mouth. Egostic's eyes widened in fear as he thought, wait, isn't that its ultimate skill? Before he could finish the thought, a massive torrent of flame erupted from the crocodile's mouth. It incinerated everything in its path. Crocodile's ultimate skill, maximum flame breath. Luckily, Egostic teleported just in time. He narrowly avoided the monster's fatal blow, reappearing behind the beast. Staring at the horrifying destruction, he said in shock, "If that had hit me, I would have been instantly vaporized." The crocodile monster turned its head, its voice dripping with malice. Surprised, Egostic? This time, Egostic didn't hesitate. He brandished a black cloth, and in an instant, countless guns materialized from it, all aimed at the monster. Egostic stared coldly at the beast. Without a shred of doubt, he clenched his fist and declared, "See you in hell, you bastard." Instantly, every single gun fired at once. After a series of deafening explosions, everything was shrouded in smoke and dust. Egostic floated in the air, peering into the smoke cloud. Did that finish him? The live comments started again. Whoa, no way. After taking all those shots, is the crocodile monster still alive? It burst from the smoke. It roared, "You think a few bullets can harm my body?" Suddenly, Egostic's mask was knocked off, falling right in front of the livestream camera. He quickly teleported away from the phone's view. He slowly pulled out a gas mask. Perched on high, he looked down at the monster and said, "No, that was just to make you lower your guard." Egostic suddenly threw an unidentified object toward the crocodile monster. The beast just scoffed at it. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the object whole. It bellowed, "You miserable fly." Just then, a powerful light erupted from the object. It shone from inside the monster's mouth. The crocodile convulsed as if electrocuted, writhing in pain as a golden light enveloped its body. Seeing this, Egostic thought to himself, "Now then, you overgrown lizard, because of that ridiculously thick hide of yours. You think I don't know the hell Stardust went through? Did you really believe I came here unprepared?" The colossal crocodile beast was now a mangled, bloody mess from the attack. It staggered for a moment, then crashed to the ground, completely unconscious. The comment section exploded with notifications. Mangostic, Mangostic. The association needs to declare Mangostic a hero right now. And yet he calls himself a villain. Now powerless, the countless guns began to rain down from the sky. Black Kim descended with them, landing gracefully on the rooftop. The ground was now a sea of firearms. Shaking with exhaustion, Black Kim began to collect the weapons. He glanced at the sky and sighed. Damn it. I used way too much power. I wanted to make a cool scene with my telekinesis, but I'm totally drained. Even just holding his phone felt like a struggle. That's when Black Kim remembered the live stream and read a comment on the screen. "So, you came to take down the villain?" Seeing that, Black Kim began to explain frantically. Yes. Wait, no, everyone, that's not it. I only came here because I personally despise that crocodile guy. Don't get the wrong idea that I did this for Stardust or for the public good." The chat flew by. Whatever you say is right. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, landing on the rooftop where Black Kim stood. It was Shin Haru. She rose slowly from her spectacular landing. Shin Haru approached Black Kim, her voice sharp and questioning. "You're the one who took him down." Black Kim replied calmly, "Yeah. He was in my way, so I dealt with him." Hearing this, Shin Haru's suspicion grew. She looked at him with a cold stare and demanded, "Why?" Black Kim just shrugged his shoulders, completely unbothered. "What do you mean? Why?" He kept screaming that you and I, Miss Stardust, were having some kind of sordid affair, and it got on my nerves. Shin Haru was stunned. "What?" Then, Black Kim put on his earpiece, looked at Shin Haru, and continued with a smirk. "Oh, and Miss Stardust. Next time a situation like today occurs, don't even think about just revealing your identity to the world. Once your face is out there, your life will become a living hell." Shin Haru stared blankly at Black Kim, completely taken aback by his words. He then turned to his phone and spoke. All right, that's all for today's broadcast. This whole situation was unexpected, and I'm dead tired. I got something big planned for next month, so be sure to tune in. A comment popped up. What were you two talking about on the stream with the mic off? And with a flash of light, Black Kim vanished, saying, well, goodbye. Seeing this, Shin Haru reached out. Wait. A hint of sadness touched her expression. The moment Black Kim teleported home, blood suddenly gushed from his mouth. His face became a blank mask, as if he were a soulless puppet. Seeing this, Hansel and Subin rushed over in a panic, their faces filled with worry as they shouted, Hyung Nim, Mr. Kim. Just then, Black Kim collapsed to the ground. Back on the rooftop, Shin Haru found his mask and picked it up. She examined the mask, wondering, how could he have known what I was thinking? How? Who are you really, Egostic? Shin Haru was sitting in front of her computer, watching the news. Two major headlines from KBS News dominated the screen. Exclusive, chaos at the ice cream festival. A-class villain Crocodile has been captured. He was subdued by Egostic and transferred to the Eastern Harrow Correctional Facility. The building was destroyed by the Crocodile 4 hours ago. In focus, Egostic is faster than anyone. A-class villain Egostic. Is he a villain, or something else entirely? She searched for Egostic. The results appeared in 0.45 seconds, about 2,030 results. Official Egostic Fan Club, Mangostic. The Mangostic Guild, Hero Information Portal. The true hero of our era. For Mango, by Mango. A fan club created to honor Mangostic. One person commented, is Mangostic a god? The user Mangostick G Miyaga just joined the Mangostic fan club today. Another person commented, lately, Mangostic seems way cooler than any of the heroes. I'm so confused about admiring Mangostic. Right before this, I got a 1-month ban for supporting a villain. Why is no one else getting in trouble? Shin Haru held her head in her hands, exhausted. Suddenly, she saw a comment. What are the heroes even doing today? Mangostic is out there on the streets, but the fandom just blindly cheers him on. If Korea keeps this up. Below that post was a comment with a funny icon from Dan. It's pretty great, right? Shin Haru shot up. That son of a. She fell onto her bed and closed her eyes, thinking, am I the only one who doesn't like him? She remembered the ice cream vendor proudly showing off his Mangostic Guild shirt. I made it myself, you know. Chae-hun, standing beside her, had also praised it. Oh, that's so cute. Then she recalled Egostic's warning. Oh, and Miss Stardust. Next time a situation like this happens, don't even think about just revealing your identity to the world. Shin Haru was tormented by his words. Could everyone else be right, and I'm the only one who's wrong? Elsewhere, Subin and Siwon were standing before a glass chamber. Dan Kim was lying inside. Little Seo-eun was still fuming about that Stardust woman. Suddenly, a noise made her freeze. Dan Kim opened his eyes. He tapped on the glass and asked, why is everyone crying? The other two couldn't help but look at him with worry. Instantly, Seo-eun rushed in, threw her arms around him, and began to cry loudly. Seeing this, Dan Kim gently reassured her. It's okay. It's okay. He finally recovered and was having dinner with everyone. He still couldn't believe he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it made sense. All that teleporting, not to mention levitating my body with telekinesis. It was draining. Just then, Soeun spoke up. From now on, you have to take better care of yourself, okay? Daeun Kim quickly promised, all right, I will. He smiled at her, thinking that at least this kid still shed tears for him. It seemed teaming up with her was paying off. On the other side, Subin spoke with a worried tone. Why did you rush off like that? People are going to mistake you for a hero. Seo-eun chimed in with her own questions. That's right. I don't get it at all. You're always talking about being a villain this, a villain that. Daeun Kim answered calmly. If I hadn't stepped in, Stardust would have. The girl still didn't understand. So what? Daeun Kim replied. That would have been dangerous, he explained. If a situation like that forces a hero to reveal themselves, all of their personal information gets exposed too. And what happens next? Villains holding a grudge or other twisted individuals will hunt that hero down and try to eliminate them. Seo-eun still didn't see the big deal. What does any of that have to do with us? Daeun Kim patiently explained. Seeon, the world we live in is broken. The balance between good and evil is completely off-axis. Most heroes don't even walk the path of a hero. Instead, they choose the path of a villain. The rewards for their heroic efforts are pathetic, and they're constantly being harassed. So rather than struggling and suffering as a hero, many choose to become villains for an easier life. According to him, in South Korea alone, the only A-rank heroes are Stardust, Ice, and Shadow Walker. Just 3 of them. But A-rank villains, they're everywhere, aren't they? After hearing all this, Seo-eun could only sigh. So that's why you plan to eliminate the villains for them. What? You're like some kind of dark hero. But what does that have to do with us? Dae-eun Kim scratched the back of his neck, at a loss for words. It's not that dramatic. I'm just a little concerned about the fate of our country. Seo-eun's expression darkened. You and that Stardust girl, you like her, don't you? Instantly, Dae-eun Kim's demeanor turned serious. Hey, don't talk about her like that. Seo-eun, show some respect. The atmosphere between them suddenly grew tense. Subin could only try to de-escalate the situation. Seo-eun, she tried to change the subject. Why don't you tell him what we were talking about earlier? Let Dae-eun Kim hear it. Immediately, Seo-eun's attitude shifted. Oh, right. The girl turned to Dae-eun Kim and said, Hey. He grunted, confused by the sudden change. Seo-eun pleaded, Summer is coming up. Let's go on a trip. Let's go to the beach. Dae-eun Kim replied, A trip? A trip sounds nice. Hearing this, the little girl cheered with joy. But then, an idea sparked in Dae-eun Kim's mind. But let's pull off one more terrorist attack before we go. Seo-eun was bewildered. Huh? Another one? I want to dial down my popularity a bit. But in truth, Dae-eun Kim had another goal, to make Stardust even stronger. He wasn't sure that Crocodile-like villains wouldn't appear again. If Stardust had to face one, it would be a tough fight. Seo-eun pouted, a little upset. To appease her, Dae-eun Kim held out his pinky. I promise. The girl's face lit up. You pinky promised. Then Seo-eun happily ran off. Time to pack our things. The girl worked with incredible efficiency, declaring, Actually, I've already come up with 10 different plans. Seo-eun announced proudly. And if I had to recommend one, Dae-eun Kim and Subin thought to themselves, Wow, Seo-eun is being really proactive about this. She laid out the plan. The previous attacks were at an observatory and on a train. Both were on land. They were both ground-based terror plots. Right? She offered a new idea. This time, let's do it underwater. Or in the sky. Instantly, it was like a bolt of lightning struck Dae-eun Kim. He shouted, That's it. Subin clenched her fists, asking nervously, What is it, Dae-eun Kim? He replied, Let's give it a shot. An idea formed in his mind, a plane crashing into the sea. As the idea flashed, Dae-eun Kim and Seo-eun shared a sinister smile. As for Subin, she was terrified of these two villains. A lone plane was cruising through the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, completely unaware of the fate that awaited them. Suddenly, the plane's power cut out, but the passengers remained optimistic. Look, with the lights off, you can see the sky more clearly. This really feels like a vacation. But then, the screens on the plane lit up, displaying the words, the ego. A voice echoed throughout the cabin. I'm so happy to see you all again. Welcome to the biggest quiz show in the sky. At an altitude of 25,000 feet. No, I should call it the greatest game show in the air. Welcome to the Ego Show. An angry passenger yelled out, Flight attendant, what is going on here? Dae-eun Kim continued his announcement. Oh, that's right. And of course, the plane you're currently on has a bomb attached to it. A massive explosive was strapped to the fuselage. The pilot finally realized what was happening. When did he even plant that thing? Hearing this, the passengers immediately erupted into panicked screams. On the other end, Dae-eun Kim smirked. Now, let the games begin. The scene shifts to the hero headquarters. Shin Haru burst into the room, demanding, How long has it been since the incident started? The association chairman's voice trembled. Even if you go now, you might not make it in time. His words instantly enraged her. She slammed her fist on the table and roared, Is that something the association chairman should be saying? I have to go now. He turned away, saying, I didn't say you couldn't go. It's just, things are really difficult during the day. Suddenly, someone else entered the room. As soon as she saw him, Shin Haru's face broke into a radiant smile. Kim Chae-hyun. The man who had just entered was none other than Kim Chae-hyun, the A-rank hero, Shadow Walker, the king of the night. He turned to the chairman and said one word, Hurry, to the airport, and then I'm done. This is way beyond my limits. He warned her, Don't overdo it. We can't save everyone. As Shadow Walker unleashed his power, Shin Haru replied, I'll keep that in mind. The moment she approached Shadow Walker, a torrent of dark energy engulfed them both. In an instant, they teleported directly to the disaster zone. Shin Haru immediately dashed off, calling back a quick thanks. You've done more than enough. Left behind, Shadow Walker clutched his mouth, collapsing onto the stairs. On the verge of passing out, Shin Haru raced outside, moving at blinding speed. But when her eyes lifted to the sky, She froze in sheer horror. Her sprint came to a dead stop, her face a mask of pure despair. How? How can I possibly stop this? Before Shinharu's eyes was a passenger jet, engulfed in flames as it fell from the sky. The scene shifts to 1 year ago. Inside a high-rise building, a group of villains had gathered, their attention fixed on the man seated above them all. He declared, "The day I bring all of Seoul, this entire Republic of Korea, to its knees is not far off." This was NLE 1000, a rank 5 villain. As he cackled with glee, a sudden voice echoed through the room. "Ahem, but I have a different opinion." The villains snapped to attention. "Who's there?" From a dark corner of the room, Shadow Walker emerged. "A hero, that's who." The Class A rookie hero, Shadow Walker, the king of the night. He stood with his arms crossed, his voice dripping with cool confidence. "You pathetic villains." A henchman named Newson stepped forward to posture. "Hey, you little punk. Do you have any idea whose territory you've just stepped into?" Another subordinate looked around, confused. How did he even get in here? Suddenly, Sadwear's eyes went wide as he stood motionless. Nidal thus shot forward, his fist raised as he roared, "This is my domain. The domain of Nidal thus." He unleashed a devastating punch, sending a wave of raw power hurtling forward. It rushed towards Shadow Walker, but the hero didn't even flinch. The fist stopped dead just an inch from his body, leaving Nidal, thus, completely stunned. The villain and his underlings looked around in confusion. Where'd he go? Then, from within the shadow of one of the henchmen, something terrifying began to happen. The man was instantly swallowed whole by his own shadow. The other subordinates quickly met the same grim fate. Nidal thus immediately wrapped himself in a protective aura. Can't be reckless, he thought. This guy is no ordinary foe. Shadow Walker's abyssal power crept up to the villain's shoulder. He materialized from behind and lunged, but Nidal thus had a few tricks of his own, erupting with energy from his back like a porcupine's quills, striking Shadow Walker. He turned his head with a smug grin. Did this little brat really think he could lay a finger on me? But when he looked back, the Shadow Walker on the ground was shrouded in dark energy. Suddenly, he vanished, making Nidal thus panic. With glowing red eyes, Shadow Walker appeared behind him. "Hey, Mr. Porcupine," he asked, "did you say this was your territory a minute ago?" He held out his hand as a gray energy swirled around it. "Sorry about that," he said, "but this place just became my domain." A massive, dark hand emerged and swallowed NLE 1000, pulling him into another dimension. Recalling that draining fight, the present-day Shadow Walker lay on the stairs, gasping for every breath. "I think I'm gonna die." From a hidden location, Black Kim had been observing everything, from Shin Haru to the King of the Night. Perfect, he thought. The main character has finally entered the stage. A wicked smile spread across his face as he spoke into a microphone. "All right, now it's time for the dramatic final quiz. Let's begin, shall we?" On the plane, passengers held their phones, praying in absolute desperation. One man, drenched in a cold sweat, remembered back 30 minutes ago. Amidst the passengers' initial fear, a piercing sound had erupted, and Black Kim's face appeared on their screens. A worried silence fell over the cabin. No one dared to make a sound. It was then that he spoke. "Now, before we start the game, I'll announce the rules. All right, everyone, phones on and airplane mode off." A new message alert chimed. With anxious hearts, they all stare at their screens at the same words. The Ego Challenge, a pointless quiz. There are 10 questions in total. If just one person answers all the questions correctly, the bomb will be disarmed. But if not a single person gets a question right, everyone will be eliminated. Send your answers to this number. Are you ready? Good. Black Kim's voice continued. From now on, complete silence. Cheating and discussion are forbidden. Is that clear? Make a sound, and you're immediately disqualified. Question number 1 begins now. On their phones, the question appeared. How many people can the Titanic's lifeboat hold? A 59-second countdown began. A woman tried to sneak a peek at the phone next to her, and Black Kim's voice immediately rang out. The girl who just cheated is disqualified. Panicked, she let out a small gasp. His voice returned instantly. You just made a sound, didn't you? You've been disqualified. And for good measure, the man sitting next to you is disqualified as well. People watching the live stream commented furiously. This is a literal quiz show from hell. My heart is racing just watching this. Someone else wondered, this is just cruel. Who said Mangle Stick was a hero? This is terrifying. As the timer hit 0, Black Kim announced, well, that was easy, wasn't it? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why? He slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. Because you have to save yourself. The passengers sat in stunned silence as he reveled in their misery. Isn't this fun? A seating chart of the plane appeared on the main screen. Let's see, he announced. Looks like more than half of you have already been eliminated. Are you all falling apart this easily? You should all be feeling a little more pressure. Now, try harder. Next question. As time ticked by, the number of eliminated passengers continued to grow. Some breathed sighs of relief after passing a question, while others clasped their hands in prayer. Now, it had come down to the final question, and only a single person remained. Kim Den smirked and asked, "What's the matter? Feeling the pressure, are we?" He glanced at the monitor as Shin Haru approached. "Excellent," he whispered. Then he decided to drag it out. "Since this is the final round, how about we do a little interview? Everyone's life now hangs on your every word. Mr. Kim Dokbae of the Baedong Guild. You are the last one standing. How does it feel?" The man who was called out looked terrified. Well, this is a heavy responsibility." Kim Den mocked him. "Why the hesitation? I already told you what happens. If you make a sound, didn't I?" The man and everyone else froze in sheer panic, but then breathed a sigh of relief when Kim Den said, "Oh, come on. It's the final round. We can forgive a tiny mistake like that, can't we? Right, everyone? But I'm not feeling very forgiving. Heh." With those words, the man was eliminated. The plane shook violently amidst the passengers' screams. Engulfed in flames, the aircraft began its free fall toward the sea. Kim Den let out a satisfied laugh. All right, the stage is set. It's time for the hero to make her appearance. But when Shin Haru saw the unfolding disaster, she was horrified. Despair washed over her face, utterly lost on how to save everyone. Shin Haru looked up at the fiery explosion in the sky and spoke in a hollow voice, "What am I supposed to do now?" The association president on the other end of the line answered casually, "What can you do? Just forget about it. I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism. Damn it, now the president is calling. I have to go." Shinharu's hands clenched into furious fists before she fell to her knees in helplessness. She thought she had already stopped a train moving at 100 kilometers per hour. In the end, is my current power still not enough? Damn it. What is the right thing to do? Suddenly, a memory flashed through Shinharu's mind. In the past, in that same hopeless situation, a powerless girl wept, shattered by the pain of losing her family. "Mom, Dad, I swear I'll kill him, no matter what it takes." It was a tragic scene. A young girl clinging to the bodies of her loved ones in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that agonizing memory, Shinharu slammed her fist into the ground, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the concrete. She gritted her teeth in pure rage. It's the same now as it was back then. I can't save anyone. Abruptly, a connection crackled through her com's earpiece. To her astonishment, a voice spoke from the other side. "Hello, Miss Stardust. This is Egostic." Elsewhere, Kim Den was stretching and yawning. "This terror attack was way easier to handle remotely," he said. Ha Seul, who was typing at her keyboard, suddenly called out nervously, "Hey, Kim Den." He glanced over inquisitively. "Yeah?" Ha Seul turned and pointed at the monitor with a nervous smile. "It's that Stardust girl." "No, wait. She's just standing there, frozen on the ground." Kim Den looked, his eyes widening in complete shock. Then, he suddenly shot up from his seat. He yelled, startling Ha Seul. "What is it? What's wrong?" "Stardust." The screen showed Shinharu listening intently to her earpiece. As if realizing something, Kim Den quickly turned to the girl. "Ha Seul, can you patch into the earpiece Stardust is wearing?" Ha Seul's fingers flew across the keyboard. "I can connect, but why are you in such a hurry?" Kim Den replied, "There's no time, just do it." Back with Shinharu, she was stunned by the voice coming through her comms. "Hello, Miss Stardust. This is Egostic." She immediately flew into a rage, screaming, "You disgusting piece of trash." Kim Den continued from the other side, "You've made me curious. Why are you just standing there instead of saving people? It's about to crash, you know. That plane is going down." Shinharu glared furiously at the flaming aircraft plummeting from the sky. "This is your fault," she roared. "And now you're telling me to stop it?" Kim Den simply asked, "If you don't, who will?" Shinharu was so overwhelmed with despair that tears started to fall. "If I touch that hunk of metal falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour, my body will be torn to shreds." She continued, "This is your plan, isn't it? You're trying to push me to my death." On his end, Kim Den flashed a dangerous smile. "You can do it, Shinharu." She was stunned. "What?" He pushed further. "Do it. Clench your fists, fly up there, and save them all. You can handle it. Because it's you. I know you can." Shinharu's mind descended into chaos. Damn it, what is this psycho talking about? In a blank, white space, Kim Den walked toward her, asking, "Why would I ever want to kill you? Without you, Stardust. I'm just another common villain. It was you who made me complete." Shinharu was momentarily shocked by his words. Then she pushed herself up from her knees, thinking, "Even if this is a trap to eliminate me, I have to try." As she spoke, she took off her earpiece. On the other end of the line, Kim Den was stunned. What? Shin Haru clenched her fist, crushing the small device. She slammed her hand on the ground, and as power surged from her, the very space around her began to shatter and fly apart. Pushing off with all her might, she shot into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for the nose of the descending plane. Shin Haru bit her lip, screaming in her heart, "That's right. If I just stand here and watch these people die, I'll have to live with that guilt for the rest of my life." An image of Kim Den appeared in her mind, his voice filled with confidence. "You can handle it. Because it's you, I know you can." The camera zoomed in on Shin Haru's determined face. Her eyes burned with resolve, willing to sacrifice everything to protect them, rather than live a life haunted by regret. And just like that, the two immense forces clashed, sending a massive shockwave across the sky. She thought, "I've already killed them. If only I could focus, just a little bit more." A fleeting image of a happy family flashed in her mind. Honey, the kids, mom, dad. Tears streamed down the man's face as he gazed at the scene below. Then he shut his eyes in surrender. Inside the plane, a little girl clamped her hands over her ears, gritting her teeth and forcing herself to stay awake and look outside. Suddenly, she froze, stunned before the window as tears welled up. In her heart, she cried out, "Is the speed decreasing?" The people on the ground, tense from the situation, could only watch with wide eyes. Just then, a frantic officer reported into his radio. Something unknown is happening, but the plane is receiving external support. It is now descending to the ground. An announcement echoed through the cabin. "All passengers, please keep your seatbelts fastened and await further instructions." High in the air, Jin Haru was using every last ounce of her power to bear the weight of the plane, which was plummeting at a terrifying speed. She grit her teeth, the veins on her face bulging from the strain. Just a little more. The scene shifts, and a blurry vision slowly comes into focus. A panicked flight attendant was watching the person waking up, asking, "Mr. Kim Dokbae, are you all right?" The man called Kim Dokbae sat up, clutching his head in exhaustion, then looked around in a daze. A moment later, they both exited the aircraft, the flight attendant supporting the survivor. Kim Dokbae stared blankly at his surroundings, completely bewildered, and muttered, "What is going on?" Just ahead, Jin Haru was on her knees, the center of everyone's curious stares. Kim Dokbae gasped, "Was that her?" The flight attendant looked at him, confused. With tears of joy streaming down her face, she said, "That's the person who saved us, a hero." Meanwhile, Jin Haru looked up at the sky, panting from exhaustion as tears rolled down her cheeks. She whispered a name, Egostic. The story instantly made headlines. Of course, Jin Haru's picture was printed, clear as day. America was in awe. Japan was speechless. China sang her praises, and even France had to bow down to this hero. Who was Stardust? China was forced to admit that when it came to heroes, they were utterly defeated by South Korea. Even 10 of Japan's heroes combined couldn't match one from Korea. The Japanese Minister of Internal Affairs made the shocking reveal. The news channels immediately jumped on the sensational story. Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the Morning 900 News. Yesterday morning, the villain Egostic used a remote control to hijack an airplane and send it into a nosedive. Miraculously, however, every single passenger was saved. The one who stopped the plane was none other than Stardust, our nation's pride. Many experts had predicted that with her previously known abilities, she would be unable to prevent this disaster. But in the end, the plane landed safely on its own. Finally, Jin Haru returned home. Hearing the news about herself, she quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Fresh from a shower, Jin Haru looked incredibly relaxed and cute. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she quickly answered, "Hello." After listening for a moment, she asked, "Is that true?" On the other end of the line, a man with blue hair confirmed, "Yeah. I asked the association chairman to give you some time off, Jin Haru. Go to the beach, enjoy the scenery, and take a day to relax. It's been a while since we hung out like this." Jin Haru cheered happily. "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow morning." The blue-haired man added, "Hey, bring Kim Chae-hyun along too." A while later, Jin Haru stepped onto the balcony for some fresh air. Her expression turned serious again, lost in thought. Someone's words echoed in her memory. "You can do it. Because it's you. I know you can." A faint smile touched Jin Haru's lips as she thought, has anyone ever put that much faith in me before? And he's just an ordinary villain. All at once, a realization struck her. Wait a minute. Why would he tell me to save the plane? If he was so certain I could stop it and save everyone, then why did he make it crash in the first place? Kim Dane's words rang in her ears again. "I'm just a mediocre villain. You were the one who made me complete." The hero Kim Aiden cracked a hopeful smile, but that hope died just moments later. Staring at the gridlocked traffic ahead, a mournful voice filled the car. "What is happening right now?" Inside the car, The sweltering heat was unbearable, leaving the three of them flushed and dripping with sweat. Kim Aiden griped from the driver's seat. Of all the days, why did the AC have to break today? Hanso, looking ready to pass out, offered a suggestion. Hey, can't you just teleport the entire car? Kim Aiden shot back in horror. That would kill me on the spot. Let's just pull over a rest stop and deal with this first. Hanso, with her superhuman intellect, pointed out the obvious. If you're that hot, just take off your jacket. The young girl yelled as she stripped off her jacket. We should have just taken the train. Why did you have to be so extra? Kim Aiden immediately shot that down. We have way too much luggage for that. Curious, Hanso started opening the gray case next to her. What in the world is this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation gear? It turned out to be a suitcase packed with firearms. Kim Aiden just gave her a smug thumbs up. Hey, you never know what might happen. From the back seat, Hanso exploded in rage, shouting, What kind of vacation is this? Startled, Kim Aiden quickly tried to calm her down. I'm sorry. Hanso, please put the gun down so we can talk. After a series of disasters on the road, the group finally made it to their destination. Hanso, now in a cute swimsuit, grabbed a yellow floaty and bolted for the ocean with excitement. The ocean. Kim Aiden watched from the shore with a smile. At times like this, she really is just a kid. Just then, Lily Subin popped open a soda and handed it to Kim Aiden. I just bought some drinks. Here, have one. She had also changed into a stunning bikini. Kim Aiden took the can and replied, Thanks, Miss Lily. Suddenly, Lily Subin began staring intently at Kim Aiden, who looked back, confused. She said, I'm always so grateful to you, Kim Aiden. He questioned her. Grateful? For what? Lily Subin replied, For everything. Thank you for saving me back then. Thank you for being so kind to me. Faced with such a beautiful and captivating sight, Kim Aiden froze up, just managing a tight smile and a thumbs up. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You handle all the housework for us, and you're an amazing cook. Lily Subin shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Hearing you say that, it really touches my heart. Kim Aiden gulped, his expression instantly turning suspicious. He thought to himself, wait, is this a death flag from a manga? Or is this a betrayal plot? He glanced down at the can in his hand in a panic. Could it be poisoned? His contorted expression left Lily Subin completely baffled. The scene shifts to a large building in the city, where Shin Haru has appeared. A couple of staff members were discussing her. We didn't miscalculate. The data clearly showed it was impossible for her to stop that plane. Another staffer chimed in. There must have been a mistake somewhere. Or maybe. We just haven't grasped the true extent of her power yet. Meanwhile, Shin Haru stood before a strength testing machine, thinking, the power assessment wasn't wrong. It became clear when I stopped that seemingly impossible disaster. As the thought crossed her mind, she unleashed her power, preparing for another test. The sheer force of her aura made the nearby staff turn in shock. With a powerful roar, Shin Haru swung her fist. Her punch slammed directly into the machine. The impact shattered the target plate, sending screws flying. A shockwave of power radiated through the entire room. The staff could only stare in terror at the scene. Shin Haru gazed at her fist and whispered, I've gotten stronger. Back with Kim Aiden, Lily Subin sat beside him, shyly brushing her hair back. Hearing you say that, it really touches my heart. Seeing that expression, Kim Aiden's lips tightened. His mind raced. Is this a death flag from a comic, or is she about to betray me? The color drained from his face, as if he just realized something terrible. All the while, the sun blazed down on them. Hanso, floating happily in the ocean, noticed the strange vibe on the shore. Kim Aiden replied nervously to Lily Subin. Ha ha, well, I look forward to your continued help, Miss Lily. Hanso quickly waded ashore, pointing an accusing finger at them. Hey, you two. Are you trying to have a romantic moment and leave me all alone? Lily Subin flushed, flusteredly denying it. A romantic moment? What are you talking about? Kim Aiden just looked blankly confused. Huh. The girl's anger flared up. If this is a family trip, we're supposed to play together. A wicked grin spread across his face. Oh, is that right? Hanso scrunched her face, confused by his sudden change in expression. A second later, Kim Aiden transformed into a terrifying old man, hoisting both Hanso and her floaty into the air, much to her horror. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Wait. With that same wicked laugh, Kim Aiden playfully yeeted her back into the ocean. What am I doing? We're playing together, of course. After splashing into the water, Hanso struggled to the surface, hurling a piece of seaweed at Kim Aiden's face as she screamed. I got water all up my nose. This is so annoying. You're a real pain sometimes. Kim Aiden gave a forced smile, pulling the seaweed from his face and thinking to himself, Still, it's been a long time since I've felt this at peace. It's nice. Then, grinning like a demon king, he dove in and started splashing Hanso. Lily Subin watched the scene from the shore, laughing happily. Time flew by, and soon, evening arrived. On a nearby road, strange vehicles sped past as a voice echoed out. So, which spot is our crew gonna tear up tonight? The Busan Hotel. Mario's Royal Hyperion, Han Grand Ambassador 2. Every single one. In a dark room, a bald man commanded, make a real spectacle of it. The scene cuts to the Mario's Royal Hyperion Hotel. After a perfect day at the beach, the Grand Ambassador model Kim Den and his crew returned to their hotel. At the front desk, the receptionist asked, "Welcome. What's the name on the reservation?" It's probably under Han Seo-yoon," Kim Den replied. The receptionist smiled brightly and handed over a room key. "Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 270. Kim Den stared back in confusion. "Wait, there's only one room." Han Seo-yoon strolled up beside him, whistling innocently. "Hey, what's wrong with saving a little money?" The group decided to let it go and headed for the elevator. But then, Han Seo-yoon suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, right. The bed is absolutely huge, so we can all just sleep together." Kim Den's eyes went wide. "Are you telling me there's only one bed?" Lee Subin, trying to hide her own excitement, calmly said, "It's been a while since we all slept in the same room. It could be fun." A cold sweat dripped down Kim Den's face as he stared at them. "Yeah, because we've never slept together before." He silently prayed for his sanity. Surely, nothing will happen. Right? Ha! As if. What was he even worried about? And just like that, the three of them were sharing one giant bed. Han Seo-yoon was knocked out in the middle, snoring loudly. Kim Den was just starting to relax when a hushed voice echoed from outside the door. "Wait, I want this room." Then came a countdown. 1, 2. Two masked robbers armed with guns kicked the door in, screaming, "FBI, open up." Kim Den simply flicked a finger upwards. An invisible force slammed into the intruders' chins, sending them flying backward. A moment later, Kim Den sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Where the hell did these guys crawl out from? The two thugs were already unconscious on the floor. Kim Den peered cautiously outside and saw other guests in pajamas being dragged away by more FBI agents. "Move it, you maggots," one shouted. Kim Den's eyes narrowed. "Terrorists? Seriously?" He gritted his teeth, his grip crushing the doorframe. "Damn it, this is only our second vacation, and we run into this crap again?" His fingers flew across his phone's screen, searching for information. He suddenly gasped. "Wait a second. Shadow Walker is supposed to be here. How could they pull off an attack at night?" The screen showed a shocking news alert. A-class hero Shadow Walker had been found collapsed in West Incheon. Han Seo-yoon finally woke up from the noise. Yawning, she asked, "What's going on? Is this a terrorist attack?" "Yeah," Kim Den said flatly. "I'm not even surprised anymore," he thought, rolling his eyes. "Hold on a second. I'm going to check the parking garage. You wake up Lee Subin and wait here, still half asleep." Han Seo-yoon mumbled, "We're on vacation and we run into terrorists." Fine, I'll do as I'm told." In a flash, Kim Den appeared inside his car. He looked out and saw terrorists skulking around the vehicles. "I can't just sneak away without handling this," he decided. Rummaging through his things, he pulled out a grotesque mask, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Hey, I didn't think I'd need this spare mask so soon," he sneered. "These scumbags are about to pay for ruining our vacation. Now, show me your faces." After grabbing his gear, Kim Den instantly teleported back to the hotel room. The two girls were wide awake, waiting for him. Kim Den tossed them some equipment and announced, "You'll get your orders through the earpieces. Let's move." "People." He had a look of pure excitement on his face. Han Seo-yoon sighed in exasperation. He really gets a kick out of these situations. Outside, in the hotel lobby, the terrorists had piled up chairs into a makeshift throne, and sitting on top was the A-class villain, Monkey Spanner. Below him, his armed henchmen kept their guns pointed in every direction. Monkey Spanner stroked his beard and asked, "Is everything ready?" Two of his men nodded in response. "Good," he praised. Then, he pointed a commanding finger down below. "Announce this to the Hero Association and the government. We are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the money is not immediately transferred to the account provided, all of them will be eliminated." The captured guests were tied up, kneeling on the floor in terror. Monkey Spanner continued to shout, "The account number is 1, 2. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the hall, causing everyone hostages and terrorists alike to look in one direction. Monkey Spanner himself went silent, his face on high alert. That's when Kim Den, now wearing a vibrant orange mask, stepped out, clapping his hands. "All right, that's enough. This pathetic excuse for terrorism ends here." He raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy. Instantly, A rifle was ripped from a terrorist's hands by the invisible force. Then, countless more guns were seized by his power, their muzzles turning to point directly at the foreheads of the terrorists themselves. Kim Den swung his fist, and a shockwave of power erupted from the massive hotel. Inside, the hostages screamed in terror at the display. Kim Den's pupils glowed purple as he felt a slight strain. Is that really all the psychokinetic power I've saved up over the last few months? He then launched himself into the air, rocketing towards Spanner. With a single kick, Kim Den sent the villain crashing to the floor and took his seat on the throne. Looking down from above, he flashed a demonic smile. Empathetic weaklings like you actually dared to commit terrorism? Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed a dangerous red. He pulled out a hidden pistol and aimed it straight at Kim Den. A loud bang echoed as a bullet slammed directly into his stomach, making even him look down at the wound in genuine surprise. But that shock quickly turned into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, is a single bullet all you have? Kim Den's reaction left Monkey Spanner completely stunned. Perched above the chaos, Kim Black sat with a bullet in his gut, yet he smirked calmly. Is that all you've got? Below him, Monkey Spanner was a towering giant, holding everyone's lives in the palm of his hand. But up high, Kim Black was secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Beneath his mask, his face was a grimace of pure agony. Damn it, he thought. This is getting dangerous. One wrong move and I'll bleed out right here. On the floor, Monkey Spanner started to shift his weight. A powerful instinct was screaming at him to flee immediately. His mind raced. That bastard. I was planning to use Shadow Walker's absence to strike fast and get out. Could he have been targeting me from the start, setting a trap? Up above, Kim Black pushed through the pain and taunted. You look a little tense. I'll give you a chance to run, if you think you can. Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth, raising a massive fist to challenge him. What kind of scheme are you pulling? Kim Black just sat there. Scheme? There's no scheme. The only scheme is the one you're cooking up in your head. You've ruined my vacation, so stop wasting my time and get out of here while you still can. Internally, he pleaded with the villain. Please, stop overthinking it and just go. I'm so dizzy I can barely keep my eyes open. But Monkey Spanner's thoughts churned. This is my chance. That's right. If I just amplify my power, I can turn this around in an instant. As the hostages watched in terror, he blurred into motion, rocketing for the exit. He vowed to himself, I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I can't die in a place like this. But suddenly, a fist shattered the glass doors from the outside, sending sharp fragments flying everywhere. The powerful blow sent Spanner hurtling back into the room with incredible force. His body tumbled like a misfired rocket. Shinu had arrived, shouting a warning to the terrorists. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender. But as she looked at the floor, she saw the terrorists had been taken down long ago. Just then, another pair of legs stepped through the wreckage. Shinharu was stunned by the situation. The A-class hero, Ice, spoke with a cold expression. Huh. They're all dead? Beside her, the A-class hero, Shadow Walker, looked utterly bored. What a drag. It's already over. These guys will start a riot over a little fake news. Shadow Walker's eyes then landed on Kim Black, sitting on a high perch of chairs. But who is that? Kim Black was completely floored. Pink, heart-shaped bubbles filled his vision as he thought, why is she here? Shinharu frowned and looked up, demanding, who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists? Kim Black clutched his wound tightly, thinking, if I don't focus, I'm going to die right here. Kim Black. Luckily, they didn't seem to recognize him. He just had to stall for time, enough to regain the strength for 2 more teleports. Elsewhere, Hanso and Lee Subin listened intently through their comms. Back at the hotel, Kim Black put on a dangerous persona and said, you ask who I am? I am an S-class hero, operating secretly in Korea. His declaration made the 3 heroes below look up in astonishment. Shinharu immediately pointed a finger. Liar. The association has no records of any active S-class heroes. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you, really? Kim Black calmly replied. A-class hero Stardust. Do you not know what secret operations means? A-class hero Ice. A-class hero Shadow Walker. I am a hero from the generation before yours. Hanso, came a confused voice over the earpiece. Brother Kim Black, what in the world are you doing? Lee Subin whispered, her brow furrowed with worry. But Kim Black continued his arrogant act. You should show some respect when you meet your senior. You kids are so foolish. Shinharu stared up, a mix of annoyance and suspicion on his face. Kim Black just shook his head in disappointment. Ha! I can tell from your faces you don't understand a thing. Fine, then I'll introduce myself. Listen carefully. I am the hero. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a young boy wearing a t-shirt that read Apple Mango on the back. The image of a delicious fruit flashed in his mind. Kim Black instantly declared his new identity, Apple Mango. The freed hostages just stared, their expressions buffering as they tried to process the name. Ice spoke into her comms, relaying the info. Yes, sir. He says his name is Apple Mango. A moment later, she gave a cold wave of her hand, exposing his lie. Hey, you. They said there's no hero with a name like that. Who are you, really? Kim Black shouted with fake rage. How rude. I even know the association president's real name is Park Min-jun. Or at least, it used to be Park Min-jun, right? He changed it because my hero name sounded old-fashioned. Check again. This claim stunned all three of them. Inside, he was sweating bullets. He couldn't believe information from the original story was so useful. Ice replied, regardless, the president says he doesn't know you. Just then, one of the hostages spoke up, his voice full of frustration. Hey, heroes. I've been watching this whole time, and I'm so annoyed that I have to say something. Ice broke out in a cold sweat, completely flustered. Everyone, please, just stay calm, she pleaded, but a civilian spoke up. That masked man took down the villains for us. Who cares who he is? Kim Den screamed internally. You're a lifesaver, old man. That's exactly right. He sounds just like that hero on TV. Shinharu's eyes narrowed, catching the critical clue. At the same time, Kim Den froze in his tracks. The man below shot him a thumbs up. And so what if it is him? Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Kim Den begged in his mind. Stop. Please stop talking. I said with a thin smile. This is all looking quite suspicious, isn't it? Kim Den's tension skyrocketed as sweat dripped down his back. Just a little more, and they'll figure it out. The three heroes below began to unleash their auras. First, let's restrain him. Then we'll unmask him and see the truth. Ice thrust her hand forward, sending a massive ice pillar crashing into the floor. Kim Den gritted his teeth, his escape route cut off, but from the shadows, Shadow Walker had already closed in behind him. A blade sliced deep, and he screamed in his mind, move. For the love of God, move. Shinharu's gaze sharpened like a razor's edge. She launched herself toward him like a missile. Kim Den's face twisted in agony and desperation. But in that split second, his power finally activated. He teleported, appearing on the floor below. He had escaped their trap. Hanseo and Lee Subin materialized just in time to catch him, and in a flash, the three of them vanished from the scene. They spirited the wounded Kim Den away from the hotel. Moments later, their getaway car flipped violently, sending them tumbling inside. Hanseo. Her vision swam as the world spun around her. Despite the crash, she scrambled to ask, Are you okay? Pain had twisted Kim Den's face into a grim mask. He grunted, Now, erase every trace that we were in Busan. The hotel registry, the security cameras, all of it. If they find out, he couldn't finish his sentence. The two girls looked at him, their faces pale with fear. Hey, what's wrong with you? Blood was pouring from the gash in his side. Lee Subin screamed, We have to get him to a hospital, now. Kim Den struggled to stop them. No, I don't have the strength to teleport again. They'll catch us for sure. Get me. To Ego Base. Gritting her teeth, Lee Subin gripped the steering wheel and yelled to Hanseo, Get the first aid kit and patch him up. Now. Hanseo's eyes filled with tears, paralyzed by a traumatic memory. Lee Subin glanced back, her voice a sharp command. Move it. Snapping out of her trance, the young girl quickly wiped her tears away. Right. Okay. With a grim expression, Lee Subin slammed her foot on the gas. I'll get us out of this hellhole. On the pitch-black road, their car tore through the night like a phantom. Meanwhile, back at the hotel lobby, police were calming the hostages. Ice stood off to the side, sighing heavily. Seriously, we finally get a vacation. And these damn villains can't even give us one day of peace. Shadow Walker approached, his expression grim. I'm going to turn in. She turned to him. All right, you've earned it. Sorry, I'm the one who dragged you out here to relax. Anyway, Ice then looked towards Shinharu. Well, since we're here. Stardust. But Shinharu was miles away, her lips pressed into a thin, determined line. Elsewhere on the highway, another car cruised along. The driver let out a massive yawn. Man, I'm getting sleepy. Guess I'll have some gum. Suddenly, his eyes caught something in the rearview mirror. A car was rapidly approaching from behind. Huh. What is that thing? The car blurred past him in a streak of light. The driver screamed after it. Are they insane? Inside, the speedometer needle was pushing past 220 kilometers per hour. Hanseo desperately tried to staunch Kim Den's wound. A terrifying focus was plastered on Lee Subin's face as she white-knuckled the wheel. Kim Den was soaked in his own blood, the wound bleeding freely through the bandages as sweat beaded on his skin from the sheer agony. Back at the hotel, Shinharu clenched her fist, her voice low and serious. I need to investigate everything about him. We flash back to the past, inside Kim Den's room. A voice narrates, the villains showed up again. And again, they tormented Stardust relentlessly. A young Kim Den slammed a book shut, collapsing onto his bed, his eyes lifeless. This is how it ends. This was Kim Den at 19 years old, with dark circles etched under his eyes. This whole story is just one soul-crushing moment after another. That ending. The book slipped from his hand and hit the floor. He tossed and turned in his bed, crying out in frustration, Stardust. He mumbled something unintelligible before finally drifting off to sleep. Just then, a brilliant flash of light streaked across the night sky outside his window. Back in the present, at a hidden safe house, Han Seo watched over Kim Den. Her face was pale, drawn thin with exhaustion and worry. Lai Subin brought a tray of food, but Han Seo immediately refused. I'm not hungry. Lai Subin tried to reason with her. Seo, you have to eat something. Kim Den will wake up soon. Below them, Kim Den lay motionless inside a medical capsule as Han Seo buried her face in her hands, sobbing. Heartbroken, Lai Subin sat beside her, offering what comfort she could. As Han Seo forced down a mouthful of food between sobs, a familiar voice cut through the silence. You've still got a healthy appetite, don't you, Seo? Kim Den was looking right at them, a weak smile on his face. Meanwhile, I'm over here knocking on death's door. Both girls stared, completely stunned. Han Seo's face crumpled, and she burst into tears all over again, wailing as she playfully pounded on his chest. Lai Subin watched, moved by the scene, as Kim Den could only laugh weakly and yelp in pain. Ow, ow, hey. Outside, the night sky remained dark and unforgiving. An image of the white-masked figure, holding a golden mask, was everywhere. The internet was exploding with news about the mysterious man. The icy terror incident, with 0 casualties, was it really terrorism? Shinharu stared at the headline, scrolling through article after article. Right. The plane incident ended with 0 casualties. After all, she wondered, what if Egostic hadn't called? What if I hadn't been able to act? The image of Kim Deon appeared in her mind, smiling as he said, You'll be fine, because it's you. You can do anything. Shinharu's head was bowed, tension coiling in his gut. He was certain he could do this, as if he already knew his powers were about to surge. Then, a sudden smirk crossed her face. How could I possibly know? She muttered. It must be a coincidence. But her hand tightened into a white-knuckled fist. Still, there was no denying it. She had grown stronger. Picking up a data slate, she thought, and there's something else that doesn't add up. The villains Egostic eliminated. Every single one had the potential to cause a massive catastrophe someday, and he saw that potential in them. Shinharu came to a chilling conclusion. Egostic was no hero, but calling him a simple villain didn't feel right either. It felt like he was setting up some kind of grand chess match. The next time he strikes, I swear I'll expose his true identity. Shinharu's resolve hardened like steel. Meanwhile, Hasul was lost in thought, scrolling through her phone. What was the real goal behind these attacks? Egostic knew the Hero Association chairman's real name. PM Jun. Could Egostic have been a high-ranking hero once? Did some conflict with the association cause him to turn into a villain? A new conspiracy theory began to spread like wildfire. That Egostic had a grudge against the Hero Association. The three of them sat around the dinner table. When he heard the news, Jin Kim looked sick to his stomach. Excuse me. Ugh, I think I'm going to be sick. Lee Subin offered a strained smile, putting her phone away. Hasul, let's not bother Dane for now. He's clearly exhausted. But the girl pressed on, her voice filled with frustration. So what now? Are you just going to do the whole, I'm a villain, this is my destiny act and cause more chaos in your condition? You want to go through that again? Jin Kim flinched at her fierce expression. Hasul. I. He was at a complete loss for words. Suddenly, both girls stared him down, their eyes sharp as daggers. Cornered, Jin Kim had no choice but to make a decision. We're taking a break. For about 3 months. Hearing this, relief washed over both of their faces. For real? He confirmed, still chewing his food. Yeah. We're laying low for a bit. With this much public heat on us, if I vanish for a while, everything should cool down. But internally, a new plan was forming. During this break, he would need to recruit new members. An image of a mysterious figure flashed in his mind. Jin Kim made a new calculation. If left alone, that person could become a villain powerful enough to shatter the balance. If I can't eliminate him, I'll have to make him an ally. And just like that, 3 months flew by. An alert blared through the comms. A villain had appeared. Stardust prepared for launch. Shinharu asked urgently, is it him? The voice on the other end replied, negative. It's a new villain calling himself Cyclone. Her shoulders slumped in disappointment. Ah, I see. Moments later, Shinharu, in her hero persona, streaked across the sky like a comet. As she flew, one name echoed in her mind. Egostic. For the past 3 months, where have you been, and what have you been doing? The scene shifts to Dane Kim's safe house, where he's watching the events unfold on a massive screen. Shinharu's image filled the screen. Ooh, here she comes, here she comes. Dane Kim watched with glee, munching on popcorn like it was a movie premiere. Hasol sat beside him, an utterly unimpressed look on her face. On screen, the monster known as Cyclone, an A-class threat, began to unleash its power. The beast roared. Dane Kim cheered at the screen. Go get him. Stardust. Meanwhile, Shinharu dove towards Cyclone, screaming a question. Are you Egostic? No. A furious rage overtook Shinharu, and she pummeled her opponent into submission. A moment later, a bald man lay on the ground, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Dane Kim threw his popcorn in the air with excitement. Look at that power. My investment in her growth was totally worth it. Go Stardust. Hasol frowned, looking bored. Is this really that entertaining for you? Dane Kim jumped, caught completely off guard. Yeah, kinda. Suddenly, her sharp tone made him choke on his drink. All right, isn't it time we got back to work? Hasul, Dane, I can't take you lurking in the Stardust fan club all day anymore. Dane Kim's eyes widened in confusion. What? Hasul. Hasul's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Dane Kim, the admin of the Stardust fan club. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? I'm a world-class hacker, you know, busted. Dane Kim scrambled for the remote, shutting off the screen. He stammered, It's just a little hobby. She repeated firmly. Regardless, we agreed we'd get to work today. Dane Kim sat up straight. Let's see. Today's the 17th, right? Her entire demeanor brightened with excitement. What is it? Are we planning our next big terror event? Dane Kim shook his head. Nope. Then, are we taking out another villain? He shook his head again. Not that either. A wide grin spread across Dane Kim's face. We're going to recruit a new member. The scene cuts to a high vantage point overlooking the town. An elderly couple stands there, admiring the view below. The old man sighed contentedly. My, this place hasn't changed a bit, he said. It looks exactly the same as it did 20 years ago. Just then, a girl in a hoodie, her face hidden in shadow, bumped right into the man. Oh, I'm so sorry, she mumbled. He simply waved it off. It's quite all right, young lady. No harm done. But as the girl walked away, she was now holding his wallet. This girl had piercing blue eyes. Her gaze drifted down to the streets below. There, she saw a group of thugs. Each one had a cigarette dangling from his lips, and they were all staring up at her with predatory grins. The girl gritted her teeth in fury. Just then, a young boy with the same clear blue eyes ran towards her, a bright smile on his face as he called out, Sis. This was her brother, Chae-yoon, who was 13 years old. She gently pinched his cheek. Did you have a good time? Yeah, he chirped happily. Then she noticed his knee. Oh, you scraped your knee. Where did you get hurt? Chae-yoon, ever the innocent child. Panting, she suddenly stumbled on the way home. A young woman extended her hand, unleashing a healing power as she chided, Geez, you need to be more careful next time. Chae-yoon watched the wound on his knee slowly mend, gasping in awe. Whoa. In just a moment, the scrape had vanished completely. The girl took off her own hat and placed it on Chae-yoon's head, saying, You go on home first, okay? The little boy nodded obediently. Okay. As she removed the hat, she revealed herself to be a beautiful, orange-haired girl. She smiled brightly, promising, I'll go get us some delicious food and be right back. This girl was Lai Han, who, in the future, was fated to become the villain known as the Green Frog. Sometime later, after night had fallen, Lai Han returned with a bag of food. Opening the door with a cheerful smile, she called out, Chae-yoon, I brought home that amazing tteokbokki for you. But her expression instantly turned pale at the sight before her. A voice echoed from inside the house. I knew it, this little brat. The bag of food fell from her grasp. Inside were members of the Wild Dogs, a ruthless gang from the Dam District. Chae-yoon was being held by a masked man, while another snarled, You think you can pickpocket in our territory and get away with it? If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you straight to hell. Got it? Though terrified, Lai Han screamed, That's enough. Let Chae-yoon go, take whatever you want, and get out. The man sighed, feigning boredom. Look at this one. He yanked Chae-yoon's hair, forcing a pained scream from the boy. The thug reveled in the boy's agony. Hey, little girl. Two other men lunged forward, restraining Lai Han. She thrashed and yelled, You bastards. The leader kept his grip on Chae-yoon's hair. Look here, he taunted. Seems like your big sister doesn't understand the situation. A scarred man pressed a knife to Cha Yun's throat. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Lai Han shrieked in horror. No, stop. I was wrong, please. The scarred man swung the knife with a vicious grin. Too late, you bitch. Cha Yun squeezed his eyes shut in despair, when suddenly, an invisible force ripped the knife from the man's hand. Stunned, he glanced behind him, only to be slammed forward by a powerful impact, his body crashing against the wall. In the next instant, the barrels of deadly guns were hovering over the heads of every single Wild Dog Gang member. Seizing the moment, Cha Yun broke free and scrambled forward. Lai Han pulled him into a desperate hug, crying out, Cha Yun. Kim Den appeared in their yard, he thought to himself. Friday the 17th. This was the day Cha Yun was supposed to be killed by that gang, causing Lai Han to awaken her dark powers and walk the path of a villain. Good thing I got here early. Another second, and it would have been a catastrophe. Cha Yun looked outside, saw the man, and gasped in disbelief. Could it be? Lai Han turned, defensively shielding Cha Yun. She challenged, Are you Egostic? Kim Den flashed a villainous smile. It's a pleasure to meet you both, Han and Cha Yun. I've come to take you with me. Hearing this, Lai Han's face darkened as she snapped. Why would you take us? You're a cruel villain, just like them. Kim Den explained calmly. Why? To save you, of course. Didn't you just see what happened? Besides, it'll be a real pain if the cops show up. She refused. I'd rather die than go with you. Hey, you bastard, what do you think you're but? Just then, Cha Yun shot past her like a bolt of lightning. The sight hit Lai Han like a thunderclap as she screamed, Cha Yun. No, in her eyes, the image was terrifying. Her little brother, running straight towards a dangerous, wicked demon. But Cha Yun had reached Kim Den, grabbing his hand tightly. He declared, Egostic, I'm your fan club. The boy looked up at his hero with a face full of absolute admiration and pride. Even Kim Den was a bit flustered by the boy's intense devotion. Huh? Soon after, Kim Den brought the siblings to his hideout. He introduced them to the others. All right, everyone, these are our new members. Go on, say hello. Cha Yun's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Whoa, it's Ego's cyber-terrorist beauty in person. Lubin broke into a nervous sweat at the nickname. Cha Yun's eyes were still shining with awe. So, is that person the hacker? Lai Han bowed cautiously. Hello everyone. I'm Lai Han, and this is my younger brother, Cha Yun. Hansel wore a serious expression, as if inspecting new merchandise. So the new member with healing abilities is a girl. A little while later, the five of them had settled into a more comfortable rhythm. Kim Den cheerfully opened the fridge. Cha Yun still had an ecstatic look on his face. Of course, he has mangoes. Hansel stared forward, thinking, this is just like when I first met Kim Den. Lai Han sat nearby, still tense and on high alert. By the fridge, Kim Den tilted his head back, chugging juice straight from the container. Seeing this, Hansel bared his teeth and roared with terrifying intensity. Don't just put your mouth on it and drink like that. Startled, Kim Den sprayed a mouthful of mango juice everywhere. This one is mine. Hansel, knowing he'd overreacted, still grumbled. Well, just be more careful next time. Lubin gently brought over a plate of peeled apples, asking cheerfully, Cha Yun, would you like some fruit? The boy's eyes lit up even more. Wow, thank you so much. Cha Yun quickly grabbed a fork and speared a piece of apple. Lai Han called out with a tense voice, Cha Yun. The boy, who was about to take a huge bite, looked over, his mouth full. Lai Han turned away helplessly, her expression still filled with worry. It's nothing. Kim Den smiled brightly and called out, Seol and Subin, I'm going to have a heart-to-heart with them for a bit. Could you two step outside? Hansel stuck his tongue out, mocking him playfully. Could you give us a moment alone? Kim Dan was momentarily speechless at the girl's fiery spirit. Lee Subin, could you take her to the main house first? Let's do that. A moment later, only 3 people remained in the room. Kim Dan sat across from the 2 sisters and broke the silence. Lee Harun, you killed the director of the orphanage and then you escaped, correct? His words made Lee Harun's eyes narrow. She was on high alert as Kim Dan continued. I've already investigated everything. That director was known for abusing you too. My finding you was no accident. I have a purpose. She asked suspiciously, what purpose? Kim Dan stated it plainly. To let you both live a happy life. Lee Harun's brow furrowed as she stared him down, utterly stunned. What? Kim Dan just smiled and continued. Of course, not in this cramped underground space. I've already set up a portal. We'll move to the main house. Live there. And you'll even go to school. Lee Harun found him incredibly suspicious and challenged him. Why are you doing all this for us? We only just met you today. Kim Dan thought of Hansel and replied, because I have a younger sister too. That's why I'm doing this. Cha Yun's eyes lit up with excitement. I've seen all of Mangled Egostic's terrorist incidents. I've rewatched them dozens of times. Kim Dan was flustered. Is that so? Well, thank you. He inwardly panicked, wondering if it was okay for an elementary schooler to watch that stuff. Lee Harun shot her a warning look. Cha Yun. But Kim Dan spoke up again. Just try living with us for a while. It'll be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you might imagine. Cha Yun clasped her hands together, her face full of hope for the beautiful life ahead. It seemed Lee Harun was seriously considering it. All right. A little later, Kim Dan led the two sisters to a hidden location. A secret gateway slid open, revealing a mysterious spatial portal. Kim Dan turned back with a bright smile. Follow me. He stepped into the portal, his body slowly vanishing. Lee Harun's expression was still tense with uncertainty, but Cha Yun excitedly jumped toward the gate, turning to wave. Aren't you coming, sis? I'm going ahead. Lee Harun frantically called out her sister's name. She sighed in defeat, finally deciding to follow everyone through. Moments later, Lee Harun walked up the staircase, her face a mask of astonishment. Before her, Cha Yun stood looking out a glass window. Bathed in brilliant, warm sunlight, Kim Dan asked, Do you like it? This will be our new home. Cha Yun seems to love it. My room is on the 3rd floor, and yours is on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms for both of you, and don't worry about school fees. At your age, you should be in school, and I have plenty of money. Lee Harun stared at him, still full of suspicion. Kim Dan continued with a gentle voice, If you feel uncomfortable, just stay a few days and then decide. You can refuse any time you want to go back. Okay. Lee Harun's eyes widened as she looked at him. Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine. Her face went pale as she recalled the man with the scar, pressing a knife to Cha Yun's throat. I'm going to teach you brats a lesson. Back then, she had been utterly hopeless. Squeezing her eyes shut, the image faded, replaced by the sight of Cha Yun, vibrant and joyful. Lee Harun made her choice, nodding firmly. I accept. Thank you so much. Kim Dan patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't mention it. Let's live well together. Elsewhere, Kim Dan wore a smug, villainous grin, teasing successful, but then he scratched his head in confusion. I feel like I forgot something. What was it? Night had fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. The internet blazed with breaking news. What did the heroes do today? The hero bulletin. Is Egostic really dead? It can't be. Not Mangled Egostic. It's been almost 4 months, and he's completely vanished. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. 8 comments. Comment 1. This is the first time I've ever missed a villain's terrorist attacks. Comment 2. He's not a villain, he's a dark hero. Comment 3. But seriously, why hasn't he shown up yet? Did he retire or something? Shinhara was still sitting in front of her computer screen, filled with disappointment. Ha! Where are you, and what are you doing? Egostic. Her expression was grim, her patience worn thin from the endless waiting. Inside a laboratory, 2 figures stood observing a strange creature floating in a tank of liquid. One of them spoke. Every time I see it, I'm amazed. A mad scientist in glasses cackled loudly. The white-haired man beside him said, We must wait until Dr. Kim Sung is released. Then, we will complete this project. We will present a perfected behemoth for him to see. The creature inside the tank stirred. The white-haired man muttered, When that happens, South Korea. No, the entire world will kneel before our Haenan group. He touched the sphere with a manic gleam in his eye, raising his other hand as if to grasp the world itself. The surrounding scientists erupted in laughter. The man declared, No one can stop me. At Lee Subin's home, bright sunlight streamed into the house. Someone was holding a knife, their hands moving swiftly, slicing mushrooms into perfectly thin pieces. Lee Subin smiled warmly at Ha Yun. You know, you can just rest. The young girl jumped slightly, replying, No, it's okay. I feel more comfortable helping out. Lee Subin's smile widened. Thank you. Ha Yun bowed her head and sighed. Subin smiled. Thanks to you, we prepared everything much faster today. The girl looked sadly at Subin, her mind drifting. To the beautiful woman who was kidnapped by Egostic, Ha Yun remembered. It had already been 4 months since the incident. Her thoughts turned to the newspaper article she had read. Model. The villain was forced to take responsibility, paying for the damages. As chaos gripped the public, Ha Yun looked over at Lubin, whose calm presence helped steady her own nerves. And yet, I'm still living a happy, wonderful life. All those terrible rumors about him have become completely meaningless. Just then, Ha Yun heard a voice cry out, Hey, can you hold my hand for a second? Kim Den immediately shot back. Get a grip and walk on your own, darling. You're going to get hurt. The young girl watched Kim Den struggling with COU, her mind racing. And then it hit her. The true identity of Egostic was Kim Den. He tugged on COU's shirt and asked, "We finally got a place with this much sunlight, so why do you still like sleeping in the basement?" The genius girl muttered in response, "I keep hearing about this ego-based thing or whatever." Then he pulled COU toward the table for breakfast. Once the food was served, Kim Den stared at it and shouted, "We're having meat this early in the morning? This is actually great," but a sad thought crossed Ha Yun's mind. One day, if someone came back seriously injured, could she really heal them with her abilities? The little girl lowered her head, staring at her hands in silence. Ha Yun clenched her own fists, as if making a silent, firm resolution. After their meal, Kim Den lay on his bed, lost in thought. It was almost time. Time to prepare for the black disaster unleashed by the Hanyu Corporation. He looked up with a sigh, staring blankly at the calendar on the wall. At that moment, someone violently threw the door open with a loud bang. "So you've been hiding in here all this time," Mango Sticker yelled. "Let's go stage a terrorist attack right now. I'm so bored I could die." Kim Den let out a low, thoughtful hum. And then, he suddenly spoke. "All right, let's do it. Prepare for a terror attack." She froze, asking, "Huh? For real?" Kim Den sat up, a smirk playing on his lips. He shouted, "Everyone, assemble now." A little while later, in the meeting room, Kim Den stood before a whiteboard with his arms crossed. Ha Yun hesitated, but her question made everyone stop in their tracks. "Why are we the ones committing terrorism in the first place?" Kim Den answered cheerfully, "If you're asking for the reason behind our terrorism, then I must answer." Someone immediately tried to stop him. "Stop. That's enough." "All right," COU said bluntly. "Old man, just get straight to the point." Kim Den's expression suddenly changed. "From now on, I'm not just your brother anymore." He then answered Ha Yun's question. "Ha Yun? Ah, the truth is, we're the villains." The young girl was at a loss for words, thinking to herself, "I see. So that's how it is. That's why we have to carry out these terror attacks," Kim Den explained. "But there must be no civilian casualties." He continued, "We need to construct the perfect dilemma specifically for Stardust, and we have to drag her right into it. That girl." COU cut him off, bored. "So these acts of terror have to create a positive outcome for her. So in short, thank you, darling." The genius girl suddenly teased, "Isn't that what you are? Did you just curse at me? You must have misheard me." "I definitely just cursed," Den thought to himself. He uncapped a marker, saying, "Anyway." He drew a bridge on the board and continued. The theme for this next terrorist attack is titled, "Will the Sun University Bridge Collapse?" Lubin looked at the drawing on the board, confused. The Sun University Bridge? Kim Den sketched a monster beside it and replied, "Exactly." Because Kim Den then drew a map of the land, explaining, "This winter, right here in Sun, a giant monster will appear, and it will begin to march north. It could wipe out the entire peninsula in a single pass." He drew an explosion, ending it with the letter N. "But what if we staged a terror attack that made the Sun University Bridge collapse first?" He added an illustration of the monster falling with a loud boom. "This monster has a critical weakness to water, so we get credit for the terrorist act, while also eliminating the true villain. In short, it's a win-win for our reputation and for the public."
Zan spoke up. "Same question as always. Where do you get this information?" Kim Den pretended to tip a hat and replied, "That's a trade secret."
The genius girl let out a huge laugh. "It feels like we're taking out a villain and committing terrorism all at once. And this time, it doesn't even seem to be for that Stardust girl." Kim Den cut in, annoyed. "Can you stop calling her that girl?" COU smiled as brightly as a flower. "Good. So the concept is decided, right?" Kim Den smiled back. "What are we missing?" She wondered aloud. "Time." Kim Den rubbed his thumb and index finger together and answered, "No, money." A short time later, a live channel went on the air. The moment Kim Den appeared in his Egostic costume, the audience's comments exploded in a frenzy. On camera, Egostic floated high in the air, a loudspeaker hovering in front of him. The man voted #1 by the Korean Association. Egostic. He smiled and continued, "I, Egostic, have returned. I'm sure all of you know what I'm about to do, don't you?" In a car, Egostic's voice blared from the speakers. "What am I going to do here on the Sun University Bridge? Why, a bomb attack, of course." The driver instantly slammed on the brakes, screaming, "Terrorism." The cars about to get on the bridge screeched to a halt. Egostic just smiled and pressed a button. Then he announced, "Everyone, please stop everything you were doing." The bridge immediately exploded, sending shrapnel flying in every direction. Egostic said cheerfully, "It seems the invitation for our special guest to support the game has been delivered." A viewer commented in confusion, "Who's lucky enough to be invited as a guest?" Egostic immediately announced, "The participants in this game Are all the good citizens across the country watching this very premiere? That's right. It's all of you. He explained the simple participation method. Send your bank account number to the link provided in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 to you. But the viewers watching the live broadcast were left utterly speechless. She recalled Egostic's chilling words. If the number of people who accept my 100,001 gift exceeds 500,000 before 7 p.m. tonight, I will blow this bridge to kingdom come. Some people were thrilled, while others were terrified. Egostic continued. Of course, anyone trapped on that bridge will share its fate. He stood before the half-demolished bridge and announced, so make your choice. Do you all want a free 100,001? Or do you want this bridge to explode at any moment? He declared. The choice between 100,001 and the Soon University Bridge officially begins now. Egostic then smiled and said, Oh, and by the way, Miss Stardust, you don't need to show up today. Just take a nice, relaxing day off. One commenter teased, Don't worry, I will protect my girl. Another user posted, Mango Stick, what a sweet criminal, making sure Stardust gets her rest. Someone else laughed, she's the hero and he's the villain. He told her not to come, but do you really think she'll listen? Egostic stretched, smiling to himself as he thought, all those other crazed villains must be happy they have less competition, right? Suddenly, a figure shot towards him. Egostic looked up at the person who appeared before him and gasped in surprise. Stardust. He nearly dropped the controller. Egostic's mind raced to the detonator. He looked at Stardust, realizing it had been a while since they last met. The two stared each other down in absolute silence. Stardust's glare felt like a physical weight crushing down on Egostic. He stammered her name, Stardust. She remained silent, her cold, hard gaze fixed on him. Egostic froze, panicking under her intense stare. What is going on? In another place, someone asked, Manager Kim, what are you doing? Taking a smoke break? Manager Kim nearly danced over, pointing at his phone and saying, Chief, you have to see this. The man asked, What is it? An article on the screen read, Mango Stick's comeback celebration at Soon University Bridge and charity event. Anyone who leaves their account number in the attached link gets 100,001. People are even posting proof on social media. Manager Kim explained, You just enter your account number here, and they send you 100,001 just like that. The department head was astonished. Let me see that. If more than 500,000 people take the money, he'll blow up the Soon University Bridge. Yes, Manager Kim said. You know who Egostic is, right? He then scrolled to another post sharing the live stream. Mango Stick's comeback at Soon University Bridge and charity event. Leave your bank account number at the link above to receive 100,001. People were even posting proof on social media. Manager Kim explained that the guy was staging some kind of terrorist plot at the Soon University Bridge. The department head gasped, Oh, the guy who calls himself a villain? My goodness. What kind of stunt is this? Who would actually take money like that? Manager Kim immediately grinned and replied, I just did. Got my 100,000. The department head roared with fury. What? You did what? How could you? Seeing his boss's rage, the man immediately bowed deeply and shouted, I'm so sorry, Chief. The chief winked and said, You're too slow. I got mine the second the news broke. What do you take me for? Manager Kim gave a thumbs up and laughed. Chief, you really had me going there. You're a great actor. The department head laughed heartily. The two of us won't push the number past 500,000. Let's have a company party tonight. Yes, sir, he replied. Elsewhere, a woman was talking on the phone. Son, have you eaten dinner yet? My account number? Why? She squinted at her phone screen and mumbled, Goodness me, where did this come from? Who's just giving away spending money? A notification for a new deposit appeared on her screen. She gasped in shock. Oh my, it's real. What on earth is an Egostic? Back on the bridge, flames from the initial explosion still burned. Egostic pulled his cloak tighter around himself, shivering as he muttered, I didn't expect it to be this cold. He paused. But Stardust just stood there, arms crossed, silently observing him. Egostic sighed. Her stare felt like 1,000 piercing needles. Is she waiting for me to detonate the bridge before she makes a move? Why do I suddenly feel even colder? He turned his head to look at her, deep in thought. Why is she staring at me like that? This never happened in the original story. Was there some other event tied to the Soon University Bridge? Egostic never imagined she could be this furious. I really messed up this time, he thought, pulling his hood lower. But there's no other way. This is all for Stardust. All for her sake. Faced with the power of the Black Calamity described in the original novel, she wouldn't stand a chance as she is now. Egostic thought back to the Black Calamity. In the original story, its first appearance was an absolutely devastating and brutal event. Unlike the fun, time-killing superhero antics, That was the moment that signaled the story's descent into darkness. He pulled out his phone, muttering, "Anyway, let's check the count." Egostic was inwardly stunned. 450,000 people have already accepted the money, and there are still 3 hours to go. He teleported beneath the bridge and sighed in frustration. The people in this world are truly something else. Egostic rubbed his neck and sighed deeply to himself. I thought this was supposed to fail even if I did nothing. Letting them die just for greed? How pathetic. He fired up his live stream and began. To the good people of Korea, did you really think you get 100,000 won for free? The comment section exploded. Is this really happening? Of course it is. Leaning against a car, Egostic began his show. You all remember the rules, don't you? He tapped on the window, announcing with a showman's flair, we're going to interview a guest who might just be sacrificed by our conscientious viewers out there. Slowly, the tinted window rolled down. Egostic peered inside. Suji, this is out of our hands now. No one else is crazy enough to get on this bridge, right? He asked with a booming laugh. Oh my goodness, hello, thank you for all your hard work. Could you please introduce yourself? The dark-haired man inside replied with a calm smile. Yes, hello. My name is Choi Yang-in. Egostic was stunned. Why isn't this guy showing any sign of fear? He casually leaned against the car door and asked, a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Choi Yang-in. In a situation where your life is on the line, do you feel nervous or anxious at all? Yang, and suddenly burst out laughing. Egostic was floored. Why is he laughing? Yang-in smiled so brightly it seemed to glow. Worried, why would I be? If the viewers don't take the money, then both Seoul University Bridge and I will be perfectly safe, right? Egostic buried his face in his hand. On behalf of everyone watching, I apologize. Just look at that absolute faith. A comment popped up. Should I take the money or not? After hesitating, I decided against it. Another person replied, you're a good person. Someone else wondered, does this make me a piece of trash? A cruel comment followed. Yep, I'm taking it. As long as it's not me on that bridge. Then, a flood of comments began repeating 2 words. I'm sorry. Egostic paused for a moment, puzzled. We've heard Mr. Yang-in's powerful statement about his unwavering faith in the Korean people. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Yang-in replied with pure innocence. Go, Korea. I believe in you all. Meanwhile, Stardust watched the bridge from a distance, her lips pressed into a thin line. What are you scheming, Egostic? Just then, Egostic himself strolled over to another vehicle. He sighed internally. This is exhausting. Can't anyone give me a normal reaction? He stopped in front of a car window. Instantly, a loud scream erupted from inside. The girls in the car began peppering him with questions. You're Egostic. This is insane. You're so much more handsome in real life. We're not actually going to die here today, are we? That's right. We're your fans, they asked again. But you are planning on killing us for real, aren't you? You always spare people in the end. Remember that plane crash? Yeah. Egostic was so shocked he froze. This whole thing is a complete mess, he thought. He quickly pulled his hat down, speaking loudly. And with that, I'll conclude the interview here. Time to go. The girls shouted, trying to stop him. Wait a minute. What's the hurry? One of them pulled out a tablet and tugged on his sleeve, saying, sign this before you leave. Egostic immediately took it and signed. The girl in the car then said, let me get 4 selfies with you. A comment on the stream just read, LOL. He's doing everything they ask, isn't he? Talk about fan service. Someone else commented, I can't even tell who the hostage is anymore. One of the girls chattered on, and I already received my 100,000 won. So, thanks. Another one said she got 400,000 won. Awesome. Let's get spicy hot pot tonight, but we can't eat if we die here. Oh, right. Egostic thought to himself, I am never interviewing civilians again. This terrorist plot is a complete failure. A moment later, he spoke to Suji. Can you bring up the main screen? She replied instantly. Yes, sir. The live stream feed immediately cut to the desolate scene on the bridge. Spotlights flared to life. Egostic was surrounded by a swarm of camera drones. He gave a slight bow. Well, everyone, it seems it's now 7 p.m., isn't it? He smiled wickedly and declared, the 100,001 full citizen participation terror event at Seoul University Bridge is now over. I will now announce the results. The comment screen immediately erupted into a frenzy. Let's go, let's go. 500,000 is easy. Don't let Yang-in down. Yang-in? Sorry, man. Damn it. If the Seoul University Bridge collapses, how am I supposed to get to work? The numbers on the screen changed frantically. To build the suspense, Egostic kept pausing dramatically. The result was a sudden explosion of fireworks, painting the night sky in a beautiful display. Egostic shouted with glee, magnificent. The people of Korea are truly wonderful, but the people still on the bridge were horrified. What is this? Egostic snapped his fingers, laughing loudly. To all you selfish people, please enjoy this final fireworks show just for you. The bombs planted on the bridge immediately detonated. Stardust gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. That bastard. He actually did it. Amidst the sound of the explosions, Egostic gave another elegant bow and said, "As always, I have been your host, Egostic." The viewers on the broadcast were instantly filled with regret. What happened? They're really dead. Egostic adjusted his hat, sighing and muttering to himself. Floating in the air for this long is exhausting. I've really hit my limit. He stood still, whispering, "Now all I have to do is watch them get saved." Stardust shot like a comet towards a car about to fall, reaching out her hand to catch it. Egostic froze. What the? Did she just figure me out? He raised his hand, and mana instantly gathered into a glowing orb in his palm. Damn it! Egostic roared in frustration as Stardust rushed forward. The car was plunging, and both hero and villain lunged to lift it up. Stardust used her bare hands to pull two cars back from the edge. After lending her his power, Egostic gasped, "I'm out of strength." He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Egostic's body went limp, falling through the air. As he plummeted towards the water, a vortex of space opened beneath him and vanished, taking him with them. Egostic teleported back to base. Lubin scrambled towards him in a panic. The young prodigy screamed in terror, "No, not Daehye and Kim." Blood streamed from his nose and mouth as the light in his eyes began to fade. Hanso Wu and Lubin stood helplessly outside the glass pod. Hanso Wu pleaded with tears in her eyes, "Please, just open your eyes." Hyun watched from the doorway. The young girl bowed her head, wrapping her arms around herself. Hanso Wu stared at his motionless body. "Please." Hyun stood silently in the hall. She finally lifted her head, taking a deep, shaky breath. Hyun wiped her eyes with her fingertips. Elsewhere, Shin Haru stood alone on her balcony. One name echoed in her thoughts. Egostic. Shin Haru pulled out a stack of newspapers. Every headline was a story about Egostic and Stardust. Egostic's message for Stardust. Stardust's speech at the observatory. The ice cream festival terror attack. She remembered his warning. Don't even think about revealing your face to the world. The moment you do, your life will become a living hell. Shin Haru recalled the time Stardust stopped Egostic's airplane hijacking. Even then, she thought with a frown, if he hadn't given me that courage, I never would have been brave enough to act. It was his voice that made me believe I could do it. Shin Haru whispered to the night, "It's as if you know everything about me." She remembered his words of encouragement. "You can do this." And so, she sighed, murmuring, "Then please, save them." Shin Haru replayed every moment she had seen Egostic, asking herself again and again, a man who orchestrates terror attacks. I had so much I wanted to say to him. Are you truly a villain? Are you really a killer? Shin Haru clenched her fists, her head bowed. What is your true nature, Egostic? But overcome by an unnamed emotion, she remembered staring at him, unable to say a single word. And as she dove toward the car plummeting into the river, she had prayed with all her might, "Please." Stardust gritted her teeth, thinking, "Just touch it." A pale purple light enveloped the vehicle. Stardust immediately felt its speed decrease. She turned her head towards Egostic and saw him using his powers as he fell. After saving the civilians, Stardust stared at the river, while fangirls cursed his name. I seriously want to kill that guy, that evil bastard. On the bridge, only wreckage and smoke remained. The river's surface was calm. Stardust stood in worried silence. Shin Haru's hand tightened on the newspaper. After all this, she had to wonder. What is Egostic, really? Just then, a voice broke through her thoughts. Why so gloomy all by yourself? This was another terror attack with 0 casualties. You know. A girl with light blue hair approached, holding 2 cans of beer. My lovely little lady, my Shin Haru. It was Seola, the A-rank hero. Shin Haru's face immediately brightened. Seola, thank you for coming. Seola pulled her into a hug, replying, What are you talking about? Of course I came. Shin Haru smiled, her cheeks flushing. The 2 beers were opened, and they quickly clinked their cans together. Seola chugged more than half the can in one go. She let out a huge laugh. This is the life. Watching the night sky with Shin Haru, enjoying a little bit of normal life. She paused, her gaze shifting to the side. Seola sighed. What is it, Shin Haru? You're off duty, but you're still working? Is this about that bastard Egostic again? Shin Haru nodded. She tried to comfort her. Come on, don't worry about it. Even MC Jung was happy that the crime rate went down. Honestly, I probably shouldn't say this, but during this last incident, it didn't seem like he had any intention of hurting you. Shin Haru suddenly asked, Hey, Seola, can I tell you something? She continued, The way I see it, maybe Egostic isn't really a bad guy. In another place, Ha-yoon was walking when she saw Han So-woo, who had passed out from exhaustion on the floor. Ha-yoon gently draped a blanket over her. The little girl walked silently toward the emergency room. Ha-yoon opened the door and stepped inside. She saw Dae-hyun Kim, still unconscious inside the healing pod. She walked up to it, questioning if she should intervene. He seemed like a good person. But what if he changed, just like all the others who lusted after her power? Ha-yoon wondered, what should I do? At that moment, Dae-hyun Kim's body suddenly spasmed in agony. Tears welled in the girl's eyes. This person saved both Chon and me without knowing a thing. He was kind without asking for anything. And now he's dying right in front of me. Dae-hyun Kim gasped in pain. A single tear fell from Ha-yoon's eye, landing on the glass. She asked herself, am I just going to let him die like this? Ha-yoon whispered, I'm sorry, Dae-hyun Kim. I'm not brave enough, she said softly. You're a truly good person. But if you knew about my power, I'd be so scared. Scared that you'd become just like them. Ha-yoon wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. She took a single step back. Then Ha-yoon raised her hand. A pale blue light began to glow as she spoke with resolve. But, for once, I'm going to try to be brave. The wound on Dae-hyun Kim's stomach began to close. When it had sealed completely and the bleeding stopped, the pale blue light faded. Dae-hyun Kim's breathing started to stabilize. After that, Ha-yoon left the room. But just before she left, she turned back and said, thank you. Then she quickly walked away. Inside the glass pod, Dae-hyun Kim placed a hand over his stomach, thinking, finally, the wound is healed. And with that, the glass pod hissed open. Kim Dane sat up, calling out softly, Ha-yoon. Then he offered a weak smile. Thank you. Elsewhere, COA and Shin Haru were already 4 beer cans in. Okay, COA said, let's recap this whole thing. She continued, the weirdest part about Egostic's terrorist attacks is that no one ever gets hurt except the villains. From the mystery call to the airplane incident and now saving that falling car. Right? Shin Haru nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. CO laughed. Oh my god, Shin Haru, don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy theory about Egostic being a secret S-class hero who loves apple mango? Is this really you? The A-class hero? Stardust? Is that really me? Shin Haru thought, instantly regretting her enthusiasm. I walked right into that one. She turned away, flustered. It's not that I believe it. I just feel like there's more going on. But COA kept teasing her. So, what's your username in the Mango Stick fan club? I don't have one. I'm just kidding. Don't be mad, my dear Shin Haru. Shin Haru shot her a look, cleared her throat, and tried again. Anyway, there are definitely some strange parts, but you have to admit he's a professional at causing trouble, right? Shin Haru hesitated. Well, that's also true. COA pressed on. Exactly. So what's the problem? Just treat him like any other villain, Haru. But Shin Haru just looked down, lost in thought. From what I can tell, Egostic is playing a much bigger game. I just don't know what it is, but COA just waved it off. Oh, my dear workaholic Shin Haru. Let's stop talking about that weirdo in the helmet. Has anyone caught your eye lately? You should use your breaks to actually go on a date. Shin Haru immediately fired back. What do you know about dating, COA? The heir to a massive corporation suddenly blushed. My family is extremely strict about my private life, you know. It's not that I can't meet people. I just don't want to yet. Shin Haru grinned. COA, you're totally blushing. That's so cute. COA quickly denied it. No, I'm not. Seriously. At a maximum security prison, a black car pulled up to the gate and an old man stepped out. He was Kim Sung-woo, an S-class villain and technical advisor to the Han-Yu group. A doctor with stark white hair greeted him with a chilling smile. You've worked hard, sir. Dr. Kim Sung-woo cut him off. Skip the pleasantries. What's the progress? The white-haired man reported that they were at 56%, and everything was proceeding smoothly. We project completion around September of next year. Sung-woo clicked his tongue. Pathetic. That's far too slow. All preparations must be complete this winter, no matter the cost. The white-haired doctor fell silent, glancing at him nervously. Once inside his car, Sung-woo gave a simple order to his subordinate. Drive. He thought to himself, just you wait. He vowed silently. Before this winter ends, all of Korea will kneel before Dr. Kim Sung-woo. Back at Egostic's base, a breaking news report flashed across the TV. Dr. Kim Sung-woo, suspected of hiding unethical experiments, was released from custody at 7 a.m. this morning. Mr. Kim Sung-woo is expected to return to his leadership position at the Han-Yu group. Kim Dane watched with his chin in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. All right, let the players take the field. Han Seo-yoon walked past, crying out, "Geez, what kind of cheesy line is that?" 3 months later, a thick blanket of snow covered the city. Cha Eun-woo, bundled up in warm clothes, ran out into the yard, shouting with joy, "It's snowing. This is the best. Get back here." Han Seo-yoon yelled, chasing after him. "Hey, I was here first." Yubin and Ha-yoon sat at a nearby table. Yubin took a sip of hot cocoa and smiled. "This is just perfect, isn't it?" Ha-yoon agreed. "Yeah, it's really amazing." Their peace was shattered by Kim Dane's loud voice. "Hey, Seo-yoon, can you try walking like a normal human being? What are those bizarre footprints?" "You've ruined the pristine snow," he whined. "It was perfect just a moment ago. Untouched and pure." A snowball suddenly hit him square in the face. Han Seo-yoon shouted, "Game on." She and Cha Eun-woo immediately started taunting him. "Come and get it, mango stick. Bring it on." Kim Dane silently raised his hand. 2 perfect snowballs slammed into both of their faces. Kim Dane raised his hand, then gritted his teeth and declared, "You, little brats, come at me. I'm about to teach you some respect. Special ability, glacial super speed." Han Seo-yoon shrieked in shock. "What the heck? Hey, that's cheating, mango stick." Cha Eun-woo also protested. "That's a blatant abuse of power." The boy then threw his hands in the air, declaring, "I surrender." Han Seo-yoon stared at him in disbelief. Kim Dane simply replied, "Accepted." Cha Eun-woo laughed out loud. "Phew, I'm safe." At that moment, Kim Dane turned to Seo-yoon. "Are you ready?" A giant snowball crashed down from above, turning Han Seo-yoon into a snowman. Kim Dane laughed loudly. "Man, I'm starving. Let's get a snack." Cha Eun-woo yelled, "Yes, sir." While eating, Dane sighed happily. "This is so good. Chocolate chip cookies." He and Cha Eun-woo laughed and snacked away, having completely forgotten about Han Seo-yoon, who was now walking toward them. He looked up at Cha Eun-woo and asked, "Can you text Shin Haru and ask her to bring more of these?" A fist made of ice-packed snow slammed into the back of Kim Dane's head, smashing his face into the table. Han Seo-yoon froze. Mango stick is done for. Did I go too far? That snowball was packed with solid ice. Cha Eun-woo stammered. Are you okay?" The genius girl began to panic, shaking him. "Hey, I think we actually killed Mango's stick." Ha-yoon shot him a sideways glance. "Look at him smiling," she scoffed. "His act is so obvious." Dane Kim playfully mimicked Han Seo-eun's voice. "Oh, Dane Kim." He clutched his face, feigning embarrassment. "I'm so touched. Does Seo-eun really care about me that much?" Han Seo-eun. He gritted his teeth, his face flushing red. Just then, Han Seo-eun held up a snowball with 2 little twigs stuck on top and let out a triumphant yell. "Hey, that actually hurt," she screamed. "Just shut up." Then she took off, chasing after Dane Kim. As he dodged Han Seo-eun, his mind drifted back. "For the past 3 months, we've taken a break to enjoy the winter. I even considered staging another terrorist attack, but Stardust is already as powerful as her third-year self from the original timeline. There's no need for that now." Dane Kim glanced at Ha-yoon, lost in thought. In fact, that's the only real change. Ha-yoon has started to smile more often. Maybe she's finally letting go of her cold exterior and opening up to us, little by little. On top of that, public opinion about me has completely flipped. Everyone is pinning the blame for the Seongsu Bridge collapse on Egostic. My reputation is in absolute ruins. I mean, 1.2 million people took my money. They obviously needed a scapegoat. Those selfish citizens just told themselves it's all the villain Egostic's fault for staging the attack in the first place. That's it. How could we possibly be in the wrong? He scoffed. And they dare call us accomplices. Pretty convenient, isn't it? Besides, becoming the ultimate villain was my goal from the start, he mused. Now, all I have to do is wait for the Black Calamity to appear. Just then, Han Seo-eun leaped onto his back, shouting, "I got you." Dane Kim tumbled to the ground, but laughed cheerfully. "You win." But in the blink of an eye, Han Seo-eun was buried in a pile of snow, and Dane Kim made a quick escape. Lee Soo-bin burst out laughing at the sight. "What was that blood-curdling scream?" Ha-yoon said with concern. "You're going to get hurt playing around like that." Everyone gathered around the table. "I'm starving. What's for dinner? We played so hard. How about we make some bibimbap?" "Perfect. Let's get inside. It's freezing out here." "Go get Seo-eun first." "Ah, yes." Meanwhile, in another place, red alert sirens were blaring nonstop. The research facility was collapsing. Staff scrambled for their lives in every direction. Kim Si-yoon fell to the floor, screaming in utter disbelief. "No way. This can't be happening. Damn it. Where did everything go?" A staff member yelled out in panic. "Doctor, you have to get out of here." but he violently objected. Let go of me. How can I abandon my entire life's work? He whipped his head toward the explosion. A grotesque creature was slowly emerging from the smoke. Two staff members struggled to lift Kim Si-yoon. One of them yelled, "Please, doctor, we have to run." Si-yoon could only mutter one word in horror. Impossible. Behemoth. How could test subject number 1, a mere prototype, have gained sentience? The creature known as Behemoth opened its massive maw and let out a terrifying roar. At a nearby skyscraper, security guards scattered in chaos. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the building. Stardust immediately blasted her way into the building. She threw open the door to a command room, demanding answers. "Mr. President, what is going on?" The president pointed frantically at the monitor. "It's an emergency, Stardust. Look." Behemoth had already broken free from the laboratory. It was beginning its rampage across the city. The president asked in terror, "Where did that monstrous thing come from?" Stardust's head shot up, a look of sudden realization on her face. She screamed, "Everyone, run." Outside, Behemoth had already begun tearing the building apart. An unlucky driver found his car trapped in the debris. A wall came crashing down on his vehicle. The driver barely managed to leap out in time. He cried out in despair, "My car." Someone yelled at him, "Who cares about your car right now? Run." Behemoth continued its mindless destruction all around them. Building after building crumbled to the ground. A father clutched his terrified son, praying, "Oh, dear God." Behemoth let out another earth-shaking roar. The man screamed in terror, "Oh my God." Back in the command room, Stardust announced her departure. "I'm heading out immediately." A man named Unho tried to stop her. "Stardust, calm down. You can't possibly face a monster that size alone." Stardust shot back, "I can't just stand by while it destroys everything. You can sit here and eat your popcorn, Mr. President." The president could only stammer. "What did you say?" Just then, a deafening crash made her whip around. On the monitor, Behemoth was seen rampaging towards the Seongsu University Bridge, but suddenly, it stumbled and plunged into the river. The beast slowly sank beneath the waves. A stunned silence fell over the command room. Unho called out her name, Stardust. She could only reply in a daze. The president commanded, "I want a full report on my desk by morning." "And what was that about popcorn?" Stardust hesitated. "My apologies." Meanwhile, at Egostic's secret base, he was calmly eating popcorn. The moment Behemoth hit the water, his entire crew erupted in cheers. Night had fallen. In a brightly lit room somewhere in the city, Shinharu sat at her desk, scrolling through the latest news articles. Her eyes landed on a striking headline, "Are there still fools who believe Egostic is the villain?" The article argued it was a must-read for anyone who still considered Egostic a true villain. It analyzed the Black Calamity, stating the creature possessed some intelligence. But what if it were to awaken to full human-like consciousness? In short, even if all three S-rank heroes fought it for a full day, victory would not be guaranteed. And if given enough time to grow smarter, it would learn to avoid its weakness, water, and bring about the utter destruction of South Korea. The article was basically a tribute to Egostic. Shinharu sighed after reading it, chewing on a tangerine as she lost herself in thought. It's unbelievable. How did things end up this way? In reality, if the bridge hadn't collapsed ahead of schedule, none of this would have happened. What hero in all of Korea could possibly stop those monsters? Shinharu fell silent, consumed by the crushing weight of the question. This couldn't be happening. Darkness had already swallowed the city, leaving only a few lonely streetlights to fight back the shadows. Dressed in a hat and warm clothes, Shinharu sprinted through the empty streets, her ponytail whipping behind her with every desperate step. One thought echoed in her mind, he is the villain, and I am the hero. Protecting myself means protecting everyone else. With a hardened expression, Shinharu pushed herself faster. Meanwhile, on a nearby television, an anchor was delivering breaking news. The latest reports have confirmed that experiments by a leading Korean conglomerate, the Hanwha Corporation, are the source of the recent black disaster that has shaken the entire nation. The Hanwha headquarters, a titan that had fallen in a single night. Not a single human trace could be found within the building. The screen immediately cut to footage of the chilling, abandoned scene. The anchor's voice continued, grim and steady. The chairman of the Hanwha Corporation, along with Dr. Kim Sung-woo, the head researcher behind the black disaster, have vanished with their entire team. Han Seo, Lee Subin, and Ha Yoon watched. They followed the broadcast over dinner, unable to suppress their thoughts. So, it's finally come to this. Ha Yoon threw a punch in the air, grinning with satisfaction. Those bastards got what they deserved. But Lee Subin slammed her fist down, still not satisfied. It's not enough. Han Seo immediately agreed, her voice filled with rage. We have to hunt down every last one of those cowards. Kim Dane casually waved his plastic chopsticks. Don't worry, he said with an easy smile. They'll show their true colors soon enough. Then, he looked at them, a new idea sparking in his eyes. More importantly, after we eat. Can everyone gather here? Lee Subin stared blankly, having no idea what he was planning. Hanso's fiery resolve instantly fizzled out. What are you scheming this time? She asked with suspicion. Every time you make that face, I get a bad feeling. But when Kim Dane unrolled a detailed blueprint, Hanseo, Lee Subin, and Ha Yoon gasped in unison. The Hanyu Corporation's underground laboratory, and they shouted in disbelief. After the initial shock, Lee Subin and Ha Yoon fell silent. Only Hanseo, still fired up, pressed on loudly. What's in there? Dane gave her an exasperated look. What do you mean, what's in there? He circled the designation B9 with a red pen, a wicked, mysterious smile playing on his lips, something completely insane. The ultimate secret weapon. Forged by Hanyu during their experiments on the super soldier army, they implanted it directly into human bodies. That tangled mass of wires and tubes is a living entity created from materials that can stop both the Nightwalkers and a nuclear blast. The Black Disaster was just the prototype for BM, the origin of the mutations now plaguing the Earth. If this thing is completed, its power could very well be. After his long, winding explanation, Dane finally noticed their expressions. They were confused, bewildered, and then deeply unhappy. He paused, confused by their reaction. Why? Why are you all looking at me like that? The faces of Hanseo, Lee Subin, and Ha Yoon had turned to stone. Hanseo finally spoke, her face dark as storm clouds, her voice a low growl. Are you planning on turning yourself into a superhuman monster? Going to carve up your body again? I guess 2 more holes in your stomach would look pretty cool. Dane's face went pale with frustration, his eyes darting away as he refused to answer. Seeing her opening, Hanseo shot to her feet. She pointed a finger right in his face and screamed, Are you joking with me? Dane finally snapped back, shouting, I need to get stronger too. His words were like gasoline on a fire. Hanseo leaped onto the table and began pummeling him. You want to get stronger? She roared through gritted teeth. Dane simply blocked every blow, not daring to say another word. Unable to watch any longer, Lee Subin stood up to intervene. Both of you, stop it, she pleaded. Kim Dane was lost in his own thoughts. This definitely wasn't in the original story. It never mentioned what the Hero Association would do next. And yet, he effortlessly blocked every single one of Hanseo's powerful strikes. The ease with which he stopped her made her gasp in surprise, but Kim Dane was still thinking. Nothing too serious is going to happen, right? Early the next morning, under a clear blue sky, an assistant stood before the board of another corporation, delivering an urgent report. We've detected multiple biosignatures in the buried underground lab. It appears the test subjects are still alive, and the Hanyu researchers are still conducting experiments. Director Junho listened intently before asking a critical question. The Nightwalkers, Jia Hyun, patched in via video call, gave her report. I tried to approach last night, but my shadow couldn't touch the facility. It was blocked by a strange wavelength emitted by that black substance. After hearing this, Director Junho addressed Stardust. You heard her. Support will be difficult. Are you still going? Stardust, hovering high above the city, didn't hesitate. She stared down at the massive crater below, adjusted her comms, and replied with a single, firm word. Yes. Director Junho's voice came back, resolute. Good. I am authorizing the mission to explore the Hanyu Corporation's underground base. Stardust acknowledged the order. She dove straight into the abyss, completely unaware that from a nearby rooftop, Egostic was watching her every move. Egostic's voice was tight with anxiety as he spoke into his comms. This is making me nervous. This isn't going according to plan. On the other end, Hanseo's voice erupted in pure fury, a mocking voice. If you're scared, you can turn back right now. Beside them, Liz Subin tried to diffuse the tension before a fight broke out. Seun, don't provoke him like that. But Egostic just brushed her off. All that confidence is just for show, as if Man Kim is actually afraid of a few monsters. Hanseo, tapping away at a keyboard, couldn't hide his contempt. Lubin was helpless against the two of them, but in the end, they both offered a genuine smile and a warning. Be careful. Egostic worked his magic. And just like that, their live stream began. First, he started with an introduction. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Egostic. Then, he immediately created an air of mystery to hook his audience before getting to the main event. Is this a terrorist attack? What's happening today? I bet you're all dying to know. Unfortunately, today isn't about terrorism. It's about exploration. The stream chat currently had 10,000 viewers 1 minute after going live. Below, the comments exploded in a flurry of debate. What is this? Oh, is this the streamer for the S-rank hero, Manhwa? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Seun, explain. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? It looks like it's about to be destroyed. What crazy stunt are you planning today? The camera panned over to the surrounding machinery. Egostic explained in a playful tone. This place is the secret underground base of the Hanyo Corporation. That's right, the very place that created that horrific disaster. What did they do here? My curiosity is absolutely killing me. Shall we go take a look? Back at headquarters, a man named Runho roared, calling for Stardust. Stardust, can you hear me? His assistant tried to reason with him. It seems she's gone too deep for the radio signal to reach. Runho slammed his fist on the table in fury. Who does Egostic think he is, barging into a place like that? He then grumbled out an order. Assistant, get me some popcorn. The assistant simply said, yes, and left the room. Meanwhile, Egostic pointed the camera at the machinery, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Everyone, take a look. What in the world were these scumbags doing here? As Egostic led the viewers on a tour, the comment section was on fire with debate. Are you impressed? Are you curious? Is the atmosphere so serious that it's scary? There's nothing here. Right, where did all the old stuff go? Be careful, Egostic. The camera moved through every nook and cranny of the facility. Egostic joked, do you really think a man who shook all of Korea would be scared by a few experiment traces? Suddenly, a noise echoed, and he flicked on his light. On high alert, he frantically raised several defensive guns, but then he spotted a white cat and unconsciously yelled out, what the? Egostic wondered in a daze. It's just a cat, right? But then, his suspicion flared up instantly. Still, why would a cat be all the way down here? The cat suddenly collapsed as red tendrils wrapped around it, and it retreated into a corner. Egostic froze. The cat's eyes glowed crimson as it stood on the red mass, staring right at him before letting out a chilling cry. He heard another sound from behind him and whipped his head around. A demon-faced monster materialized, lunging toward him with a handful of razor-sharp claws. Egostic was utterly terrified, letting out a silent scream, his face pale with fear. At that same moment, Stardust was venturing deeper into the dark tunnels. Suddenly, she heard the sound of gunfire. She stopped dead in her tracks, her mind racing. Gunshots. Stardust's expression hardened. Whatever was happening up there, it wasn't part of the mission plan. The scene cuts back to our main character's point of view, as he already regrets every foolish decision that led him to this moment. As he fled, his thoughts spiraled into panic. I shouldn't have crawled into this place. I should have listened to Seiyun, so much for being brave. I should have stayed home practicing my telekinesis. Behind him, the grotesque monster with its enormous face was closing in fast. Egostic frantically controlled the guns floating around him, firing wildly as he ran for his life, but it only fueled his terror. Straining forward, he muttered through gritted teeth, no, it's too late for regrets now. At this rate, I have to capture Behemoth before I can get out of here. In the next second, like a true dramatic villain, he tripped. His body flew forward, rolling several times across the floor before coming to a painful stop. His face contorted as he groaned, quickly glancing behind him. Just as he expected, the monster had seized the opportunity and closed the distance. Drool dripped from its gaping maw as it loomed over him, ready to devour its prey. Out of options, Egostic gathered all his floating guns and unleashed one final, desperate barrage. Countless bullets slammed into the monster's colossal body, tearing bloody holes in its flesh. But for a creature of this size, the wounds were like mere scratches. Instead of falling, the creature only grew more enraged. It let out a deafening roar that shook the entire underground facility until the whole place came crashing down in a cloud of dust. By some dumb luck or divine comedy, Egostic survived, crawling out of the rubble, soaked in dirt and grime. He muttered, just how deep does this place even go? In the chaos, I lost both my camera and my guns. Perfect. He yelled into his comms, Seiyun, can you hear me? Nothing. Just silence. A chilling dread began to coil in the pit of his stomach. The signal must not reach this deep. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little scared. Just a little. He admitted, glancing wearily around the wreckage. But before he could collect himself, a sudden shockwave rocked the wall to his left. A fist smashed clean through the concrete, leaving a gaping hole. From it, a familiar silhouette emerged. Stardust. Her enhanced senses flared as she narrowed her eyes, scanning the dusty room. This energy. It feels familiar. Don't tell me it's Egostic, she muttered, her gaze locking onto him. Instantly confirming his identity, she dropped into a fighting stance, her voice sharp. What are you doing here? As for Egostic, he was frozen solid, panic flooding his mind. He waved his hands weakly as he stammered. Wait, Stardust, shouldn't I be the one asking that? What are you doing here? Cracking her knuckles, Stardust replied coldly. I'm a hero. It's not strange for me to be cleaning up a place like this, is it? Her words left him speechless. Right, yeah, that makes sense. he mumbled, nodding feebly. That was all the confirmation she needed. A slow, confident smirk spread across her face as she stood tall. Perfect timing. Looks like I found myself an unexpected bonus target. Her eyes flashed dangerously. This won't have to hurt if you come along quietly. The moment the words left her lips, Stardust lunged, her hand reaching out to grab him. Egostic barely managed to teleport away to dodge, and just like that, the two began a relentless chase through the cramped underground space. Worse yet, Egostic's evasions were succeeding by the thinnest of margins. Each time Stardust attacked, her strike missed him by mere inches. Finally, gasping for breath, he held up his hands in a desperate attempt to buy time. Wait a second. Stop. I know you just see me as some villain, but look around. You know as well as I do that this place is dangerous. You don't even know what this facility really is, do you? So why don't we call a temporary truce until we get to the lower floors? He proposed hastily, hoping she would at least listen to reason. Stardust paused for 3 seconds, her brow furrowed. Instead of answering, she shot back. Then why don't you tell me what you're doing here first? Egostic shrugged helplessly, trying to act calm despite the sweat pouring down his face. Let's just say I was curious. The people who ran this place created the Black Disaster. I figured they might have cooked up something even worse. She watched him in silence, judging if he was telling the truth. After a few seconds, she finally gave a slight nod. Fine. Acceptable. A temporary alliance it is. Follow me. I was having trouble with the monsters anyway. You can lend a hand. With that, she turned and walked away. Egostic blinked, stunned she agreed so easily. She did? I was just throwing something out there. How did it come to this? He muttered to himself, while Stardust's inner thoughts told a different story. If I try to capture him by force, he'll probably just escape again. It's better to keep him close and watch him. Maybe this way, I'll finally understand what's going on inside Egostic's head. Time passed quickly, and the two were now rummaging through documents in an abandoned research room. But Egostic, instead of focusing, kept glancing around suspiciously, scanning every corner. His constant restlessness finally got on Stardust's last nerve. She slammed her fist into the wall right next to his head, leaving a deep crater as she roared, "What the hell are you muttering about, you villain? You're testing my patience. This place is full of secrets, so get lost before I crush you." Seeing the terrifying look in her eyes, like a lioness about to pounce, he immediately stood straight. "Yes, ma'am. Getting lost right now. My God, you're terrifying." He cried out dramatically, but when he turned back to see her focused and radiant, even in the dim light, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Working together like this, I could get used to it, he thought with a foolish grin. A moment later, realizing they found no useful clues, they decided to press on, with him following her lead. Egostic couldn't help but be impressed. She's navigating this place so easily. Don't tell me her superhuman senses have evolved to this level. Pushing that thought aside, the two finally arrived at a room labeled Superpower Suppression Chamber. The ominous name made Stardust hesitate to enter. Instead, she turned and gave a blunt order. "Hey, Egostic, you go in first." Egostic froze on the spot, his voice rising in panic. "Me? You want me to go in there?" Stardust didn't bother arguing. She simply raised a clenched fist and cracked her knuckles a silent, yet terrifying threat. Seeing that, Egostic immediately relented. "Of course. I'll go in. I'll absolutely go in," he said with a strange smile, though his thoughts told a different story. "She's totally treating me like a lab rat." Reluctantly, he pushed open the door to test the room's effects. He took off his hat, tossed it in the air, and tried to control it with his telekinesis. Nothing happened. He frowned, concentrating harder, then closed his eyes to attempt to teleport. Still nothing. "It really doesn't work," he murmured. From outside, Stardust's voice called out, a hint of dark suspicion in her tone. "Is that so?" Egostic didn't have time to respond. As he was examining the walls, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Startled, he whipped around only to see Stardust standing before a cracked wall, her fist still raised mid-punch. Debris rained down around her. "I just wanted to check if it really neutralized powers," she said calmly, dusting off her gauntlet. "Turns out, it does. I wasn't lying about that part." Egostic stared at her, wide-eyed, half in awe and half in terror. She broke a wall with her bare hands. "That's so cool. Whoa. But wait, what if this whole place collapses?" Deep down, though, he couldn't help but admire her. Her raw power had grown to this terrifying level. Before he could process it, a piercing alarm blared through the chamber. Red warning lights pulsed across the walls, instantly ratcheting up the tension. They both froze as the same, chilling realization hit them. We're trapped in a sealed chamber. No powers, just a hero and a villain, alone together. No way. This can't be happening. Stardust unleashed a desperate barrage of kicks and punches against the unmoving door. Egostic's eyes flicked to the countdown clock above the door before he spoke, trying to stop her pointless effort. "That's not going to work." Stardust, stop. Look, it seems the door will open in 3 hours. Don't waste your energy. We should just wait it out safely. Hearing his words and already gasping for breath, Stardust finally stopped. But then she clenched her fists and let out a furious scream. Egostic watched her, bewildered. He let out a helpless sigh and stood up, trying to reason with her. Come on, don't be foolish. You're in a state where you can't even use your powers. Stardust glared, her fists still raised as she stared him down. Egostic pulled a handkerchief from his coat and gently offered, "Give me your hand." Seeing his hand extended toward her, Stardust felt a flicker of flustered hesitation. He meticulously bandaged her scraped and bruised knuckles. For a moment, Stardust was lost in a daze of complex emotions. She quickly snapped out of it, snatching her hand back and turning away sharply. "I'm not going to thank you, you know." Hearing that, Egostic couldn't resist a half-joking tease. "Sounds an awful lot like you're thanking me." Unsatisfied, Stardust slammed her fist against the wall as if to silence him. Egostic surrendered with a shrug. All right, I get it. We'll end the conversation here. Just don't hurt your hand again." With that, he placed his hat on the floor, sat down, and casually told her, "I'm going to get some rest." Seeing him so relaxed in this chaotic situation, Stardust couldn't help but shout, "What?" Egostic lay on his side, turning his back to her, but not without a word of advice. "There's nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway. If you have nothing better to do, Miss Stardust, you should get some sleep too. You need to conserve your strength." Stardust's expression remained grim, but she said nothing more. Despite his calm exterior, Egostic's mind was racing with anxiety. An hour later, Stardust sat lost in thought beside him. His own eyes were wide open, his mind a chaotic mess. "How could I possibly sleep? I can't let my guard down for a second. This feels like being trapped in a cage with a tiger. Even without her powers, Stardust is way stronger than a normal man. There's no way I can relax." With that thought, he secretly peeked over at her. Just then, Stardust's eyes met his. She immediately whipped her head away. Seeing this, Egostic turned back around. 2 hours later, they were both sitting with their backs against the wall. Stardust's breathing had become ragged, and Egostic was in a similar state. He thought, with growing discomfort, "The oxygen feels like it's running out. I'm completely exhausted." His gaze shifted to Stardust, who had her head down, gasping for air. A flicker of worry crossed his mind. "Stardust. Her breathing seems labored." Suddenly, Stardust spoke out of nowhere. "The Sun Bridge." Egostic tilted his head, looking at her. "Huh?" Stardust, panting, asked haltingly, "That car incident. That was you, wasn't it?" The question caught him completely off guard. "She knows," he thought, stunned. His mind involuntarily flashed back to that day. Stardust lifted her head, her gaze a mix of probing suspicion and firm certainty. "You were the one who stopped it, weren't you?" Egostic refused to admit it, waving his hands dismissively to change the subject. "I'm a villain. Why on earth would I stop anything? I only know how to charge forward." Stardust was losing her patience, her voice sharp. "What are you even talking about?" Then, she asked again with deadly seriousness, "What about the airplane? Why did you say that only I could solve it?" Cornered by her questions, Egostic broke into a cold sweat, his mind screaming. After a moment, he launched into a long, bombastic excuse. "I already told you. I'm the villain, and you're the hero. Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? Your existence is what makes me whole. That's the relationship we have. What's so strange about telling a hero to go save people, right?" Stardust just stared silently as he rambled on and on. Realizing he'd gone too far, Egostic finally shut his mouth, mentally calming himself. "I panicked and overdid it. It must be the lack of oxygen." Stardust then spoke again, pressing him. "So you collapsed the Sun Bridge because a monster appeared and was heading right for it. You knew beforehand, so you did that, right?" The accusation hit its mark, making him flinch. But he quickly masked it with a sinister, mocking laugh. My, Miss Stardust. Are you actually buying into those ridiculous conspiracy theories online?" Then, fearing she wouldn't believe him, he added a hypothetical. "Of course, I was a little surprised myself, but that was just a coincidence." He glanced at Stardust, who was staring at him with an ice-cold expression. His anxiety spiked again. "What's with that look? Wait a minute. Is she actually testing me? Did I say something wrong? Did I miss something?" His mind flashed back to the recent incidents. The Mappa Bridge collapse, the dark calamity. He swallowed hard as a chilling theory formed in his mind. Stardust wasn't the type to believe in conspiracy theories, but she was starting to question if she was the one who was truly the villain. He knew that once they were face to face, all the suspicions born from his prior terrorist attacks would come to the surface. This was a hero's intuition. A clumsy explanation would only make him look guiltier. The only path forward was to confront it head-on. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Stardust scowled, glaring at him with pure disgust. But Egostic only descended further into manic laughter. Then he admitted it, just like that. That's right, I see now. I knew the monster was coming, so I brought the bridge down first. For someone as sharp as Stardust, she instantly understood Egostic's twisted methods. And now, Egostic's expression turned sinister as he continued. So what? What are you going to do about it? Inside, his mind was brimming with confidence. This whole so what act was a calculated strategy. To him, Stardust's conviction was just naive. He stepped closer, pressing his advantage. What? Stardust ignored him, demanding an answer. How did you know? Do you really have the power of foresight? Egostic coolly adjusted his hat, offering a simple, chilling reply. Hacks. Then, his demeanor became even more theatrical. It's ridiculous. Just say I'm the master of Korea's entire server network. Knowing a few corporate secrets, is that so strange? So it wasn't exactly the power of prophecy. Hearing that, Stardust grew even more confused. Even so, this all feels wrong. Egostic just laughed, feigning insanity as he shouted back at her. What now? What else could you possibly find strange? Stardust cut right through his performance. Why did you prevent civilian casualties? Aren't you supposed to be a villain? Egostic refused to yield, spouting nonsensical justifications. I just hate having my spotlight stolen. I timed my appearance perfectly with the monster's arrival. If too many civilians died, who would pay attention to me? This is all for the attention. If not for that, I couldn't care less if every civilian died. They have nothing to do with me. Stardust said nothing, her eyes locked on his. Seeing she wasn't buying it, Egostic pointed a finger right at her. He hissed every word with venom. Do you understand now? Suddenly, Stardust shot to her feet, and he calmly met her gaze. Stardust had no intention of speaking. Her eyes were locked on him, her face a cold, unreadable mask. Egostic could only stare back, bewildered. Abruptly, she gave a short command. Move. It was only then that he noticed the countdown timer on the wall. As the timer hit 0, a cold, steel door slid open. Stardust knelt, grabbing a few small rocks to add weight to her fist. Then she slammed her hand into the wall. Done. She motioned to Egostic. Let's go. Egostic tested his own power. He lifted a few stones and mumbled his assent, following Stardust. They walked in silence, one leading and the other behind. Suddenly, they spotted a machine with a lit screen. Displayed on it was some very strange information. RKCB 1107 designated the teleporter. Note: possesses teleportation and flight capabilities. Therefore, Class A security must be maintained. Tends to attack from behind, so extreme vigilance is required. After reading, Egostic couldn't help but wonder in astonishment. They actually managed to develop teleportation powers. Egostic and Stardust cautiously scanned their surroundings. Looking at the massive, shattered test tube before them, he spoke grimly. Behemoth, Prototype 0. That's the containment tube that once held the so-called catastrophe. It broke free and escaped. Then, he turned and offered a hollow smile. Well, I suppose our adventure in this cursed laboratory is over, isn't it? There's probably nothing left to see. Just blood splattered everywhere and nothing useful left. At that moment, Stardust began to analyze the situation. Wait, if this is just a prototype, it means the real one is still out there somewhere. Egostic, who was about to leave, froze in his tracks. He felt a mix of admiration and annoyance. She's too sharp for her own good, but he just awkwardly scratched his head, suggesting to Stardust, so, should we try checking that way? Stardust immediately turned in the opposite direction and told him no. The foot he had been about to move forward froze in place. He couldn't help but sigh internally. What a pain. The two of them quickly reached another, intact containment tube. Stardust spoke in a low, hesitant voice. We're here. This is Behemoth. She walked up to the machine, displaying the tube's parameters, then changed course and headed for a nearby bank of equipment. Seeing this, Egostic began to panic internally. Where is she going? Good heavens, Miss Stardust. Is she really leaving me alone next to Behemoth? I know we were like a team back there, but I made it very clear that I'm a genuine, certified villain. How can she be so careless? She just turned her back on me so decisively. My pride as a top-tier villain is taking a serious hit right now. He noticed Stardust was still completely absorbed in that information sheet. Suddenly, a crazy idea sparked in his mind. Honestly, she probably wouldn't listen to a word he said anyway. No, he'd have to show her directly. Just then, the sound of shattering glass made Stardust whip her head around in alarm. She saw Egostic grabbing the entity sample with his bare hands. Stardust's voice was sharp with anger. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Egostic held up the hand now tangled in the entity's tendrils, speaking casually. What does it look like? I'm betraying you. What else would I be doing? Stardust was so furious she was speechless, managing only a strangled shout. He channeled his villainous mindset, recalling from the original story how Dr. Kim Sun-woo used Bimos to fight Stardust. This meant his eyes were now burning crimson, and a heavy, oppressive aura began to radiate from his entire body. Egostic beckoned to Stardust with a single finger, a clear provocation. With the full force of a hero, Stardust launched herself toward him without hesitation, her voice booming with a declaration of war. "I'm going to beat you half to death." Egostic swung his arm back, gathering momentum before unleashing it straight at her. His arm morphed, growing massive as he and Stardust collided head-on. His gigantic arm met her powerful punch, but as they made contact, she felt something off and froze for a split second. A wicked grin spread across Egostic's face. Stardust struggled against the massive arm, unleashing a flurry of desperate blows. One explosion after another rocked the room. The blasts were relentless, echoing without end. Stardust was relentlessly trying to finish him off. With a dramatic flourish of his cape, Egostic taunted her, even as she unleashed a furious barrage of energy blasts. "Are you trying to bring the whole building down, Stardust? Any more of this, and this place will actually collapse." Pushed beyond her limit by his taunts, Stardust let out a furious roar, challenging him. "Hey, fight me properly, face to face. You're really starting to piss me off." But he just continued his teasing, retorting with a question of his own. "Have you ever seen a villain fight fairly? I literally just betrayed you, and you still think I'm going to play nice?" Stardust swore under her breath, "Damn it," and immediately charged at him again. Their fists met in a thunderous clash, neither side willing to give an inch. Egostic let out a dangerous laugh, arrogantly declaring, "This is how villains fight, Lady Stardust. Do you understand now? The moment you carelessly turn your back, even for an instant." Suddenly, in the middle of his lecture, he stopped cold, his eyes fixed on the monster that had just appeared behind Stardust. It was charging right for them. Egostic thought with a pang of regret. "Too fast. I don't have time to teleport us both out of here." One moment they were fighting, the next he was gone. Stardust was still reeling in confusion when a razor-sharp claw shot straight for her head. Egostic cursed inwardly, "I'm too late." But he still appeared in a flash, shielding Stardust from the fatal blow. Feeling his back press against hers, Stardust cried out his name. "Egostic!" He sent the monster flying with a single punch before clutching his stomach in pain. Stardust spun around, demanding frantically, "Hey, what are you doing? What was that just now?" Her eyes quickly fell upon the bleeding wound on his side, and she went silent. Egostic tilted his head, looking at her as he said faintly, "I'll only say this once. This time, you owe me." Then, he dissolved into a particle of light and vanished in a heartbeat, leaving a stunned Stardust staring at the empty space. Meanwhile, back at home, Han Seo-woo, Lee Ha-run, and Subin were pacing with worry. Han Seo-woo couldn't stop complaining. "He always just disappears without a word. Doesn't he know how worried we get? I think I'm getting wrinkles between my eyebrows because of this." Suddenly, the thunderous sound of a door opening caught the attention of all three. Han Seo-woo shot up from her seat. "He must be back." With that, she skipped toward the entrance, still nagging. "Seriously, what took you so long? Why'd you disappear without telling us? Huh?" But her words caught in her throat when she saw him collapse to the floor. Han Seo-woo's face went rigid before she let out a piercing scream. Hearing the scream, Lee Ha-run and Subin immediately got up and rushed outside, their faces etched with concern. They saw Egostic lying motionless on the ground. Han Seo-woo was kneeling beside him in a daze, as dark red blood from his wound soaked into the floor. Subin trembled, stammering in a panic. "First aid kit. Call 119. Like last time, she hastily pulled out her phone and started dialing. After snapping out of her shock, Han Seo-woo quickly propped Egostic up, shaking him gently. "Hey, big brother, wake up." Seeing him barely conscious with blood still pouring from the wound, her panic intensified. "What do we do? There's so much blood." Lee Ha-run, the calmest of the three, finally spoke up. "Let me see. Move aside for a second." Han Seo-woo looked at her, her face a mess of tears. Lee Ha-run activated her healing ability, placing her hand over Egostic's abdomen. A brilliant light flashed, illuminating the entire room. At that same moment, Stardust was still sitting in the laboratory. She numbly touched the dark red bloodstain on the floor. Her mind was a chaotic storm of worry and suspicion. He was bleeding so much. Why would he save me? What is that guy's deal? Back at home, Egostic looked at the spoonful of porridge being brought to his lips and spoke in a low voice. "Subin, please, please, can I just feed myself? Let me keep what little dignity I have left." But despite his complaints, his hands were cuffed together, making it impossible to resist. Subin just kept smiling brightly as she put the spoon in his mouth, praising him like a child. "You're doing so well." Just then, Lee Ha-run walked in with Cha-run. "Hey, everyone. Well, I'm off to school now. See you later." Seeing her, Egostic called out, Ha-Run, and gave a friendly wave. Suddenly, Lee Ha-Run bowed her head, clutching her bag as tears welled in her eyes. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth about my powers until now. Don't worry about me. I'm more worried about you going back to school. Jin Kim said with a gentle, reassuring smile. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be grateful. This is your first day of high school. You've got this. Seo Woo-han chimed in with a bright smile. Be careful on your way, sis. The two of them waved goodbye to Ha-Run Lee and Che-Run one last time. Ha-Run Lee beamed and waved back at them, saying, I'm heading out now. Subin waved too, not forgetting to wish Cha-Run well. Have a great day at school too, Cha-Run, she said, adding another warning, you two be careful on the road. At that moment, Ha-Run Lee's apology reminded Seo Woo-han of what just happened. Pure fury ignited in her eyes as she raised a fist, her voice dropping to a terrifying low, half joking, half threatening him. You just try saying you want to go outside one more time. I'll deal with you myself, and I'm not kidding. Then she quickly changed the subject. Holding the strange ball of yarn, she asked him, Anyway, what is this thing you brought back? It's pretty heavy. Jin Kim clasped his hands together and said casually, Seo Woo, I told you it's for acupressure. Can you please give it back to me? Seo Woo-han examined the strange object again, asking in confusion, how can you do acupressure with something so perfectly round? Without a word, Jin Kim used his ability to pull the object back into his hand, making her lunge for empty air. He held the core of Bai Himos in his palm, murmuring an incantation, Awaken. Hearing the name Bai Himos, both Seo Woo-han and Subin felt a mix of fear and worry, their eyes locked on him with intense focus. With a sharp click, the handcuff on Jin Kim's wrist fell away. Seeing the swirling tendrils, the two of them instinctively backed away. Jin Kim played with it like a toy, spinning Seo Woo-han and Subin with one hand while eating porridge with the other. He then asked them, Have you two learned your lesson yet? Will you ever dare to do that to me again? Seo Woo-han, dizzy from spinning, immediately surrendered. I was wrong. He then pressed on, and will you ever do it again? On the verge of tears, Seo Woo-han begged for mercy. Never again. Please let me down. Outside, night had fallen, and a full moon hung high in the sky. In a quiet house, Haru Shin tossed and turned in a restless sleep. She dreamed of the scene in the lab, when he shielded her from a deadly blow. And then the dream ended. Haru Shin screamed, jolting upright in her bed as moonlight streamed into the room. She curled into a ball, clutching her shirt tightly, trying to calm her racing heart. In the dead silence, she whispered to herself, Egostic, you're still safe, right? 1 month later, the sky was clear, the streets were peaceful. Haru Shin sat alone in an empty classroom, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out at the sunlit window. Che-Hyun Kim walked over, asking with concern, Haru, why have you been spacing out so much lately? Is something worrying you? Haru Shin forced a smile and brushed it off. It's nothing, really. But Che-Hyun Kim wasn't convinced. She puffed out her chest excitedly, determined to get an answer. What? How can it be nothing? Come on, tell me. Hurry up, hurry up. Haru Shin finally asked her seriously, in a hushed tone. Hey, if a villain saved a superhero, what would that mean? Che-Hyun Kim burst out laughing, asking back with a puzzled look, what kind of strange question is that all of a sudden? Haru Shin tried to explain. I'm just saying, hypothetically. What if a villain and a certain hero? But she trailed off, realizing Che-Hyun Kim wouldn't take such a wild idea seriously. She quickly made an excuse. Never mind. I think I'm just getting too into the novel I'm reading. Che-Hyun Kim sat down next to her, rummaging through her bag as she spoke with enthusiasm. Oh, is that it? Actually, I'm totally hooked on an amazing novel right now, and the plot is pretty similar to what you're talking about. With that, she pulled out her tablet and held it in front of Haru Shin. Here, what do you think of this? Staring at the cover art and the title, The Forbidden Love Between the Villain Egostic and the Heroine Stardust, Haru Shin immediately slammed her head onto the desk. Startled, Che-Hyun Kim cried out, What's wrong? Haru. Haru Shin lifted her head but didn't answer. Her mind was in turmoil as she wondered, I wonder if he's really okay. Could he actually be dead? Ignoring Che-Hyun Kim's frantic worrying beside her, who kept asking, Haru, does your head hurt? Haru Shin kept her gaze fixed on the window, her mind elsewhere. Impossible. That devious schemer, the one who turned all of Korea upside down, a guy that shameless is bound to live a long life. But even with that thought, she couldn't help but sigh, a small flicker of anticipation in her heart. She wondered, I just don't know when his next attack will be. Meanwhile, back with Jin Kim, he spoke to his group with a serious tone. For the time being, we're not going to do anything. Hearing this, Subin, who was peeling an apple, froze mid-slice. Seo Woo-han, who was munching on an apple, also froze in place. They both turned to look at him in unison. Seo Woo-han asked in disbelief, "For real?" Jin Woo Kim relaxed, sunbathing, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm going to take a break for a while." Seo Woo-han, seizing the opportunity, started rambling excitedly. "A break? What are you talking about? Why don't we just quit for good?" But Jin Woo Kim dropped another bombshell. "While I'm resting, someone else will take my place." At this, Seo Woo-han was stunned again, questioning, "What? Someone's going to replace you?" Jin Woo Kim said nothing more, a toothpick dangling from his lips. He thought grimly, "I can't be the one in front forever. Right now, I'm still the strongest person in the group. And that is the biggest problem." Seeing how easily Stardust handled Behemoths, I realized I need a powerful ally for the next challenge. And I already have someone in mind. A new recruit, working at a local coffee shop. Inside, a beautiful waitress moves through her shift with a practiced, robotic smile, saying, "Welcome to our cafe." Just then, a flustered young man rushes up to her, clutching a massive bouquet of flowers. He squeezes his eyes shut and blurts out, "I love you, Choi Seo-hee. This pure white bouquet represents my heart. Please, you have to accept it. Accept my feelings." And at that very moment, Kim Dane sits nearby, sipping his drink and enjoying the free show. In the original story, this scene plays out exactly the same. And as expected, the beautiful waitress's polite smile instantly twists into pure rage. Gritting her teeth, she sees at the boy. "Sir, could you please get out? I was having a bad enough day without this. And now you come making a scene in my sacred workplace. Do I look like a pushover to you?" The young man runs out, heartbroken, crying that she's so cruel. Watching the drama, Kim Dane smirks with satisfaction. He thinks to himself, "This is way better watching it live." Choi Seo-hee, 23 years old, slaps a hand to her forehead, a half-made drink still in her other hand. Suddenly, her eyes lock with Kim Dane's, who has been staring intently at her this entire time. A faint blush creeps onto Choi Seo-hee's cheeks. She quickly looks away, muttering, "What the hell? Why is he staring at me like that?" And just as the script dictates, this is the woman who will later operate under the codename Elektra, a terrifying A-rank villain. For now, she lives a quiet, normal life, but she's constantly fighting the destructive impulses raging within her. This part-time job is just a method to keep that power suppressed. To put it bluntly, she's a ticking time bomb. As night falls and the moon hangs high in the sky, Choi Seo-hee walks a familiar path home. She can't stop complaining about her fate. Damn it. How much longer do I have to live like this? One shift after another. It's an endless cycle. Suddenly, on the deserted street, Choi Seo-hee glances around nervously. Her hands are clasped tightly. Half asking, half confirming, she whispers, "There's no one here, right?" With that, she ducks into a dark alley and unleashes her special ability, watching the brilliant stream of power glow in her hand. A smile of pure bliss spreads across her face. As the energy shoots toward the sky, Choi Seo-hee stares, completely captivated. Then, she breaks into a wide grin. Just then, a deep voice cuts through the silence, remarking, "That is truly beautiful." Startled, Choi Seo-hee leaps to her feet, staring at the man before her. She hesitantly calls out his name, Egostic. Egostic slowly approaches, making her an irresistible offer. "I've been searching for someone with your abilities for a long time, Miss Choi Seo-hee, with power like yours. Would you be interested in helping me with a few projects?" Choi Seo-hee no longer bothers to hide her power. Instead, she takes a defensive stance and shouts back, "What? Projects? You're insane. Do you think every superpowered person is going to turn into a villain like you?" In response, Egostic summons the essence of Behemoths, its crimson gaze locking onto her. His voice is a dangerous challenge. "Go ahead, attack me. Let's see how powerful you really are." Not wanting to disappoint him, Choi Seo-hee gathers all her strength. Arcs of blue lightning crackle around her, growing larger, signaling a devastating attack. Instantly, she unleashes a colossal bolt of lightning, firing it directly at the arrogant Kim Dane. But her attack is effortlessly blocked by crimson tendrils of energy, which completely absorb the blast. The collision of powers creates a terrifying explosion, destroying everything around them. When the smoke clears, Kim Dane is still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. He lets out a wicked laugh, taunting her. "Is that really all the power you possess?" Choi Seo-hee grinds her teeth in fury, but deep down, she feels a strange sense of release. This is the first time she has ever fought at full strength, without holding anything back. Despite her rage, she has to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Dane repeats his offer, telling her it's valid until next week and that she should think it over carefully. Choi Seo-hee is stunned. Before she can even process what happened, Kim Dane begins to vanish. She desperately calls out to him, but it's too late. He disappears right before her eyes, leaving her alone amidst the wreckage. She looks down her hands, where sparks still dance from the battle. Exhausted and confused, she can't deny that the fight was deeply satisfying. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, Kim Dane and his friends look utterly devastated and hopeless. Lubin sits beside him, his face etched with sorrow. He apologizes, suggesting, "Maybe our relationship should end here." An enraged Kim Dane spins towards Seo-eun, screaming, "How could you do this to me after everything I've done for you?" Seo-eun just smirks and offers a cryptic farewell. As it turns out, this was all an act while playing Monopoly. Kim Dane is screaming because he lost, while Seo-eun is laughing triumphantly. Apparently, Kim Dane went completely bankrupt in the game. Seo-eun relentlessly mocks his pathetic downfall. What a loser. Total defeat. As his punishment, Kim Deon had to wash a mountain of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 straight days. While Kim Deon sulked off to his punishment, Seo-eun reminded him that 3 days had already passed since they discussed recruiting a new member. Why was he still wasting time playing games? But he just gave a lazy reply. Seo-eun eyed him suspiciously, wondering what he was really scheming. Kim Deon pulled on his gloves, a sly grin spreading across his face, confident that the trap he'd been setting for so long was about to snap shut. The scene shifts to the daily life of Choi Se-hee, working a dead-end job at a cafe, lost in her thoughts. The exhaustion was written all over her face. She was so out of it, she even spilled coffee while working. Her normal life was draining her soul. Her kind manager noticed Choi Se-hee's burnout and suggested she step outside for a break. Gratefully, Choi Se-hee accepted the offer and thanked her. She collapsed onto a bench outside, completely spent. During her break, Choi Se-hee pulled out her phone, her hands trembling as she looked up a certain someone. She was curious about Egostic, the name on everyone's lips. She never realized what a terrifying figure he truly was. Korea's most influential supervillain. He even had a fan club and was more famous than most heroes. But the most shocking detail, every one of Egostic's terror attacks had 0 civilian casualties, only property damage. The death toll was always 0. This made Choi Se-hee wonder, could he actually be a good person? The story rewinds, revealing her identity as someone with electric powers, though she'd never unleash her full potential until meeting Egostic. The reason? Her parents despised superhumans and had brutally suppressed Choi Se-hee's abilities since she was a child. That suppression was like an overcharged battery. The pressure building over time had twisted into a destructive impulse unique to Choi Se-hee. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Egostic's offer echoed in her mind. He told her to think it over. She went back to work. Days passed since Dion's proposition. She went through the motions, day after day. The 5th day. Then the 6th. But then, she suddenly froze. One name flashed in her mind, Egostic. Her cheerful expression instantly twisted into one of pure panic. Finally, the 7th day arrived, a full week since their encounter. That night, Choi Se-hee stood alone in a dark alley, as if waiting for someone. Her head was bowed, her face filled with resolve, like she just made a life-altering decision. Suddenly, she heard a noise and looked up, calling out joyfully, "Egg," but it was just a stray cat. The startled animal hissed, its fur on end, before vanishing into the shadows. Choi Se-hee flushed with embarrassment. She clenched her fists, whispering Egostic's name with a mix of frustration and longing. Right then, the real Egostic appeared behind her. "So, have you considered my offer?" After a moment of silence, Choi Se-hee exhaled and answered decisively, "I'll do it." Egostic couldn't hide his delight. Choi Se-hee grabbed his hand, declaring again that she would do anything he asked. She blushed with excitement, practically begging him, "Let me destroy something. Anything. Just let me break something. Hurry." Daeon broke into a nervous sweat, awkwardly replying, yeah. Okay." Not wanting to keep her waiting, Egostic immediately teleported them to a special location. They had arrived at the Ego base, his secret headquarters. The moment they arrived, Egostic began introducing Choi Se-hee to the other members of his group. Egostic announced solemnly, "Choi Se-hee is the newest member of our family." Overwhelmed by the warm welcome, she shyly introduced herself. Everyone happily returned the greeting. Subin waved from the middle. "Hi, it's great to meet you. I'm Lee Subin." Lee Ha-jun, still in his school uniform, politely added, "Hello, my name is Ha-jun." In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere, Seo-eun looked annoyed, muttering, "Great, another girl." Daeon reluctantly introduced her as Seo-eun. After the introductions were done, Egostic turned to Choi Se-hee and said, "And as for me?" He slowly removed his mask. He smiled, revealing his true identity, Kim Deon. Choi Se-hee was completely frozen in shock. An image flashed in her mind, a familiar boy sitting in her cafe, drinking coffee. She realized with astonishment that Egostic was the handsome guy from last week. The shocking truth plunged the entire room into a dead silence. Kim Deon was stunned. Choi Se-hee was mortified. And the other members were just speechless, overwhelmed by the pure shock and secondhand embarrassment. Choi Se-hee completely lost control of her powers. A massive surge of electricity erupted from her body. The blast was so powerful it caused a total blackout in Egostic's high-tech base. Everything was plunged into darkness. Chaos erupted. Seoin guessed that Choi Se-hee's electricity had caused the power failure. Subin felt her body going numb, while Shin Haru could only marvel at this terrifying display of power. Just as everyone was reeling, a single light flickered on. The beam shone directly on Choi Se-hee, forcing her to shield her eyes. Amidst the chaos, Chan appeared at the doorway, holding a flashlight. He irritably asked what everyone was doing, demanding they turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. An outside view revealed the entire neighborhood had been plunged into darkness before shifting to Shin Haru, who was reading something on her device. She had just received a notification about her member rank up in Egostic's fan cafe. She slammed her head onto the table in despair, her face flushing red as she recalled Ice's teasing. Shin Haru had been automatically promoted in the fan cafe. A true elite member. A certified top-tier fan. Shin Haru muttered to herself that she should just go to sleep. She then flopped onto her bed, tossing and turning. She furiously clenched her fists, overcome with worry for Dane and wondering if he was okay. The image of Dane flashed in her mind, his words echoing, "You owe me a favor for this one." Her gaze softened, and she worriedly whispered Egostic's name, as if some invisible bond connected them. After the chaos settled, the warehouse door burst open, and the group stared at the now open box. Choi Se-hee felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized to everyone, but Seo-woon just told her it was fine, since she was getting bored anyway. In that tense atmosphere, Kim Dane suddenly placed a hand on Choi Se-hee's shoulder, leaning in to whisper an invitation for a private chat. Startled by the sudden proposal, Choi Se-hee quietly followed Kim Dane away from the others. The two separated from the group and walked to a quieter area, approaching a vast, luxurious mansion hidden in the silent darkness of the night. A flicker of worry and hesitation crossed Choi Se-hee's face as she continued to follow him. Kim Dane led her into a wide courtyard. He then turned around, spreading his arms wide and said, "All right, no one else is around. It's just the two of us now." She stared back at him, asking, "And so?" With a provocative smirk, he challenged her. "Go on. Do what you want to do. You've been dying to, haven't you? With all that power you're hiding." Choi Se-hee stared at him with sheer determination, as if she was ready for anything. She let out a sharp cry as raw electricity began to erupt violently around her body. She looked him dead in the eye and declared, "Then you better dodge all of this on your own. Ego Kim Dane." Even after being called by his real name, Kim Dane remained perfectly calm, not even flinching. Instantly, Choi Se-hee unleashed all of her suppressed power while Dane slowly activated his own ability, which emitted a violet glow. Her eyes blazed, reflecting the terrifying power being set free. Faced with that immense surge of power, Kim Dane simply used his teleportation ability to effortlessly dodge the attack. He let out a delighted laugh, clearly impressed and entertained by the power she was displaying. The power erupting from Choi Se-hee created a spectacular scene, a raging tempest of electricity that devoured everything around them. After expending all of her energy, Choi Se-hee collapsed to her knees on the shattered ground, panting and completely exhausted. Kim Dane walked closer. Choi Se-hee looked up and asked, "Your terrorist attacks, no one actually gets hurt, right?" He answered nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm a pacifist." She smirked, clearly not believing a word he said. "Nonsense. If no one gets hurt, it's just considered nonviolent." She then abruptly changed the topic, asking his age. Kim Dane pretended to count on his fingers. "Let's see. I'm 22. No, wait. I turned 23 this year." Choi Se-hee's cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "What? We're the same age. Didn't you even research me before coming here? Then why are you speaking so formally?" She smiled, handing him a bottle of water and suggesting they drop the honorifics. Kim Dane agreed and took her hand. A pact was sealed amidst the ruins created by her own power. Kim Dane officially welcomed her to the team. Welcome to Team Ego. Choi Se-hee looked thoroughly unimpressed by the name Kim Dane had chosen. Team Ego? Really? Is your naming sense that bad? 1 month passed. Choi Se-hee was now a member of Team Ego, undergoing special training with Kim Dane. He was teaching her how to ground her electricity. That's it. Now imagine wrapping the electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground, as she tried to follow his lead, but the unstable current made her lose her balance and fall over. Kim Dane yelped, dodging to the side as she came crashing down right next to him. Just then, Seo-un stepped out of the house, yawning widely. "Hey, it's the crack of dawn. What are you two doing?" Kim Dane explained, "Special training. She's going to face Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee, still flat on the ground, asked doubtfully, "Hey, Are you sure this method even works? Kim Dane was also starting to get confused, muttering, "This is weird." But then, he suddenly remembered a crucial detail. "That's it," he explained again with renewed excitement. "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and then blasting it into the ground." Yeah, I get it," Choi Se replied, still looking confused. "Around my feet, huh? I'm not so sure about this." After another moment of bewilderment, the key point finally clicked for Choi Se, and she did it. The stable current around her feet allowed her to float just above the ground. Kim Dane announced with a satisfied grin, "All right, that's enough for today." Behind him, Seo-eun cheered happily. After the session, Seo-eun cheerfully brought Choi Se a bottle of water. "Here you go." Choi Se smiled, took it, and said thanks. Drenched in sweat, she chugged the entire bottle. After the intense workout, Choi Se noticed Kim Dane staring and turned to him. "What are you looking at?" Kim Dane pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower. You reek of sweat." His words instantly enraged Choi Se. She yelled back, "Of course I'm sweating. I was training, you know." The fury of an S-rank talent was not something to be taken lightly. She chucked the empty water bottle straight at Kim Dane's face. Kim Dane panicked as a single thought flashed through his mind. "Oh God, are you going to tell me to deal with this on my own now?" But contrary to his worries, Choi Se just burst out laughing, teasing, "Come on now, dodge it." Watching the two of them bicker, Seo-eun could only let out a long, weary sigh. Oh, if only they would act their age. On the eve of the mission, the entire team was laser-focused on a video game. 9 o'clock. Move. Move. The air was thick with chaos and tension. "Press the A button," someone screamed. "Just shoot now," yelled another. Choi Se stared blankly at the controller, frozen by the conflicting commands. Suddenly, a sharp noise shattered their focus. All three of them whipped around in panic. The screen suddenly went black. "Drop the controller," Kane roared. At the same time, Seo-eun screamed, "Turn on the lights." Lee Soo-bin walked in on the scene. The three of them were huddled under a dim light, planning for the next day. The playful noise of the game was gone, replaced by a heavy, serious atmosphere. Seeing them all still wide awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. "The terror incident is today, and you all pulled an all-nighter? I guess it's been a while since you've seen action. Everyone must be pretty excited." Huh. Her words made the entire team break out in a cold sweat. But then, her tone softened. "You've all worked very hard." The tension in the room shot through the roof. As Lee Soo-bin spoke the name of their next operation. Red Edition 2. She offered a radiant, almost blinding smile. "Instead of all that, how about everyone goes to sleep right now?" But that smile sent a chill of absolute terror down their spines. At her words, the team scrambled for their rooms. Choi Se awkwardly wished her a good night. Seo-eun mumbled about needing rest for the big day. Just as Kane was about to leave, Lee Soo-bin's voice cut through the air, ice cold. "Kane, you stay." In the distance, Choi Se and Seo-eun whispered nervously to each other. Soo-bin is terrifying when she's angry. Kane could only bow his head in apology. The next morning, emergency sirens wailed across the city. A villain's terrorist attack had struck Soon City. Remarkably, all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been evacuated. There were no casualties. The whole city was asking one question. Where was the hero? Stardust. Just then, she appeared, hurtling down from the heavens at incredible speed. In the heart of the destruction, surrounded by rubble, Choi Se looked up, watching Stardust approach. Dressed in a new villain costume, Choi Se sat perched on a pile of debris, greeting the hero with a mocking tone. "Hello there, Stardust. The name's Elektra." Stardust landed gracefully, her eyes cold and guarded as she faced the new villain. Stardust's voice was firm. "Villain, cease your attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will subdue you by force." Elektra just smirked, sparks of electricity dancing across her fingertips. Surrender? Not a chance. She unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning straight at Stardust. The sudden, preemptive strike caught Stardust completely off guard. With a confident smile and eyes blazing with power, Elektra declared, "I came here for him and to face you." The battle between them had officially begun. 1 week before Elektra's debut, Kane had called Choi Se to a secluded spot. "What's this about?" she asked, clearly confused. "Didn't our training end yesterday?" Perched on a tree stump, Kane looked at her with a serious expression. "There's one more thing I forgot to teach you. It's a technique known as the Thunder Fist." Hearing the name, Choi Se repeated it instinctively. Thunder Fist. Kane, ever the narcissist, mistook her repetition for awe. "So, sounds awesome, doesn't it? Just hearing the name gets you fired up, right? Gets your blood pumping, huh?" Choi Se immediately shot him down. "Are you kidding me? What kind of cringe name is that?" Kane grumbled to himself. That's what it's actually called. What does she want from me? But he pushed his annoyance aside and began his instruction. Don't think about shooting a current from your hand. Instead, imagine coiling the electricity around your fist, clenching it tightly, and then unleashing it all at once. He paused, then continued. Gradually push the thought of gathering that power to its absolute limit and focus it all into that single punch. She followed his instructions to the letter. Okay, I'm doing what you said, she reported. With those words, she unleashed a test punch. The power of the thunder fist was immense. Earth and rock exploded outwards from the impact, creating a tremor that shook the very ground. As the dust settled, a long crater was revealed in the earth. Kane walked over to her side. So, what do you think? That's the thunder fist for you. Pretty amazing, right? Still in awe, he could only breathe out one word. That's insane. Kane looked at her, his expression encouraging. For the next week, I want you to practice only this move. Save one just for Stardust, okay? Give it your all. He just smirked, rolling her eyes. So cheesy. You're crazy. Why are you so obsessed with her? It's just plain evil. Unfazed, Kane replied with total confidence. Hey, I'm a villain with my own tragic backstory, you know. See, he shot back with her usual retort. What the hell are you even talking about? You idiot. And now, back in the present, Choi Se-hee was putting that training to the test. She let out a derisive taunt. Is this really the best an A-rank hero can do? Never one to back down, Stardust charged straight for her. Meanwhile, watching through a pair of binoculars was none other than Egostic, observing their epic clash. He casually sipped his drink, praising the spectacle before him. This spot is perfectly safe. The absolute best seat in the house. A free show, all to myself. Back in the fight, Stardust eyed the crackling electricity and clicked her tongue. If I want to get close to her, she thought, I'll have to endure this current. And without hesitation, she charged forward. Seeing the hero push through, Se-hee couldn't hide her surprise. Oh, so you can actually get through it. With that, Choi Se-hee launched a vicious kick. Then how about this? She muttered. Every stomp of her foot sent a massive explosion erupting through the city. Stardust cried out in pain as the electricity coursed through her. Se-hee landed nimbly on the ground, looking down on the hero with an air of absolute confidence. Hey, Se-hee muttered. She's weaker than I thought. Just then, Stardust pierced through the electric field, steadily advancing toward her. With a single wave of her power, Stardust blasted away the obscuring dust, revealing her righteous, unwavering advance. In an instant, Se-hee's confidence completely shattered. Her eyes went wide with disbelief as she stared down the approaching hero. Just as Stardust prepared to strike, Se-hee leaped back to create distance, a cold, chilling laugh escaping her lips. They faced off in a tense stalemate, neither daring to make the first move. A bead of sweat rolled down Se-hee's face as she thought, what is this woman? A monster. And Egostic has been toying with this monster all this time? Stardust's expression hardened. It was clear she was already adapting to Elektra's attacks. Meanwhile, watching from a safe distance, Egostic analyzed every single move. This was it. This was the exact reason he pushed Se-hee so hard in training, so she could withstand the full, terrifying force of Stardust's power. Compared to the original timeline's pathetic display, this level of damage was barely a scratch for the new and improved Se-hee. Back in the fight, Se-hee readied her next assault, but Stardust cut her off with a cold offer. You're Elektra, aren't you? Surrender now, and I promise to bring you in unharmed. Deeply insulted by the proposition, Se-hee's anger began to boil over. What? You gotta be kidding me. An overwhelming killing intent radiated from Stardust. Then you've brought this upon yourself. With that, she shot forward like a rocket, unleashing her full power on Se-hee. Se-hee instantly braced for the collision. Their fists met, creating a cataclysmic explosion that rocked the entire city. Dust and debris filled the air. The shockwave was so powerful it ripped Egostic's binoculars from his grasp, forcing him to raise a barrier just to stay on his feet. The city echoed with the sound of the earth-shattering impact. Egostic wasn't sure if he should laugh or cry. He simply opened a portal, pulled out his camera, and started recording the epic confrontation. As the smoke cleared, Stardust stood without a single scratch, her face in a motionless mask. Behind her, a long gouge scarred the earth, and the city burned in a sea of fire. Se-hee, however, was not so fortunate. She clutched her bleeding arm, wincing in immense pain. Stardust finally broke the silence, her voice flat. What did you say before? Who was this person you mentioned? Earlier in their fight, Se-hee had carelessly declared, I'm here to face you in his place. Never missing a detail, Stardust pressed her advantage. So there is someone else pulling the strings, isn't there? But even while coughing up blood, Se-hee remained defiant. Get lost. As if I'd ever tell you a thing. Stardust paused for a moment. Fine. I'll just have to make you talk. She raised her hand for the final blow, when suddenly, an arm wrapped around Sei-Hai's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Egostic teleported away with Sei-Hai in his arms, leaving Stardust utterly stunned, her mind racing. Could it be? Then, a familiar voice echoed through the ruins. Hello there, Stardust. She whirled around. Egostic. There he was, holding Sei-Hai bridal style as he hovered in the air, casually looking down at her. The one and only. It's been a while. The camera feed went live. EGSAM was preparing the stream. And in mere seconds, 14,000 viewers had already tuned in. The chat immediately exploded with comments. He's live. Let's go. Egostic just appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, he's live. I dropped everything I was doing. I have to see this. I think I'm actually going to faint. On screen, viewers saw the villain holding an unknown woman in his arms. The comment section went into an absolute frenzy. Whoa, who's that handsome girl he's carrying? A cheating scandal, live on air. Is he really two-timing Stardust right in front of her face? The stream just started and he's already carrying a new girl princess style. Wow, his taste is impeccable. Stardust, still reeling from the shock, finally found her voice. You're alive. Egostic couldn't help but think. What a strange question. Still, he put on his classic villainous smirk. But of course, a shame it's not exactly good news for you, is it? But his smirk faded when Stardust replied with genuine relief. You're alive. Thank goodness. Her response left him completely speechless. Huh? Shaking off his confusion, Egostic slipped back into his playful persona. Did you just say thank goodness? My. I never knew the great Stardust worried so much about me. Unable to argue, her face flushed beet red, his words hitting their mark. Egostic pressed on. Next time, I'll be sure to let you know I'm all right. Sei-Hai, however, had enough of their banter. Hey, what the hell took you so long? Egostic just laughed it off. My apologies. The show was just too captivating to miss. But as Stardust watched their easy interaction, her brow furrowed. Something felt wrong. Egostic turned his attention back to the hero. Even Sei-Hai could feel the shift in the air. Stardust was now glaring at them with pure, murderous intent. Sei-Hai yelped, confused. Whoa, what's her problem? Why the sudden mood swing? Egostic, however, remained perfectly calm. I imagine she's feeling the powerful urge to tear two villains limb from limb. The righteous fury of a superhero has finally been unleashed, huh? A tense silence hung in the air. Before Stardust looked up and roared. What reason do you have for being here? Egostic. While still holding Sei-Hai, Egostic simply smiled back. Me? I'm just here to rescue my partner. At those words, Stardust's expression turned ice cold. Partner? Before she could even process his words, he dropped another bombshell. Egostream is our new alliance of villains. Stardust's eyes widened in disbelief. An alliance of villains? Egostic confirmed it with a smirk. That's right, and my new comrades possess powers that rival the lovely Elektra here in my arms, which means, from this day forward, I will no longer be conducting my acts of terror alone, so you'd all better prepare yourselves. This is a warning for Stardust. No, for this entire nation. Attack. Elektra. Unleash 1,000,000 volts. Choi Sei-Hai yelled in frustration. I told you not to do things like that, but her hands still obeyed, unleashing a torrent of electricity at Stardust. The moment the hero leaped back to dodge, the villainous pair vanished without a trace. Egostic's mocking laughter echoed. Oh, Stardust, you're still far too weak to ever catch us. Better try a little harder next time. Stardust was practically seeing red. Get back here, you cowards. Don't you dare run. Rage consumed her, and she slammed her fist into a nearby wall, shattering it to pieces. What was this sickening, frustrating feeling? Elektra. Egostic. His words replayed in her mind, a taunting echo. You see, I have plenty of adorable teammates, but of course, Elektra will always be the cutest one to me. Mortified, Choi Sei-Hai buried her face in his chest. Hey, what are you saying? I told you to stop. But in reality, this intimate scene never actually happened. At that moment, pure fury consumed Stardust entirely. Next time we meet, I swear I will annihilate you. Meanwhile, Egostic stood before a completely ordinary-looking wall. So, this must be the spot. Suddenly, he called out, Is anyone present? And shattered the wall with a single punch. Instantly, a hidden passage revealed itself. The location was correct, the 30th floor, in the area known as the Endless Staircase. To the right of the shattered illusion, an ancient passage appeared, lined with flickering blue flames and leading to a massive gate of pure obsidian. As if expecting his arrival, the great doors swung open. Egostic stepped inside and offered a greeting. Hello there. A figure inside, shrouded in smoke from a cigar, spoke. Well now, a fresh, childish face. What business could possibly bring you here? Before him stood the one known as the Vine Witch. Egostic got straight to the point. I need you to use your magic to place a seal on this item for me, he thought to himself. The first was a diary holding the records of every major event in human history, and the second, a chronicle of everything that was yet to come. Seeing the powerful artifacts, the Vine Witch's eyes widened with genuine surprise. This is quite the prize. Very well, I accept. For how long must the seal hold? She asked. He replied, for both of them. Seal them until the day I breathe my last. The Vine Witch asked no further questions and immediately began weaving her magic around them. After a few moments of chanting ancient words, she handed the items back to him. It is done. From now on, no one but the book's true master can ever peer inside. Egostic gave a curt reply, my thanks, Witch. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the Vine Witch speechless. She couldn't stop herself from calling out a warning. You are choosing a path fraught with unimaginable hardship, boy. Recognizing the genuine concern in her voice, Egostic paused and turned back to answer. Because it is the only path I can walk. He then teleported to the rooftop of a skyscraper, gazing out at the distant horizon. This very spot marked the beginning of his true purpose in this world. Suddenly, his eyes caught an image of Stardust projected onto the side of a massive building. He pondered for a moment, then stood, stretched, and spoke to the empty air.
Well, now, starting from this moment, the real cataclysms will begin to fall. Stardust, you have to trust me.
I swear I will make you. Just then, his phone vibrated. The second he answered, Han Seo-eun's voice, shrill enough to shatter glass, assaulted his ears. Dinner's on the table. Where in the world are you? Why aren't you home yet? The entire family is waiting for you. Egostic sighed in defeat. All right, I'm on my way back. Han Seo-eun screeched. You have 3 seconds to get over here. After the call ended, he stood there for another moment, lost in thought. And now, for the final milestone of this first chapter. The time has finally come. On a lonely highway, a transport truck rumbled along, completely oblivious that it had just become a target. Suddenly, a massive drill attached to a mechanical arm burst through the asphalt. It was followed by a giant robot, rising from beneath the earth. The driver screamed in terror. What in the world is that thing? From his cockpit, the mad doctor let out a maniacal laugh. All my creations, hear me. The nation of South Korea once oppressed our genius. Now is the time for us to erase it from the face of the earth. Elsewhere, inside a classroom, 2 students were giggling over a phone. They were watching a video of Choi Se-hi, also known as Electra. She's unbelievably gorgeous. I bet she and Egostic are totally dating. The other friend immediately shot back. No way. You can totally tell they're just partners in crime. She smiled softly behind them, even as they continued to argue. What were they even rambling about? Who knows? Didn't they see the two of them whispering intimately on camera? Besides, who carries their platonic female friend princess style? But the other guy completely disagreed with that line of thinking. Wow, spoken like a true single dude? Huh, his friend shot back. Hey, it's because there are no feelings involved that they can be so casual on camera. If it was someone you secretly had a massive crush on, you'd never have the guts to do something like that. That argument started to win him over. He had to admit that actually made a lot of sense. All right, keep talking. The friend continued, man, it's more than just a theory. From the very beginning, Egostic's attitude has been completely consistent. In his eyes, only Stardust exists. That's the truth as I see it. His buddy let out a gasp of realization. Oh, so that's it. Maybe that's why Stardust looks so pitiful. I almost cried watching that live broadcast. His friend analyzed the situation from her point of view. Even though Egostic is just another villain, you can't just ignore him. Seeing him embrace another woman right in front of her. Who could possibly endure that? His buddy burst out laughing. Dude, you are way too deep in your own delusions. Personally, I'm still rooting for the Ego-elect ship. They just seem like a much better match. Before he could finish, he felt a scorching glare from Sin Haru, who was sitting behind them. Huh? Did I say something wrong? His friend began to tremble, too. It seems she was a die-hard fan of the Egostic and Stardust ship. She even had the same shade of blonde hair. Just then, the professor walked into the room. All right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. The theoretical topic we will be covering today is... As she listened, Shinharu's phone blared with an emergency alert, forcing her to leave instantly. Running through the emergency exit, she spoke into her comms. Headquarters, is this a villain attack? The voice on the other end gave her the intel. An unidentified colossal weapon was heading north from the southeastern outskirts of Seoul. All units are ordered to scramble to the scene immediately. When she arrived, she froze, completely stunned by the sight. What in the world is happening? A massive robot was stomping down the highway, attacking civilians and destroying everything in its path. In its sights was a car with 3 people trapped inside. But just in time, Stardust zipped in, grabbing the entire car and moving it to safety. Setting it down gently, she yelled to the driver, "Are you still able to drive? If you can, get as far away from this area as possible." The passengers immediately cheered her on. "Thank you so much. You can do it, Stardust." With the civilians safe, she immediately launched herself back into the fight. A voice boomed from within the robot. "Stardust, you pathetic puppet of the government and the Hero Association. Do you truly believe you can extinguish the last ember of the Hanalon group?" She flew forward, slamming a powerful punch into the machine, but she was instantly swatted away. Stardust fought hard, but she couldn't hold on. This overwhelming pressure, where was it coming from? The thought had barely crossed her mind when her body was sent flying like a cannonball into a nearby mountain. But as she recovered, she heard strange sounds coming from the robot. "Doctor, is that you? What? Don't tell me you're Electra? Go!" A massive surge of electricity erupted, causing the giant robot to short-circuit and collapse to the ground. Then, a new voice echoed clearly from the fallen machine. All right, clear a path, people. Make some room. Can you hear me? Miss Stardust." Stardust immediately recognized that voice. It was Egostic. He had somehow subdued the mad scientist inside. He answered her unasked question. "That's right. It's me, Egostic. My good friends at the Hanalon Group created this magnificent, giant machine, and if a true villain like myself didn't put it to good use, now that would be a terrible waste, wouldn't it?" Watching the scene unfold, Seohai got goosebumps and muttered. Whenever he gets into character, he truly looks like a complete psychopath. Hanso just shrugged. "It's normal. You'll get used to it." Over the comms, Egostic continued his performance. "Hey, Stardust. I'm in the mood to use this beautiful, giant toy to level the entire city. Do you think you have what it takes to stop me?" Realizing it was him, Stardust couldn't help but crack a smile. "I will absolutely stop your little rampage. Egostic, you are going to pay for this." With that, she charged straight for the robot. After reconfiguring the robot, Hanso reported back. "Machine power output adjustment is complete." Egostic gripped the controls, thinking to himself, "All right, Haru, today's the day you show me what happens when you truly cut loose." He roared with excitement. "Bring it on." The robot instantly lurched to its feet, swinging a massive fist to meet Stardust's incoming charge. The robot's arm was overwhelmingly powerful. Even on the defensive, Stardust cried out from the crushing force. Egostic erupted in laughter at the sight. "Stardust, did you honestly believe you could stop the colossal weapon Opus with such pathetic strength? That kind of power?" In her dreams. Push the machine's output even higher. Fine, I'll end this in one fell swoop. Let's go." The robot's arms moved with terrifying speed, relentlessly hunting Stardust and forcing her into a desperate aerial ballet. While dodging, she pushed herself to be faster. Suddenly, 2 massive arms shot up from below. Sensing the immense danger, Stardust instantly rocketed backward to evade the attack. Egostic watched from the monitor, grinning to himself. "Yes, that's my Stardust. Looks like I'll make it home in one piece today." At that very moment, inside the National Assembly building, an aide gave his report. "Sir, everything is ready." A cover slid open, revealing a single, ominous red button. The man sitting before it was the president of South Korea, his expression one of grim resolve. "To take down that monstrous weapon. This is our only remaining option." With those words, he slammed his fist on the button, causing the entire building to tremble. Back in the cockpit, Egostic calmly spoke a name. "CA." Instantly, the robot's power and speed surged to their absolute maximum, but incredibly, Stardust still managed to evade every single strike with flawless precision. Unlike her pained expression against the mad scientist, she was now actually smiling mid-flight. Just then, a chain of explosions erupted out of nowhere. Egostic jolted, barking out an order. "CA, push the power levels even higher." Hansu just cheered with wild excitement. "Roger that." Stardust dove in for another attack, and sparks flew as steel met her unstoppable force. Watching the spectacle unfold, Egostic held an unshakable conviction. "I know you can get through this, Stardust." After a brief struggle, Stardust unleashed a devastating punch, completely obliterating the mechanical arm. The impact sent the crew inside the robot into a panic, but Egostic just roared with excitement. "Don't even think about it." He slammed his foot on the pedal, sending the robot charging forward. His fingers flew across the control panel as he taunted her further. "Want to see some real god-tier piloting skills, straight out of the arcade? Bring it on, Stardust." For her part, Stardust felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. "I can feel the power inside me." Building. About to erupt. "Come at me, Egostic." She shot straight between the robot's closing claws, using its momentum to flip away like a deadly game of cat and mouse. I've completely figured out this machine's movements now. Prepare yourself for the end, Egostic. But that very confidence led to a split second of carelessness, a mistake that cost her dearly as she was slammed into the ground. Egostic let out a booming laugh. Did you really think you'd already adapted to this machine's patterns? That's nothing but pure arrogance. Furious, Stardust clawed her way out of the rubble. You talk too much. Your voice is driving me insane. But Egostic just kept on talking. Actually, the real feature of this robot is... But before he could finish his sentence, Stardust shot forward like a bullet, piercing straight through the robot's right leg. Seeing the damage indicator flash on screen, Hansu screamed in a panic. What in the world are you doing? But Egostic was still playing his part. Yes, this is what makes a fight truly exciting. Stardust, I'm about to get serious now. He tried to activate the octopad at maximum output, but the machine wouldn't move. Egostic turned to Hansu, urging him to fix it, now. Hansu was completely fed up but did as he was told. Once the technical glitch was fixed, Egostic jumped right back into character. Let's see if you can keep up with this terrifying speed. Stardust still couldn't find a weak point, forcing her to focus entirely on evasion. Egostic mocked her from the cockpit. Is this really all you've got? As the world watched them clash, people whispered in awe. Is this level of power even real? This is truly a battle between the strongest on the planet. Does this mean Stardust was holding back all this time? I'm getting goosebumps just watching. The question on everyone's mind was whether this would be the moment Stardust breaks through to S rank. Just then, a chaotic voice crackled through her earpiece. And another thing, big brother, you need to focus on piloting this thing properly. Stop messing around. Hearing a woman's voice from inside the robot suddenly gave Stardust a new focus for her attack. Now I have even more motivation to destroy that thing. The women hanging around Egostic are just too annoying. She realized that if the machine wasn't being piloted so erratically, defeating a mech this powerful would be almost impossible. But right now, in this chaos, I can win. With that thought, she shot forward once again, slamming her fist into another one of its swinging arms. Inside, Egostic grit his teeth, barking commands, while Choi Se-hee clung to her chair, observing through clenched teeth. Why does it feel like she's even stronger than she was before? Hansu frantically reported the status. The machine's power is almost completely drained. Bro, we have to end this within the next 10 minutes. But contrary to their panic, Egostic just clapped his hands cheerfully. Well, in that case, we just have to enjoy this party until the very end. Choi Se-hee was so furious she smacked him on the back of the head. Enjoy what, you psycho? At this rate, the whole thing is going to explode. But Egostic's excitement was unstoppable. Let's go. His command echoed, much to the dismay of Subin, who was just trying not to be sick on the floor. It's truly nauseating. Outside, Stardust raced along the machine's arm, slowly closing in on the central control unit. She gritted her teeth, staring inside. He was still in there. Inside that machine. Just as she was about to charge, a voice crackled in her earpiece. Evacuate that position immediately, Stardust. Stardust recoiled in shock, unable to believe it. She jumped back, demanding, why are you suddenly telling me to leave? The agent on the other end reported. The president has ordered a small-scale nuclear missile strike on the weapon. If you stay there, you will be killed. Stardust couldn't stop herself from roaring back. Has everyone gone completely insane? If that missile explodes here, what about the civilian lives at risk? Besides, I have enough power to take it down. Why would you people do this? The agent replied grimly. It's obvious, isn't it? They're afraid of how the government will look if they just stand by and watch. We can never predict the moves of politicians, Stardust, but she still couldn't accept this reality. This entire course of action was completely irrational. The agent tried to persuade her, stop questioning orders and retreat, now. Stardust, how long are you going to stand there? My octopus punch is getting impatient, you know. Stardust looked at the robot, standing still and not actively attacking her. She realized he had paused the fight to wait for her. A villain showing consideration for his opponent, it seemed he was completely unaware of the missile hurtling towards them. If that's the case, she said, one last thing. I'm truly sorry. Then, she ripped out her earpiece, stunning the agent on the other side. What? Stardust. Clenching her jaw, she shot off in a different direction. Back at headquarters, chaos erupted. She's thrown away her communicator. What are we supposed to do now? Bei Run Ho, casually eating popcorn, calmed them down. Everything will be all right, because no matter the circumstances, we will always find a solution. So just be patient and observe. Inside the robot, Egostic was just as stunned by the scene. Hey, Stardust, where are you going? Don't tell me you're planning to run away now. But Stardust had already found her own purpose, streaking through the sky. Egostic. There were countless reasons why the country wanted to eliminate him. An A-rank criminal specializing in terror attacks and broadcast hijacking. And yet, for some reason, she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. This time, she thought, I will be the one to save him. She rocketed straight up into the atmosphere, quickly finding her intended target, the small-scale nuclear missile fired by her own government. An image of Egostic flashed in her mind. With no hesitation left, she slammed directly into the small missile. A wave of pain made Stardust bite down hard. Inside the robot, Egostic's crew saw the spectacle, their jaws dropping in disbelief. There's something coming from over there. What is that thing? And Stardust, isn't that a missile? Egostic was frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Stardust, why? High in the sky, their struggle reached its climax. Stardust screamed, pushing with all her might. Just as the missile's thrusters weakened, she quickly grabbed its warhead, changing its trajectory and dragging it away. Inside the robot, Egostic was screaming in desperation. Hansio, have you identified that thing yet? Hansio, sweating, yelled back. I'm searching. Stop rushing me. The next second, the screen switched to a view inside the Capitol building. She reported. Found it. It was launched from the president's office. Disarm code is, there's no time. 10 seconds until detonation. Egostic's jaw dropped. What? The countdown began. 9 seconds. The president smiled cheerfully. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Stardust had already dragged the missile to a different location. 6, 5, 4. Icy was still out shopping with her bodyguards. 3 seconds. She stared, mesmerized, at the screen showing Stardust. 2 seconds. Stardust had successfully redirected the missile upwards. 1 second. With a final burst of strength, she hurled it high into the sky. As the timer hit 0, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the heavens. The sky was stained a burning crimson, causing students to stare out their windows in a daze. The sight even made Bay Run host stop eating his popcorn. The smile on the South Korean president's face froze solid. Hansio stammered. It detonated. Choi Se-hee shot to her feet, asking, Stardust, where is she? Egostic was already rushing out, screaming her name. Elsewhere, Stardust fell unconscious, plummeting towards the earth. In an instant, a hand reached out and caught her. He held her in his arms, unable to understand why she would do such a thing. Suddenly, Stardust's eyes fluttered weakly open. Really? Before she could finish, he interrogated her. Who told you to block that missile? What if you had died because of it? But she didn't answer, simply closing her eyes again. Seeing this, Egostic's heart ached. She had unleashed such incredible power. And now her body was this fragile. He thought, she's probably going to be furious with me. As he was lost in thought, Stardust opened her eyes again, looking at him in a way he couldn't comprehend. Why are you looking at me like that? You know you're in the arms of a villain, right? Realizing his advantage, he began to put on a show. Stardust, I thought you were only good at running away. Are you always this quick to create a diversion? Blocking missiles now? It looks to me like you have another target in mind. At that moment, he knew. That colossal weapon in his mind was on the brink of detonation. If that missile hit, it would all be over. If she hadn't realized in time, if she hadn't thrown herself in front of that missile at the last second, both of them would have been annihilated together. So why in the world did she block that missile for me? As if reading his thoughts, Stardust whispered weakly, I just wanted to. Besides, she added, this way. We're even now. With that, she forced another smile before passing out in his arms. Egostic stared down at her, completely bewildered. What did that smile mean? Could it be? She knows I'm not really a villain? He gently laid her down, checking her over before he could feel any relief. Thankfully, her life wasn't in danger. She was always tougher than she looked. Suddenly, a voice buzzed in his earpiece, and Egostic answered, Sioa. On the other end, Hansio reported, Appa, I've confirmed it. The missile launch was a direct order from the president. He'd already guessed as much, nodding in grim silence. What an unpredictable world this is. The entire planet saw Stardust block that missile. Even now, nobody can understand the connection between us. This situation can't go on any longer. With his mind made up, he gave the order. Sioa, start the broadcast. On her end, Han Sioa had been waiting, cracking her knuckles. I've been waiting for you to say that. Instantly, Egostic's live broadcast went online. Hello everyone, this is Egostic. Immediately, 67,000 viewers flooded in, the comments exploding. He's live out of nowhere. Why are you just now streaming? My heart was pounding during that battle. Where's the rest of it? Where are you? Why'd you cut the feed right as Stardust flew up? What happened? Why are you outside? Where's Stardust? And what was up with Stardust's hair turning a darker gold? The curiosity is killing me. He spoke calmly to the camera. Stardust, you want to know where she is? You're all very curious, aren't you? The camera then panned to an unconscious Stardust, causing an uproar among the viewers. What is this? Did Stardust lose? Egostic, you went too far. Oh my god, this is insane. He immediately shot back. I'm not the one who did this to her. The Blue House declared they would capture me. They launched a nuclear missile at Seoul, the president of the Republic of Korea himself, just to eliminate one so-called villain like me. To catch me, they were willing to sacrifice the entire population of Seoul. Instantly, an endless flood of comments erupted. Even the president of South Korea was watching, his jaw hanging in disbelief. Volleys of gunfire rained down on the building where he was broadcasting. In the aftermath, countless news outlets began reporting on the incident. Since the new administration took office, we are facing the worst crisis in our nation's history, amid growing calls for the president's impeachment. Another news report flashed on screen. This is a news flash. At the International Hero Association Alliance, foreign media reports that discussions are underway to promote Hero Stardust to S rank. Meanwhile, COA was relaxing in her office. Hearing the news, she sighed with admiration. Our Haru must be so happy, the broadcast continued. It is said that the villain Egostic is also being considered for a promotion to S rank. But unlike Stardust, whose case is just now being discussed, Egostic's promotion has been on the table for several months. An association official stated an official announcement will likely be made by the end of this month. Just then, a voice came from outside her office. Miss Seoa, may I come in? Hearing this, she grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and replied calmly, enter. She remained perfectly composed, gently stroking her pet. This was the heir to the Meteor Group, the A-rank hero, Ice. Her secretary entered and reported, I have successfully bought off the presidential candidates for the next term. They have pledged their allegiance to the Meteor Group's agenda. She nodded, satisfied. Excellent. And what about the other matters? The secretary replied, the chairman has announced he will delegate all authority to you, Miss Seoa. A calculating smile spread across Seoa's face. Finally. She then returned to her neutral expression. You may leave now. The secretary bowed and turned to exit. The room suddenly fell into a strange, heavy silence. Then, Seoa let out a delighted laugh. Thank you, Egostic, for giving me the perfect opportunity to swallow South Korea whole. I promise. I'll make good use of it. The scene shifts to Dane's villa. He burst in, his voice filled with panic. Guys, we have a huge problem. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. He continued, his tone laced with anxiety. I think Stardust is suspicious of me. Seoa looked puzzled. Suspicious of what? He replied. She thinks I'm not actually a villain. Seohee shot him a doubtful look and blurted out. Are you an idiot? Seoa chimed in. Isn't that obvious? You can't possibly still think you're anything like a real villain. Can you? Seohee mumbled to herself while eating. This guy is seriously nuts. Haru observed him critically. Uncle Dane really is a piece of work. Blindsided by the girl's attacks, he sputtered. What's wrong with me? When I'm bored, I commit a little terrorism. I've taken a countless number of hostages over the years. Haru immediately cut him off. And you let every single one of them go. Stunned, he stammered. Well, I've kidnapped people. And I've killed a lot of other villains. Seohee just rolled her eyes. You're the one who said there are plenty of villains. Seowool added. So, thanks a lot for that. Class A hero, Egostic. He tried to explain that he's been living with all his might, whether that's as a villain or just as a person. This just baffled the girl, Seohee. What in the world does you trying hard have to do with anything? You seriously lost your mind. So, this whole time, you've just been trying to look like a villain? He screamed back. Well, of course I have. Hearing this sent C's blood boiling. She roared. The very moment you had to try to look like a villain is where you failed. Honestly, anyone with eyes can see right through your act. There's no mistaking it for a second. She continued to interrogate him. Why do you think I even agreed to join you? Just look at what happened last time. If you had let that colossal machine crash into Seoul, what would have happened to you? If it attacked with full force from the start, could little Stardust have stopped it? Seowool shook her head. Stop it. Not a chance in hell. Lubin, while peeling an apple, wondered aloud. But Dane, you stopped it for her. You were even adjusting your firepower in the middle of the fight. Seowool scoffed. You'd have to be a complete moron not to notice. He was speechless, but still tried desperately to explain himself. Just because of that tiny reason? Maybe you all don't understand. Stardust is the embodiment of justice. To suspect a cruel, inhuman, S-class terrorist like myself based on flimsy, circumstantial evidence is completely impossible. Sehee's eyes narrowed. So what? Embodiment of justice. My foot. Do you honestly think Stardust is an idiot? No matter how you look at it, you are not a villain. Her words hit Dane like a physical blow, leaving him utterly speechless. She then turned to Seowool. I'm right, aren't I? Co Wool enthusiastically agreed. Of course. Someone had to say it. What a relief, he thought. If she ever knew that his acts of villainy weren't because he was a madman, but were actually to protect her and this world. If Stardust ever found out the truth, she wouldn't be able to fight me with her full strength anymore. And if that happened, she would never grow stronger. And in that state, she'd have no way of stopping the apocalypse. He clenched his fist, roaring with determination. That can't be allowed to happen. His sudden shout made Co Wool jump. Ah, you scared me. Just then, a look of pure confidence washed over his face. Ah, that's right. Stardust needs someone to constantly remind her that I am an unbelievably evil person. With that settled, he instantly blasted off. You guys stay here. I'm leaving. The scene cuts over to Shinharu. At that moment, she was standing before a towering skyscraper. She was completely captivated by the scenery around her. As soon as she walked in, a receptionist approached with a deep bow. Welcome, valued guest. Are you perhaps Miss Shinharu? The young woman gave a gentle nod. Yes, I am. The receptionist immediately moved to take her backpack. I will carry your luggage to your room for you, she replied with a cheerful smile. Thank you so much. She thought to herself with nervous excitement, this might be even better than I hoped. A soft voice called out her name. Shinharu? Recognizing the familiar voice, she spun around with a happy gasp. Co-ah. The two friends rushed forward, sharing a warm and loving hug. Co-ah teased her. Look at you. Look at you. Have you gotten even prettier? The girl shyly replied, so have you? What are you talking about? Co-ah proposed. Come on. Let's make today unforgettable. She grabbed Shinharu's hand, raising it in the air. A toast to the birth of Korea's very first S-class heroine. Later, the two made their way to Co-ah's massive villa. Looking out from the balcony, Shinharu let out a little squeal of excitement. The view before them was absolutely magnificent. Stepping up from behind, Co-ah smiled. Amazing, isn't it? Shinharu nodded in complete agreement. Co-ah gestured toward the inside, offering an invitation. Please, come in. Inside the dining room, chefs were setting out countless delicious dishes. Shinharu's eyes locked onto one particular dessert, and she gasped. Mango shaved ice. She immediately scooped a bite into her mouth, chewing with pure delight. From across the table, Co-ah teased. Do you like mangoes that much? That's so cute. Then, a thought crossed her mind. You know, mangoes kind of remind me of Egostic. Hearing that familiar name made Shinharu jump. Huh, what? Co-ah continued. Honestly, I wish I had a dedicated villain like you do. All I get around here are small fry. How am I ever supposed to reach S-class at this rate? So, I was thinking, maybe I'll use this opportunity to move to Seoul for good. I want to try facing Egostic at least once. Shinharu immediately shot down the idea. No, you can't. She began to explain frantically. Oh, I mean, you know how he's completely obsessed with me. He calls me out specifically. If someone else suddenly shows up wanting a fight, there's no telling what reckless thing he'll do. Like that terror incident at the Seoul Bridge, remember? That guy does some completely uncontrollable things sometimes. Co-ah considered her words. That's true. He wouldn't have any reason to call me out. Shinharu pressed on. There's that reason, and more importantly, if you leave, who's going to protect Busan? Suddenly, a red alert flashed on Sio's watch, making her jump. Her heart pounded as she thought, someone's touched my desk. In my office, she immediately shot to her feet, turning to leave. Haru, an emergency came up. I have to stop by the company for a bit. You go on ahead and play without me. Haru replied, okay, take care. But a knot of worry tightened in Sio's stomach. What in the world is happening? In an instant, she arrived at the company. Surveying the scene, she wondered, was it really just a system error? Just then, her small cat let out a soft meow, startling her. And then, a familiar voice cut through the silence. That was no system error. Staring at the figure who appeared before her, COA gasped. Who are you? The man continued, I'm the one who activated your security program. Also, I could meet you. Hello, Miss L. Ah, you can call me Egostic.